Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku was expelled from UA and became overpowered, part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Hero of Resilience, Halo by TheHinokami. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. 3rd Pov. 6. After everyone started to clear out of the arena, Izuku knew he was going to get scolded when his mother and All Might got a hold of him, but Izuku had zero regrets at all on doing what he did. Izuku told all of his classmates he was asked to go to the principal's office to talk about his new position, and they said they would see him back at the dorms. As such, he headed towards the main building instead of going towards the dorms, and felt as if his mother and the others would be there waiting for him as well. Turns out he was right as he entered the room and saw his mother and All Might both glaring daggers at him. "Oh, sorry, it seems I have the wrong room," Izuku said as he closed the door and moved to walk away, but Gran Torino was right there when he turned around with a grin on his face. "It's time to face the music, brat," Gran Torino said as he hit Izuku in the knee with his cane. 23. Izuku opened the principal's office and ran to his mother. "Mother, Gran Torino is being mean. He keeps hitting me in the knees when I just got out of the infirmary. He's bullying me," Izuku said as he pouted to his mother, who just gave him a smile, but it wasn't the kind type of smile, as Izuku wanted to back away but found a hand on his shoulder which turned out to be All Might's hand. "Welp. Did you know that One for All has some sentience to it?" Izuku said, distracting everyone from the topic he wanted to avoid. All Might's eyes widened a bit before he snapped back. 8. "I know what you are trying to do. It will work for now, but we will be having a conversation about your action after everything else, son," All Might said, and Izuku pouted a bit and blew his cheeks up, but everyone rolled their eyes. "That might work on your classmates but not going to work here," Inko stated, and Izuku deflated as his attempts to get out of trouble didn't work. "Fine. I am sorry, but I don't regret doing it. I want to get my provisional license now so I can legally act when the time comes," Izuku stated, standing his ground on the issue, and All Might sighed. "Son, even if you have it, I don't want you fighting that man until you are much closer to 100%, since that man is truly fearsome," All Might stated, and Izuku's shoulder slumped down a bit. "I know he is fearsome. Just the thought of fighting him terrifies me, but I don't want you to fight him alone," Izuku muttered, and All Might patted his head. "I know you don't want to. I know so well from personal experience," All Might said, and Izuku hugged All Might's side. As they sat there for a bit, Gran Torino spoke up. 4. "Sorry to ruin the moment, but let's hit the topic of what Izuku said earlier, trying to distract us when he said One for All was somewhat alive," Gran Torino said, and they all nodded their heads. "So, during the mental quirk with Fog of War, I saw ghosts, most likely of the past users, and All Might was there as well. It was as if they controlled One for All for a brief moment and made it enter my brain area, which broke the connection of the mental quirk. Then again during the last fight," Izuku said, and they all looked at him in surprise that he had a second encounter on the same day. 1. "I was in the bathroom before the last fight, and I talked into the mirror and tried talking to One for All in an attempt for their help to somehow win the fight, and I guessed it worked somehow. During the last moments, I believed I heard whispers of voices I've never heard before as they told me to stand up and keep fighting. As I powered up to 25%, even though it was hurting me, the pain just vanished for a brief moment as I was able to use 25% without pain, and then I was able to stand up and slug the 3rd year and win. Soon after the pain returned, so I can't be sure I just imagined it or not, but I think it was real, since I know for a fact the first moment was real in the Fog of War mental quirk battle," Izuku stated, and they all nodded their heads as they heard the new information. All Might then spoke and said he had a similar event before, but it was brief and never knew why. "It's weird to know there is more undiscovered about the quirk, but let's not spend much time on it until something else presents itself. Though, Izuku, if you ever can get in contact with the quirk again, you should see if they can tell you anything more about the quirk itself on anything we don't know," All Might said, and Izuku nodded his head at the request. Inko asked her son if he had any damage from all the crazy stuff he pulled in the tournament, and Izuku said no. "Everything was healed and no permanent damage was caused. I was told to just not use my quirk at all today and just take it easy with no training for the next couple of days so my body can relax. I'm also not going to wear the weights until Monday as well so my body can relax more," Izuku said, and Gran Torino agreed with the plan. Soon they moved on to talk about Izuku's new position, which was the Shiketsu High School general position. 5. Izuku asked to start on that topic and everyone agreed since they wanted to know what Izuku would be really doing as well. Overall, you can propose changes to the school board and staff to have new things implemented for the school. We like to do this so we can get student perspectives on the school as a whole and make some changes to better help the students. Of course, not everything will be accepted, but if you have a reasonable plan and how to complete it including costs, then we will without a doubt study the plan and see if we can adapt it to the school. The principal stated and Izuku nodded his head. The principal then started to explain the other things that Izuku would be in charge of and could do. These things included a list of things, but one thing stood out to Izuku. 13. Izuku as the general was allowed to propose inter-school events with other hero schools and the school we see if they could have it done. Izuku felt a bit petty and had an idea involving UA in the future which All Might could already sense as he spoke up about it. I see those eyes turning and you plan to do something with or rather against UA, don't you? All Might asked and Izuku just put on a smile that said that he didn't know what he was talking about, which All Might just rolled his eyes at. Just don't kill anyone. All Might muttered and Izuku nodded his head with a smile on his face. 57. As the general, Izuku could also do the following. Recommend anyone for the provisional exam. This didn't include the first person he can request to take the exam with him this semester. Propose changes to the school, set up training classes approved by a teacher, approve transfers between courses if he had a valid reason to and said person could make it in the course, order students of Shiketsu to do things within reason, remove himself and others from classes for things but they had to be able to complete the homework or assignments, represent the school in decisions with other schools within reason, and other things. Overall, Izuku's position was a powerful one and he was trusted to take care of the school as he was leading the entire student body and expected to take charge if anything happened to a Shiketsu student or they were involved in something such as a battle or incident and there was no staff person present to represent them as an authority figure. This also meant representing the school with or against police in any events that their students were involved in until a staff person from the school could arrive to take over. 18. Izuku was astonished at the amount of power he would be wielding as a student and confirmed that he was indeed having so much power. Why doesn't anyone hear anything about this since I've never heard of a Shiketsu student having so much power before? Izuku asked and the principal said that most past students didn't use their powers much since they didn't think they should. We've been interested in a student using the powers more and I think you might just be the person to do so in all honesty. So feel free to take charge of situations where Shiketsu needs to be represented. Stated the principal as he pulled out some paperwork that Izuku needed to sign and then an ID card that identified him as the general of Shiketsu and it stated that he had the authority to act on the school's behalf in any matter he sees fit that the school interested might be invested in. 17. Izuku was stunned but accepted it and signed the papers. Next, do you have any idea on who you want to join you for the provisional exam since you can recommend one person no questions asked to take the exam when you do a few weeks after the internship week? Asked Principal Suwa and Izuku thought it over and nodded his head. I want to recommend Inasa to take it with me. I think he has the power and abilities to pass the exam with me. If we can get some crash courses before we take the exam then it would be helpful for anything we might encounter. Izuku stated and the principal nodded his head and said he would arrange some crash courses to be set up for the weeks after the internship for Izuku and Inasa. Soon, Inasa was called into the room and he greeted everyone and wondered why he was there. 5. Congratulated Yorashi. General Midoriya here has recommended you to take the provisional license exam with him which is scheduled currently to take place about a few weeks after you all return from internships, stated Principal Suwa as Inasa looked at Izuku who nodded his head. Inasa hugged Izuku and thanked him since this meant if he passed he could start work studies sooner and gain experience faster. After spending a bit more time in the office, they were all free to go and Izuku decided to spend a bit more time with his mother and All Might before they had to leave since they would need to return to their side of Japan the next day. 3rd POV. Several days passed and Izuku was starting to get the hang of the paperwork that he had to do as the general of Shiketsu High School, which wasn't really complicated since a lot of it was repetitive in itself. Most documents were reports from different small clubs on campus that needed to be reviewed and approved, such as their minutes and other things. Soon it was time for Monday and that meant going back to classes so they could receive their internship offers from all of the heroes. Izuku already knew who he was going with, so he really didn't care who sent him one, but he was interested to see how many he had gotten, since Shiketsu doesn't get as much coverage from pro heroes like Ua does, since only those in attendance really send offers, in which is a limited amount of pro heroes, to be honest. 4. As they were all sitting in the classroom waiting for their homeroom teacher to arrive, Gran Torino stormed in and smirked, which sent shivers down everyone's backs. He moved to the front of the classroom and soon entered their homeroom teacher, who was carrying a lot of papers. "Good day everyone, and a good job at the sports festival. Also, a round of applause for your new general of Shiketsu, General Midoriya," stated their homeroom teacher, and his classmates clapped for him, which made him blush a bit and hide his face. Yet, he still gets easily embarrassed somehow, muttered Gran Torino, and Izuku tried to glare at him, but the glare he got back was terrifying. Soon the teacher moved the topic along and talked about internships. 23. As it stands, you all received internship offers without the school asking any pro heroes to offer some up, which is amazing since we tend to have to ask for at least half of the class, stated their teacher as he displayed a list on the screen of all of the internship offers. Everyone had about 50 to 100 offers, and Izuku had the most at about 200 offers, which he nodded his head at. As they were all given their papers, Gran Torino started to speak up. "Listen up, brats, before you can go do your internships you need to have a hero name picked out for yourself, so start thinking of it and we will approve or deny it in front of the class," Gran Torino stated, and Izuku raised his hand as he already knew what he wanted. Gran Torino called him up and Izuku wrote his name on the board for everyone to see. 3. I want to be known as the hero of resilience, Halo, Izuku stated as he finished writing out his name, and everyone was interested in his name. One student asked why Halo, and Izuku explained, "My quirk puts off a bit of energy and people always said I had a nice smile that made them think of the sun. So I kind of made a leap to Halo since it was unique to itself, as no hero has a similar name, like no one has anything like All Might's name either," Izuku stated, and they all nodded their heads as Gran Torino approved the hero name. Everyone went through and stated their pro-hero names that they wanted, and Inasa took the name Gale Force, which Izuku thought suited him quite well. 23. Soon they were all talking about their internship offers, and the teacher spoke up about what was required of them on the internships. "As you all know, you need to wear your hats like always. Well, expect Midoriya, but that is due to special reasons. As you all know that there have been recent attempts on All Might's life, like the USJ, and how they had a weapon made to kill him. As such, it was decided by the school, since Midoriya will be doing his internship with All Might, that he will not wear his hat due to the enemies of All Might. If he wore his hat, then All Might enemies would know to trace Midoriya back to this school, but without the hate, people will need to search really hard for him," stated their teacher as he explained that Izuku would need to wear his hair covering at all times to hide his green hair, and him nor All Might would confirm which hero school he went to, which would make it harder for people to track him down. They were all warned not to confirm Izuku's existence at the school, since they wanted Izuku to get a bit stronger before having to deal with any enemies that wanted to take a shot at him due to his connection with All Might. 6. They all nodded their heads and agreed to keep it quiet, which Izuku thanked them all for it. Soon they were all dismissed after giving their hero names in and getting them approved. Izuku and Inasa decided to train together since they would be doing the provisional license exam in the near future, and they wanted to plan for anything that might happen. Izuku also wanted to see how far he could push his control before the exams as well. As it stood, Izuku was currently using 18% of 1 for all with slight pain, as his body adapted to it and could push it to 20% with harsh pain if he really needed to do it. Izuku really wanted to gain 20% control of 1 for all without any pain, but Gran Torino wanted a small break for Izuku's body, since if they kept doing that hell training his body would collapse on itself. As such, Izuku agreed to a reduced level of training, but it would still be pushing him, just not to the level of pulling a truck and tanker filled with water while carrying several pounds of the extra weight. 13. Izuku did add all of the extra weighted clothing back onto his body, as he was now wearing 250 pounds, which Inasa found shocking, but for someone like Izuku it was really nothing since he carried All Might on his back during his hell training on the beach, and that man weighed a lot more. As such, Izuku was pushing his body, but not to extreme limits that the hell training included. This was how Inasa and Izuku both spent the week they had left before the internship weeks, and Izuku was honestly glad that he would get to spend an entire weekend with his father figure without having to worry about school or other things. One though unknown to Izuku, His internship week would include large amounts of chaos as fate always likes to screw with Izuku Midoriya and he could do nothing but go with the flow. However, going with the flow includes an idiot former classmate of his who was out for revenge and another former classmate that refuses to use half of their quirk. Izuku would find himself in the weeds, but will he prevail is the question. Third POV. Izuku was bouncing with giddiness as he was currently on the train in his hero outfit. All Might had told him to put it on and wear it from Shiketsu High School all the way to the Might Tower, which was All Might's agency located in Minato, Tokyo. All Might wanted Izuku to just come straight to the agency since they would be using this internship to get Izuku's pro-hero name out in the public so they could start building up the public trust and faith in Izuku and start preparing them for All Might's retirement. As such, Izuku just sat on the train for the semi-long trip and couldn't wait to get to Might Tower in his honest opinion. 9. As the train came to a stop at the station near Might Tower, Izuku deboarded the train and started to walk towards Might Tower, and as normal, there were normal citizens taking photos of the building and everything else. However, you could also see the typical news reporter that always lurked around Might Tower for any special news that they could catch. Everyone had heard the rumors that All Might had returned to his Might Tower a few days beforehand and were wondering why he did and if he was doing missions in the area since Ua was off for internships. As such, most made the assumption he was doing more hero work since he didn't need to teach, but they were all surprised to see someone wearing a hero outfit aka Izuku Midoriya walking into the Might Tower and scanning a card that allowed him entry into the building. It wasn't the fact that he got into the building which caused them to be surprised. No, it was the fact that he scanned an ID card at the Might Gate which only All Might himself has ever used. Everyone was wondering who the hell this new person was because even the staff out in the lobby looked extremely confused about who just entered the Might Gate. The reporters on site had started to call their news networks and letting them know what they had all just witnessed, and within minutes there was talk on social media of someone outside of All Might entering the Might Gate at the All Might agency. 12. While all of that was going on, Izuku was moving through the hallways and soon found himself outside of his father's office where he knocked on the door and entered without waiting. He did this because he wanted to scare his father, who was most likely in his skinny form, and he was right as he saw his father buff up quickly but drop down when he saw who it was. "Really? Don't scare your old man like that," All Might said as he huffed and sat back down at his desk. Izuku just chuckled and said he was just keeping him on his toes. "Ahahaha, very funny. Don't make me get Gran Torino to put you through hell training," All Might said, and Izuku just broke out into laughter which confused All Might, but Izuku then explained that he doubted he could suggest anything worse than what he had Gran Torino put him through, which included pulling a fuel tanker filled completely with water. This made All Might just ran his hands across his face and groan. 8. You really shouldn't have pushed yourself that hard, son, All Might said, and Izuku just shrugged his shoulders. Izuku sat down across All Might's desk and removed the head covering and face mask so he could talk without having them on. "So what are we doing today, All Might, because I am sure I caused an uproar downstairs when I entered via your Might Gate. Social media should be picking up that fact within minutes right now," Izuku said, and All Might looked at his social media accounts that he had an assistant put on his computer so he could track them if he wanted to, even though he wasn't the best with technology. He confirmed what Izuku said, and everyone was talking about the new individual who entered the Might Gate. 6. Well, that is one way to kick off on gaining attention towards you now, isn't it? All Might said with a chuckle and thought about what he exactly wants to do with Izuku during the week that he has him. He wants to let Izuku gain as much experience as he can, but he is limited to roughly 3 hours a goddamn day. "Son, how comfortable are you with fighting people on your own?" All Might asked, and Izuku looked at him confused. "I am comfortable fighting most people easily. Gran Torino had taught me a lot in the limited time we have been training, but I feel I can likely handle most thugs or common criminals." "Why?" Izuku asked as he looked at All Might with confusion. "As you know, I am limited to 3 hours a day, which complicates the amount of training I can give you in the actual field. I don't have sidekicks that I can drop you on either, since again my form would be revealed. As such, the way I am thinking about this is we do paperwork and other duties during the day, and then starting in the afternoon we head out for patrol. I will stick back and away on a building roof in my skinny form while you handle any situations. If I think for any reason it might turn south or it's a situation I should step in, then I will. This way I can save my time limit as much as possible by staying on the roofs, and as night comes closer I can hide easier, which grants us even more time for you to be out in the field." I think we would move through different cities, but I am hesitant to go into Hosu since the hero killer Stain is there right now and I don't want you crossing his path. All Might stated, and Izuku nodded his head in understanding, but he actually had something he wanted to suggest to All Might, and it was about Stain. 2. I think that can work, but in regards to Stain, I think we should go after him. He's going to lead to an increase in crime. I also studied him and I believe I know how his quirk works based on the case files since I had Gran Torino provide me everything to review. It should be a blood-based quirk that paralyzes the person whose blood he drinks. That is why there is a limited amount of defensive wounds, which is due to him getting the first cut in and ending the fight with that. I also tracked down where he would likely be at, which is in dark alleys and back streets in the afternoons and towards night, since he only operates during that time. Izuku stated, and All Might nodded his head as he looked at the files Izuku had given him about Stain and how Izuku came to the decisions he did. All Might was hesitant to let Izuku anywhere near Stain due to the experience Stain has, but he would be nearby to jump in, so it should work out. As such, they agreed to go towards Hosu during the later afternoons and night times to see if they could catch the hero killer Stain. All Might warned Izuku to be careful and to call for him the moment he even sees or hears about Stain being near him, since All Might didn't want him getting hurt. Izuku agreed, and soon they started doing paperwork and forms that All Might had to do for his agency. Soon several hours passed and they decided it was time to start going out to start doing patrols. As such, they both prepared their outfits and checked over everything before heading downstairs from the top floor. They could go through the gate on top of the building where All Might has a way to jump in and out where he used it more in his prime, but that would beat the purpose of getting Izuku's hero name out in the public eye. As such, as reporters were more or less camped out inside of the All Might agency lobby, the Might gate opened up and everyone stopped what they were doing and watched the gate open, and out came All Might with whoever the new individual was. As All Might and Izuku stepped out, they saw all of the reporters and they both chuckled. All Might looked at Izuku and pointed towards the cameras, and Izuku shrugged and let All Might lead the flow of things. The reporters waited with their breaths held as All Might pointed towards them, and they all wondered if they would get some information out of the pro-hero, and their wishes were answered at All Might and the unknown individual walked over to them. 7. As All Might and Izuku stood there, the reporters didn't even ask questions since they were stunned. All Might looked at Izuku and spoke, "I think we broke them." They typically ask questions, but today they seem out of it. All Might said, and that snapped them all out of their shock, and questions started to come out of all of them as people around them were streaming live to their social media pages. All Might raised his hand and they all went silent. "We won't spend much time standing here, but I will give you some basic information that I know you want. This is the hero in training Halo who has recently come under my agency guidance. You will be seeing him with me a lot more in the future, but I will be leaving it at that since we need to go out on patrol. Thank you." All Might said, and they left right after that. Before anyone could realize what happened, the two of them had already jumped away with One for All. Everyone tried to follow where they jumped, but no one could see where they had gone, but the news was now out there as All Might was training someone through his agency and they would be seeing them more often with the pro-hero as well. This news caught fire quickly and had spread across social media and all of the news channels as everyone was now talking about the hero in training Halo. 3rd POV. 2. It's been a few days since Japan, and honestly, the rest of the world had found out about the hero in training Halo. Everyone was shocked to learn that All Might had taken someone under his wing, since this was the first student he was privately training and no hero student has ever been registered under his agency either. There were some different reactions to this news depending on who they were, as some were pissed and some were thrilled. Some of those pissed reactions belonged to one Sir Night-Eye, who was the former sidekick of All Might. 2. The former sidekick was sitting in his office looking at the news that had broken over the last few days, and he slammed his hand into his desk. "What the hell, All Might? You didn't even meet Mirio at all, and now you have passed the quirk off to someone else that likely isn't even as good as Mirio is?" Sir Night-Eye stated with an irritated tone. The pro-hero wanted to meet this so-called hero in training Halo and had called up Principal Nezu of UA. However, he got stonewalled by the principal, who told Sir Night-Eye that he was not at liberty to release the information that he was looking for, which meant in Nezu's terms that Sir Night-Eye had nothing to offer in return for the said information, or that All Might had asked Nezu to keep his mouth shut about it. Sir Night-Eye was betting it was the second one instead of the former. 12. Sir Night-Eye even tried calling Gran Torino, who wasn't answering his phone calls. The voice message on Gran Torino's phone said that if he didn't answer and it was important to leave a message or some message indicating what they wanted to talk about and he would call them back if he wanted to talk about it. That just annoyed Sir Night-Eye even more, and the only other person who would likely know who Halo was would be the police detective who was close friends with All Might, but even that man was dodging Sir Night-Eye as well. As such, as it stood, Sir Night-Eye was cut off from finding the information out from any sources that knew until he had the bright idea of asking his work-study Mirio to poke around at Ua to see who had taken the hero name of Halo on so that Sir Night-Eye could talk to them, though he knew that it would take some time since there were the second years and first years that the person could be at. Sir Night-Eye did consider that the person may go to a different school, but the fact that All Might works at Ua made it more likely for them to be there instead of another school. The fact that Izuku didn't wear the shiketsu hat also made it a firmer belief in Sir Night-Eye's mind that Halo went to UA instead, because that would mean that Halo went to a small school since shiketsu students are required to wear their school hats even out on internships or work studies. 19 now. Another person that was pissed was Bakugo Katsuki, who was working at Best Jeanist office for his internship. Bakugo was pissed for many reasons, but none of them were at Izuku Midoriya, because Bakugo didn't know that Halo was Izuku Midoriya. Instead, he was pissed due to the fact that he, the winner of the sports festival, wasn't working at All Might's agency instead of whoever this no-named Halo person was. Bakugo was also pissed because that person was getting to do patrols with the number one hero while he was stuck being lectured by Best Jeanist on his hair and attitude when he had zero issues with them whatsoever. Bakugo had gotten to go on a short patrol but was pulled back into the office when he was too aggressive towards some children and had made them cry. 38 Outside of those angry reactions, there was one more, but from the villain side. This villain was located in a bar where he had just disintegrated a glass from watching the news, as it talked about the hero in training Halo working under All Might and that the world might have a new symbol being born. Though when the villain known as Shigaraki from the League of Villains went to grab another cup, a voice came over a TV and told him to calm down. Calm down and observe the new variable because they will have effects on our plans. We need to be wary of them and move with care when we take our next actions. You should try to find out what the student's name is though so we can know more about them. Do you understand, my protege? Said the ancient-sounding voice, and Shigaraki nodded his head and called out that he understood. 3. Unknown to Shigaraki, the voice which belonged to All for One was curious about this new hero in training Halo. I see you found your successor All Might. I wonder, will you be alive long enough to help them gain some power to resist me, or will you die before they can grow strong enough to face me? All for One thought as he sat in his medical chair that helped keep him alive, as he just sported a grin across his face. 21 Now outside of those angry reactions were those that were curious about All Might's so-called protege. One person that was curious was the so-called hero killer, Stain. Stain was looking at the news on a TV outside of a store as he stood on a roof across the street. He's seen the news a few times, but this was the first time he paid more attention to it. It's been talking about how the pro hero and the student have been sighted around different cities around Tokyo, and that All Might had been letting his student handle all issues while the hero stays off in the distance before jumping into any situations that he thought he needed to handle due to his student lack of experience. As such, people were interested in everything the two were doing, and even Stain had to admit that he was interested. He was also interested in how the student didn't talk much at all to the press and allowed All Might to do nearly all of the conversation, which mainly included diverting the reporter's attention away from important questions like what school his student goes to or what was his actual name and face like, since Halo kept his face covered and they never revealed his name. Stain was wondering if All Might's student would fall into the category of being a true hero, or would he fall into the category of a false hero and had tricked the number one hero. As such, Stain wanted to find the student in the near future, but he didn't know that he would find him sooner than he had anticipated. However, before that could be done, a portal opened up behind him on the roof, and out stepped a warp user who asked for a meeting for his leader. The warp user belonged to the League of Villains, and soon the city would be in flames that night. 3rd POV. Several days had passed for the internships, and Izuku stayed in contact with his friends from class to see how their internships were going. Most of them had gotten lucky and were taken out on simple patrols where they dealt with minor thugs and criminals, while a few got unlucky and so far had to spend most of their time doing paperwork. Even those that were unlucky did receive unique training from their mentors on the internships, so they weren't completely horrible experiences for them. They all asked how Izuku was faring with the press following them everywhere, and Izuku just sent an emoji of him rolling his eyes. He responded that they were quite persistent in following them around, but luckily All Might and he could easily escape by jumping away. Izuku put his phone away as All Might came out of his office because today they would be going into Hosu, since it should be roughly around Stain's schedule for him to do another attack. If they are unable to find him today, then they most likely wouldn't find him until he moves to another city, because he would be on his 4th victim and he only does either 4 or 5 pro heroes per city before moving on to keep people off his trail. 17. Izuku and All Might headed downstairs, but before they went through the Might Gate, All Might stopped them and looked at Izuku. Remember, if you come across Stain and I am not around, then retreat if possible and call for me to come help. I don't need you to die to him, son, so promise me if you find yourself alone with him then escape, because even with you having 20% of One for All under control, for him it won't be enough most likely, because he is far more experienced in close combat than you are. You will die due to the difference in experience most likely. Do you understand? All Might asked, and Izuku nodded his head in agreement. He has seen the police reports, and pro heroes with years of experience have been defeated by the man easily, so Izuku wasn't going to risk anything he didn't need to if no one was in danger of dying. 18. All Might have given Izuku complete permission to use his quirk in combat situations and out of combat situations. He did this to avoid Izuku getting in trouble with the law, since he didn't have his provisional license yet, but that didn't matter to All Might since he's only had to get involved in very few fights during the internship due to how dangerous he deemed a villain that Izuku found, or risk of the villain possibly running to get a hostage. Those villains could have been dealt with by Izuku, but All Might didn't want to take the chance until Izuku got more experience with different situations, so he was prepared for anything that he might run into. 4. Once again, they arrived on the lobby floor and exited the Might Gate to find reporters in the lobby waiting to get pictures of the two of them. They walked by and ignored the questions, as they didn't need Stain getting any idea of them hunting him down, which might cause the man to hide away. Soon both of them jumped away once they got outside and went a good distance. Izuku has been getting much better with jumping far distances and landing, as All Might showed him and explained how he was doing it. All Might would use a good portion of power to jump and increase the power right as he was about to land and move as he was going to run, so he wouldn't crack the ground as he landed. As such, Izuku was gaining experience with high fall landings, which was extremely helpful for him since he tended to just bounce around low on the ground or across buildings, though he still preferred doing that instead since he adjusts his direction easier than going flying through the air. Soon they arrived in Hosu, and they didn't stop for any small-time criminals that weren't harming anyone, since they didn't want reporters to spread the news of them being in Hosu. As such, they just moved around across the rooftops of Hosu for several hours when it happened. About 6 blocks to their far left, several buildings went up in flames with explosions happening. Then All Might heard the screech of what sounded like a Nomu. "Let's go, Halo." That sounded similar to the Nomu from the USJ. "When we get on site I will deal with them and you save people, since if they are anything like the OEN from the USJ, then we are in trouble," All Might yelled as they bounced off across the rooftops towards the destruction site. As they arrived they saw several creatures moving about the city, and Izuku saw one was about to kill a woman and her child, but Izuku wasn't going to let that happen. One before All Might even noticed, Izuku burst off the rooftop at 20% and landed in front of the Nomu. As All Might noticed what happened, he was about to jump in, but then saw Izuku do a kick up to the jaw of the creature that sent it flying into the air. Using that moment, All Might jumped over to it and grabbed it as he slammed it into the ground. It didn't resist much at all. "I think these are weaker than the ones from the USJ, which is good," All Might thought as he noticed Izuku pulling civilians out of the danger area and moving them behind the line of heroes before grabbing more people and repeating. Every so often he would land blows onto the Nomus that were in his path, and they would go colliding with the ground or into a wall. 15. Soon everyone was cheering at the sight of All Might and Halo being on site as they helped defeat the Nomus. However, as Izuku was working he heard a pro hero call someone's name, and he remembered he's heard of it before. The pro hero was called Manuel, and he was calling for a person named Iida. That is when it hit him. That was the name of Izuku's former classmate from UA before he got expelled, and his brother, who was a pro hero, was Stain's last victim. Izuku jumped to All Might and informed him of the situation, which the hero was really displeased about. I understand. Go and see if you can find him since you're going to be quicker than manual. When you find him bring him here unless something happens. If he found Stain then escape with the boy, but if you can't then radio me your position so I can come or send heroes to your location. Do you understand? All Might said, and Izuku nodded as he jumped away to search for the missing hero in training. Soon Izuku started to search for the missing student but wasn't having luck until he heard a scream from somewhere nearby. Then he listened in and tried to put the fighting noise from the distance out of his mind and listened in as best as he could. One for All did more than just enhanced his strength and speed, as it also helped increase his body senses when he needs them, but it was tricky and he had to concentrate for it to work. As Izuku was listening in for any sounds near him, he thought he heard someone yell the name of Stain, and Izuku headed off in the direction he believed it was from. As Izuku was bouncing across the rooftops and in between the buildings, he saw something when he came across a turn in an alleyway as he saw Stain standing above Tenya Iida and was about to kill him as the sword was prepared to strike down into the student. 6. Izuku kicked off the corner of the building he pressed against and bounced quickly towards Stain. As the villain raised his head since he saw something out of the corner of his eye, he was met with a blow to his face that sent him flying backward and into the wall. His body looked as if he got knocked out, so Izuku looked over to the person next to him and confirmed it was indeed Tenya Iida from UA-1A classroom. Are you alright? Izuku asked, and he was met with a response that shocked and confused him but also sparked some rage inside of himself. What are you doing? Stain is mine to defeat, as I need to get revenge for my brother. Iida stated out loud, and Izuku was downright shocked at what he heard. Really? I am so glad I didn't stay at UA if this is how their students are. First Bakugo, next was Todoroki from what Inasa said, and now this student. Dear God, UA is infested with people that likely shouldn't be heroes. Izuku thought in his mind. Izuku turned around as he heard a sound and saw that there was another person in the alley with them. It was the pro-hero Native who looked injured. 6. Native, are you alright and can you move? Izuku asked as he was looking at Iida's wounds, even though the boy was yelling at Izuku not to get involved and to just take Native and leave. I'm going to live. I won't bleed out, but I can't move. It's his quirk, I believe. Native stated, and Izuku nodded his head. I'm going to radio in for some backup to detain Stain and get you guys medical support, so hold on for now, Izuku stated, and Native nodded his head. As he was about to reach and radio to All Might, he dodged out of the way and pulled Iida with him as a knife went right where Iida's head used to be. Izuku turned around and cursed at himself. I guess I should have checked to see if you were fully out of it and detained you. That is what I get for not checking, I guess. Izuku said as he got into a position to fight. The reason he got up was that the hero killer Stain had woken up and was glaring at him. Third Pav. 3. Izuku cursed his stupidity for not securing Stain when he had him down the first time. It was a huge oversight on his part, and Izuku wishes he had remembered to do it because now he was in a fight for his life while protecting two individuals. Izuku reached up and activated his comms link, and he heard All Might's voice on the other side as Stain glared at him. Halo, did you find Tenya Iida? All Might asked over the comms. Izuku really wanted to laugh at that question but answered it. Yay. I found him, All Might, but I am in a bit of a situation. It was as we were afraid of, and Iida came after Stain. There is another downed pro-hero and neither can move. I can't get them out without Stain attacking my back, and he's not happy with me right now since I knocked him out once already. Izuku stated over the comms as the mouth guard blocked his voice from going out since it had that nice feature built in when he wanted it to work like that. All Might cursed on the other side of the line and told Izuku he would get there as soon as possible, but he was still finishing up the Nomus. All Might gave him about a 5-minute ETA and told him to survive as Izuku explained his location to All Might. 10. Izuku turned the comms off and allowed his voice to flow out of the mouthguard. I take it you won't let me escape with them, will you? Izuku asked, and Stain looked at him and shook his head. Well, that's a bit mean of you. Are you pissed for me sludging you across the face? Izuku asked, and Stain's glare got sharper at that comment. Note to self. Don't taunt the villain that can kill you. Izuku thought as he really wishes he would have not made that comment. Izuku glanced at Iida and Native before looking back at Stain. 8. Whenever either of you comes out of his quirk effects, then I want you to grab the other person and run so I can escape this fight. I may be strong but I lack experience against someone as experienced as Stain. Izuku stated and Native nodded his head. However, Iida decided to open his mouth even more and say that Izuku should just take Native and leave since he should be the one to deal with Stain. Okay, enough out of you. Heroes shouldn't act on vengeance alone since it clouds their judgments. Izuku yelled at Iida and he snapped shut quickly but still looked like he wanted to protest Izuku fighting Stain instead of him. 11. Stain was done waiting around as he charged at Izuku. As Stain did his attacks he asked Izuku a question and asked if he was a true hero like All Might. I honestly don't know how you define true heroes, so I don't know if I would fit your category, but I can tell you All Might is human and makes mistakes. For example, when he met me the first time he told me I could never be a hero, but he later corrected his statement and apologized because I had caught him at a bad time. Izuku said as he dodged the blades and grabbed rocks off the ground and threw them at Stain, which forced him to dodge away from Izuku since the rockets contained some damn good amount of power and could likely have broken a bone or two since he threw them at 20% of one for all. Oh. I like that you admit that you might not fall into my category. I also liked how to focused on saving them instead of defeating me. I think you may indeed be a worth hero just like All Might. After all, he did take you on as a personal student, which he hasn't done before. Stain said as he threw a blade at Izuku that nicked his face. Stain's eyes widened and charged up to Izuku and his tongue came flying out. It's his tongue that helps him get the blood to lock people up. Izuku thought as he bent his body backward and kicked Stain in the chest, but he didn't have enough time to put a lot of force behind the kick, so Stain quickly recovered from it. 8. That was a bit close. You almost got me with your quirk, Stain. Izuku stated, and Stain raised an eyebrow and asked how he knew about his quirk. I studied the case files. All Might and I were actually in town to capture you since we wanted to stop you from murdering people. I was able to put some theories together that your quirk is blood-based due to you using swords and minimum wounds. There is typically 1 or 2 cuts and then a killing blow wound, which shows you needed to wound them a bit before you dealt the killing blow. Now, what would you get from said wounds? It is the blood that you get and need, and I confirmed this with the reports from your last victim who said you licked your sword after cutting him. Izuku stated, and Stain nodded his head, impressed with Izuku's deduction skills. However, Stain wasn't done either as he charged once again at Izuku, aiming to defeat him since he had stopped him from killing the fake heroes. Halo, I will say this now. I won't be killing you tonight, but I need to stop you from getting in my way. I deem you as a worthy hero just like All Might. Stain said as he charged Izuku, but then out of nowhere came Iida as he tried to attack Stain but got cut again and had his blood taken. Are you kidding me? Why didn't you save Native so we could have escaped? Izuku yelled out, pissed as he was forced to close the distance with Stain and force him away from killing Iida. Iida just talked once again about it was his responsibility to stop Stain and not Halo's, which just earned an eye roll from Izuku. 19. Izuku grabbed Iida and tossed him a bit too roughly, he would admit, towards Native so he would have fewer spots to defend since he wouldn't need to divide his attention as much. Izuku asked Native if he could move, but the hero said no, which confused them all but Stain. Native said he was down before Iida as well, which clued Izuku in on what it might be. What's your blood types? Izuku asked and they gave it, and Izuku took a guess. Stain's quirk involves blood, so the time limit may be based on a few things. Blood type, how many people he's downed, age of the people, or something else, but I am sure it's blood type. Izuku stated, and Stain smiled and confirmed it. That's useful to know, but I still can't get down since if I do it means their deaths. Izuku thought as he waited for Stain to make his move. As they were eyeballing each other, there was a sudden drop in temperature as ice came traveling down the alleyway. Both Stain and Izuku jumped out of the way to avoid it. 1. Who the hell? Izuku said that ice would have hit him if he wasn't fast enough to dodge. Then he saw who it came from, and it was Todoroki from UA. What is with all of these people coming out of nowhere and stopping me? Stain yelled as he was getting annoyed. Izuku had to agree since this only complicated matters, since he was highly doubtful that the UA student had permission to be here or use his quirk. Izuku looked at Todoroki and called out to him. Well, it's nice to see you, I guess. Anyway, would you mind grabbing those two so we can pull back and retreat, as I can stop Stain from coming after us if I don't need to carry them? Izuku asked, and he was not expecting the answer he received from the UA student. Todoroki looked at Halo and glared a bit. 1. I will defeat Stain and show my father that I am stronger than All Might's protege, which will prove I don't need his damn fire. Todoroki said as he launched more ice towards Stain. Izuku, who was perched upon a dumpster, just looked dumbfounded. Do you even have permission to be here or even use your quirk? Izuku asked, and Todoroki said it was fine since his father would cover for him anyway. That just confirmed that Izuku had another vigilante student on his hands. He pushed his earpiece and watched Stain to ensure he didn't kill anyone. All Might's voice came over. Halo, sorry I am running late. Another Nomu had shown up and it was a flying type, but I dealt with it. I am on my way now, so what is the situation? All Might asked, and Izuku explained how another UA student named Todoroki appeared who doesn't have permission to use his quirk or be there. All Might, he's only here to take credit to capture Stain because he wants to show me up. He refused to secure the victims and get them out of here so I could fall back, as I fought Stain. As such, I can't retreat without leaving him to die. He's also refusing to use the fire side of his quirk, which would be far better to deal with Stain. Shit, got to go get here soon, Izuku said as he ended the comlink and charged forward as Stain was about to kill Todoroki since he paralyzed him with a knife that he threw and went after it to drink the blood. 10. As Todoroki fell to the ground, Izuku grabbed him and tossed him to the other two downed victims. As Izuku did that, he grabbed some rocks off the ground and threw them at 20% power to force Stain back. God damn it, Halo. Why won't you let me kill those 3 fake heroes? Stain yelled out, and Izuku rolled his eyes. Apologize, but meddling in other people's business is the heroic thing to do. Also, question, are you working with the League of Villains since their Nomus have been attacking the city? Izuku asked, and Stain seemed offended as he said he would never work with those human scum, which made Izuku a bit happy. He would make sure that was spread out later on by the police to ensure no villains connected the two. 20. As Stain looked ready to attack again, Ayaka called out behind him and said, All Might over here, Izuku said as he widened his eyes. Stain looked around but didn't see All Might. He turned around to be met with a phantom punch as Izuku has performed the move right when Stain turned around, as it would be enough time for it to connect with the villain. Once the move connected, Stain went flying back and hit a dumpster, and Izuku charged forward to ensure he didn't make the same mistake as last time and allow the villain to get back up and recover. As such, Izuku was on top of him and quickly detained him with some rope that he carried in his supplies. By this time, Iida and the others were up once again and had come over to Izuku, who was disarming Stain, and as he was doing that, Iida took steps closer to Stain and Izuku stopped and got right in front of him, blocking his path. 1. Stop right there. I don't know what you want to do, but if you do anything more, then you are committing even more crimes, since he has already been detained. So I suggest you to take a step back, because let me ask you this, would your brother really be okay with what you have done tonight, or would he be disappointed in you? Izuku asked, and Iida's eyes widened at what he heard from Halo about his brother, and he lowered his head in shame as he gritted his teeth and choked out an apology as he took a step back. Stain looked up at Izuku from the ground and asked why did he stop the kid, and Izuku looked at him and started to finish disarming him. 3. Because the battle is over and I am only charged with detaining and arresting criminals. I am not the jury, nor am I the judge. You will face punishment soon enough, and you are now in my custody, and I will ensure your safety until I turn you over to the police. I believe it's the hero's job to save everyone, even if that includes the villains that they had just defeated. Izuku stated, and a booming voice came behind them. Well said, Halo. That is indeed correct of what the hero's job is truly meant to be, for those that truly represent actual heroes and not those in it for fame or money. All Might said as he walked up to them. All Might had arrived right after Izuku had done the phantom punch and decided to observe the situation and jump in if it changed. He also saw what Iida was about to do as well, and the glares that the Todoroki boy has been giving his son. All Might knew Ua would need to deal with the two of them since this behavior could not be tolerated, but the first problem would be the police. 6. Soon other heroes and Endeavor arrived on site as they found Halo, 2 UA students, Pro Hero Native, and All Might on site already. Endeavor looked at his son, which flinched back a bit but said nothing. Soon the police and ambulance arrived to take custody of Stain and to have the injured delivered to the hospital. All Might asked if Halo was alright and Izuku just told him he had a small cut on his cheek that can be easily healed. All Might nodded his head and soon they were all heading to the hospital since the police chief would be waiting there for statements of what happened. Third Pav. Izuku and All Might both jumped away and headed to the hospital before everyone else would arrive. This was to give All Might time to relax in his skinny form before he had to buff up again since he was closing in on his limit with only about an hour left for the day. Overall, they have been doing good and All Might and Izuku have been able to spend at least 10 hours out on the field with All Might only having to use about 2 hours of his limit each day. As such, the press and everyone else was never aware of All Might's time limit because they always believed that All Might was nearby Izuku watching, which was true but just in his skinny form to save time. 1. Okay. Run me through the details of what all happened before we talk to the chief of police because now Endeavor is involved in this and I want to make sure everything goes how we want it to and things aren't covered up because those students will need to be dealt with by UA. All Might stated and Izuku nodded his head since he agreed. As such, he started to explain to All Might about showing up to face off Stain after he heard a shout of his name. He arrived just in time to save Iida from being killed since Stain was about to do it. Izuku admitted that he screwed up in not securing Stain the first time he knocked him out and that he learned from that mistake. All Might nodded his head but didn't speak since he wanted Izuku to explain everything first before he spoke. Then Izuku talked about the fighting Stain and how Iida wanted Izuku to leave because Iida was there for revenge and wanted to deal with Stain himself. Izuku mentioned how Stain and he ended up talking about how Stain wondered if Izuku was a true hero or not before somehow Izuku proved himself to Stain and got declared as a true hero like All Might was. 2. As he explained how the fight then went he hit on the topic of Todoroki showing up. So, Todoroki didn't care that his attack would have hit me and Stain. He had zero regard for that and when I asked him to take Iida and Native so we could escape. Todoroki said he would defeat Stain to show his father that he was stronger than I was because I am your protege, which would prove he didn't need to use his fireside. So that is concerning in itself. Izuku stated and All Might had to agree but he let Izuku keep going since he didn't feel like that was the end of the mess. Izuku then talked about how he asked if Todoroki had permission to even be there or use his quirk. Todoroki didn't have clearance to be there or use his quirk. I know this with how he responded to my question. He stated that his father would cover for him anyway, which confirmed he was acting as a vigilante at that time. Izuku stated and All Might groaned as this was a complete mess. Izuku nodded his head at All Might's groan and contained on how he had radioed back to All Might at that time and watched the fight looking for a chance to get involved since Todoroki's ice was troublesome to fight around as it was being thrown, so it kind of limited Izuku's involvement for a bit before Stain paralyzed Todoroki as well and Izuku was forced to save him as well. Stain got pissed since I wouldn't let him kill them. Anyway, as we got close to the end I asked him if he was involved with the League of Villains and he denied the claim, so we need to alert the police so that gets out to deter villains that follow Stain from joining the League. Then it was the end of the fight where I performed a phantom punch. I did it by getting him to look away as I called out behind him that you were behind him and he turned around and I performed the phantom punch that gave me the chance to detain him. I assume at that point you were present since I felt you nearby me. Izuku asked and All Might nodded his head knowing the rest of the story. Soon they headed into the hospital after All Might told Izuku some things to correct in how he dealt with the situation in the future and Izuku nodded his head and they agreed to talk about it more later on. However, it was time to deal with the chief of police for Hosu. As they were walking down the hallway of the hospital they came upon Endeavor telling the chief of police to credit his son with the capture of Stain since he had authorized his son to fight, which annoyed All Might and Izuku. At that time All Might spoke up. Really Enji, falsifying police reports and trying to cover up your son's illegal quirk usage and vigilantism. All Might stated with an annoyed tone and the chief of police turned around to be faced with All Might and Halo. Endeavor looked pissed and the police chief looked worried about what he got caught in between. The police chief asked for All Might to explain and he did so. The chief of police looked at Endeavor with a frown on his face. Endeavor, this is a serious matter that you just attempted to lie to the police about such a large matter. It would be one thing if we covered up the UA students' involvement altogether, but to shift credit from a completely authorized individual when your son only made the issue worse is not going to happen. Give me a reason I shouldn't walk in there and arrest your son and end his dreams of becoming a pro-hero. Asked the police chief, who knew better than to get into a public fight with All Might, who was really loved by everyone. He would rather deal with a pissed Endeavor instead of a pissed All Might and the public if they ever learned of them covering this up and shifting credit away from All Might's protege if they had done it. 22. Endeavor stated he didn't know what All Might was talking about and said the protege of All Might was likely lying to get credit. Do realize, Endeavor, that there were others involved, and if we really need to get critical of this situation, then we can always call the police detective with the lie detector, but at that point, this becomes a larger issue which would turn ugly in the eyes of the public that the number 2 hero was caught lying and abusing his authority. Do you really want to go down this path because your son even admitted on the site of the battle that he didn't have permission and it was heard by Stain even? What do you think will happen if this is done as you wish and Stain alerts his followers of your lying and the police cover-up, which he would have full ability to do so because he wouldn't be denied the right to send letters out of prison since he doesn't pose a risk of doing such things? Izuku stated as he looked at Endeavor. Endeavor shut up really quickly at the threat made by Izuku and was silent before looking at the police chief and said he must have heard his son wrong and apologized for misinforming the police chief before he walked away. 5. Soon the police chief got the entire story from Izuku and what All Might witnessed. The police chief also confirmed that Izuku had permission for the entire internship week and even received permission again at the time they went out on patrol since they had come to Hosu to track Stain down anyway. I see, then let's go with this story to the public. All Might and his protege Halo arrived in Hosu tracking Stan down when the Nomus attacked Hosu. During the fight, they discovered a UA student was missing during the conflict and All Might ordered his protege to go track down the missing UA student who he found under attack from Stain. As such, under the authorization from All Might, the hero of resilience, Halo started to defend the UA student, the pro-hero native who was already downed, and another UA student who was on site as well who had gotten attacked by Stain. Halo defended the downed individuals and successfully defeated Stain after a long and drawn-out fight before All Might arrived on site to help clean up. After that, all injured parties were transported to the hospital and Stain transported to receive medical care and be contained in jail for trial. The police chief stated and looked at All Might and Halo for their agreement since it would keep the UA students from being arrested, but the matter wouldn't be over for them since UA would be dealing with them. 12. All Might agreed to it and Izuku just agreed since All Might agreed. After that, they headed to a nurse so they could heal Izuku's wound on his cheek before they stopped into the UA student's hospital room. As they entered they found Iida's older brother, Manuel, Iida, and Todoroki all in the room. Iida looked down in shame and Todoroki had a face of neutral attitude, but Izuku could see some anger in his eyes and had to recite rolling his eyes. 3. The police chief explained what would be happening and that their crimes would be covered up but that UA would be left to deal with them. Understand this, we could be arresting you and your dreams of ever being heroes would be over, so you better be grateful that your dreams don't end here unless UA decided to kick you out. The police chief stated before leaving as he warned of them not to reveal the true details of the events of they would be arrested since the only difference in the events is they committed crimes in the real events and didn't do anything to contribute to capturing Stain, so they had no benefit of talking about it. Iida apologized to All Might and Halo for what he did and they waved it off. Before leaving, Izuku turned to Todoroki and spoke. Todoroki, I don't know why you won't use your fire, but if you keep going down your path then you will be just like your father. As far as I can see, due to your quest of only using your ice side is that you look down on everyone in arrogance and are only using half of your power. So my question to you is, what are you going to do when your ice isn't enough one day to save a child and you have to walk up to that mother and apologize to her for not saving her child because you refused to use your fire when it could have saved the child? Right now it appears as if you're just becoming an ice version of Endeavor, so I hope you realize that the fire from your quirk isn't his. It's your power and your power alone, because he can't summon it out of you, he can't control it. Only you can do that, so start using your damn powers, because it's the desire and wishes of yourself that determine how good or how evil your quirk is and not that bastard Endeavor. I truly hope you understand what I am saying. Izuku stated and left as he saw Todoroki's eyes widen as he was caught up in memories from his past from when his mother was still around. He remembered how she would tell him that the fire from his quirk is not his father's and it didn't matter what blood went through his veins. Suddenly small sparks of fire started on his shoulder and he was shocked at what he had done. He used his fire but he was still caught up in his memories of his mother and what Halo had just said. 13. As All Might and Izuku were walking down the hallway, All Might asked what that conversation was about. Izuku looked at All Might and said he believes Endeavor may have or is still busing his son. All Might was shocked and asked how he knew that. I have zero physical proof but the picture I see says it's going on due to the scar on his face and from what I know his mother gave him that from what I found online a while ago. However, he still uses his ice side which relates to his mother so either she didn't do it or he doesn't blame her for it. That leads to Endeavor being responsible for it and the fact that Todoroki doesn't use his fire which relates to Endeavor makes a damning picture. I think you should have Principal Nezu start digging into Endeavor and seeing if he can find any evidence of abuse on Todoroki, his mother, or any other children. Izuku said to All Might who agreed to alert Nezu of the theory. The principal would be one of the best people to deal with Endeavor if he was abusive towards his family. 3rd Pav. It was the final day of the internship and the only thing people were really talking about was how All Might's protege had defeated the hero killer, Stain by himself and had saved 2 UA students and a pro-hero who got attacked by the villain. It was also released out that the hero killer confirmed that he was indeed not working with the League of Villains and that the attack on Hosu City was the League's attempt to screw with the hero killer himself. As such, a lot of people were pushed further away from the League and some people were annoyed with the League's actions in regards to the hero killer but it didn't stop all of them as some people choose to take the news with a grain of salt and still sought out the League of Villains since they were powerful enough to do so many attacks. 8. Izuku knew that the news wouldn't push everyone away from the League of Villains but he honestly hoped it would do some damage to the League's abilities to recruit people even though that thought was kind of foolish in his mind as there would always be All for One behind the League which was a powerful recruiting force just by his presence alone. Anyway, outside of the entire mess with Stain, Izuku's been fielding questions from his friends in his class and he told them all to just wait until they all returned on Monday so he didn't have to repeat himself multiple times. Outside of that, Izuku and All Might both have been dealing with a lot of paperwork due to the events of Hosu which had kept them both really locked down in the office for the most part. Paperwork sucks, can't they make these easier? Izuku groaned out his question and All Might just chuckled as he patted Izuku's head and said it was the horrible side of hero work since they could never escape all of the paperwork that would come their way. Soon though they did some training in one of All Might's old gyms in the Might Tower. It honestly didn't get used much due to All Might going out of his prime and having the skinny form but it finally got some use today as All Might had Izuku training on some of the equipment that was built for them. All Might did remind Izuku that the new gym at Shiketsu High School would finally be finished as well when he returns to the school. 10. However, all good things must come to an end as it was time for Izuku's internship to come to an end. All Might and Izuku decided to jump out of the tower instead of going through the bottom lobby since the press might try to track Izuku down back to his school if they left normally. As such, they skipped over one train station and made it to the second station away from the Might Tower where they stopped. Izuku had also changed out of his hero outfit as well just like All Might Oz since if he wore it back on the train then images of him would be plastered on the internet and make a trail back to his school as well. It was a problem with being known quite well by the public and trying to hide their faces. They both sat on the train and spoke as they were the only ones in the empty passenger car currently. Son, I am proud of your progress and amazed at the dedication you have put into this. You are already making a name for yourself and you don't even have a provisional license yet either which I hope you do well in your training for the next few weeks before that exam. All Might stated and Izuku smiled and nodded his head. Izuku was really pumped up for the exam as well and couldn't wait to take it. He really wanted to achieve his provisional license as soon as possible for many reasons. One being spite to UA's Eraserhead and Bakugo, and the other reason was to help his dad in the fight against All for One if he could figure out a way to get All Might to accept it. Though All Might still refuses to let Izuku help in the fight. 26. Anyway, Izuku makes it back to Shiketsu after All Might gets off at his stop to head towards UA since he needed to alert Principal Nezu of the Endeavor situation and he wanted to do that in person instead of over communications that could get hacked. Izuku told him that he would be in touch and they went their separate ways. Izuku sat there on the train thinking about the upcoming future and hoped he would get stronger faster. He was already at 20% and it hasn't even been a full semester yet. As such, if he could keep the pace up then he could in theory get to 100% of One for All by the end of the second school year, but there was no way the villains would wait until then and he was doubtful the fight against All for One could be delayed to that point in time. Time passed and the train arrived back at Shikatsu High School train station stop. As such, Izuku got off the train and started to walk towards the school, which was a quarter of a mile away. As he was approaching the school he heard a shout from behind him and saw Inasa coming up behind him. "Hey Inasa, I didn't see you on the train. Did you get dropped off another way?" Izuku asked and he nodded his head and said the pro hero he worked with dropped him off before they had to go work a case. Izuku asked who he worked with and Inasa said it was a hero in the top 30 ranks, which Izuku recognized the name when he was told it. It was a decent hero that used wind for a lot of their attacks, so they would have been a great person for Inasa to work with during his internship. 6. Soon they both arrived back in the dorms and found the rest of the class in the dorms. The moment they all saw him they jumped towards him and started to ask about the fight with Stain. Izuku gave as many details as he could without blowing the cover story up in the air as well. They soon accepted it and asked how his training was with All Might, which he spoke about, and how he handled most villains by himself during the training. After talking a bit more about his training they moved on to the other people's internships for a while before Gran Torino walked in and hit Izuku with his cane. "You just had to go fight a crazy lunatic villain, didn't you?" Gran Torino said with an eye roll, and Izuku just rubbed his neck. The homeroom teacher also walked in and looked at Izuku and Inasa. 4. Yoarashi and Midoriya, as you both know, you two have your provisional license exam coming up in a few weeks since Izuku took the position of general. As such, starting Monday you two will be out of your normal classes and doing crash courses the entire time to get anything down we think you will need for the exam. Do you two understand? Their homeroom teacher asked and they nodded their heads. Gran Torino then spoke up and told Izuku that he wouldn't be getting out of harsh training either after the crash courses since they needed to push his quirk control 11 higher, which Izuku easily agreed with. Izuku and Inasa were both glad they were ahead of their classmates in education by at least a year or so, since they always finished their lessons and homework within the class period generally. Soon everyone was tired from their trips back to the school and wanted to relax. Some people joined together and made a large dinner for the entire dorm, and they all enjoyed themselves for the night since they would go back to working and studying once the weekend was over. 1. Back at UA though, All Might was sitting with Principal Nezu telling him the full and true story of the Stain incident, and the principal was pissed off. Ironic. Aizawa kept these types of students around when he expelled my protege for not having control of his quirk and not having the potential to be a hero, yet they have this called potential he judges them on. All Might asked, not really wanting an answer, and Nezu knew that, so he kept silent. Nezu knew that All Might was really bitter about Izuku Midoriya not going to UA due to Eraserhead's actions. Nezu had to admit that it was indeed Eraserhead's fault, and the fact that even though the man didn't mean to do it, he had expelled a student due to quirkist reasons. Quirkist beliefs can go both ways, though the common one is against those with weaker, villainous quirks, or no quirks at all, but Eraserhead was quirked against a student that had now passed a strong quirk even though he had only received it the day of the exam. Eraserhead had failed to read Izuku Midoriya's student files before making the decision to expel the student, which resulted in the school losing a valuable student as seen by the Stain incident. 19. It looks far worse for UA if you compared Izuku Midoriya against Bakugo Katsuki, Iida Tenya, or Todoroki Shoto, who have all shown undesirable traits for heroes. Nezu just sighed internally at the mess that now laid on UA's doorstep and just prayed nothing from Bakugo's past came back to bite them in the ass, or any of these incidents gets exposed, or UA will find itself in deep water. 3rd Pav. 2. Monday class started up and the class was thrilled to get back to work, while Izuku and Inasa were in a world of pain and agony as Gran Torino was left in charge of setting up all of the crash courses for their provisional license exam training, and they all think Gran Torino took the crash in the crash course a bit too literal. The reason they were saying and thinking this is that during the training of one course where they had to inspected people for wounds that were fake but they still needed to know how to do it, Gran Torino would come in charging out of nowhere and yell at them to defend themselves, because of villains won't care if you are helping a victim, and if anything they will use it to their advantage to kill you. As such, the old man would come flying and kick them in the sides, backs, or stomachs. Whichever place he could easily get to without them knowing of his attack, so that they would have to think fast in defending or get hit really hard. 8. Overall, it could be said that Gran Torino was having the most fun out of all of them, as he was chuckling almost always during the training, while Izuku and Inasa were left bruised and exhausted on the ground. Some teachers questioned and asked the principal if they should get involved, but the principal said it was fine to leave Gran Torino in charge since he wouldn't kill them. Though none of them heard him mutter in the low tone that he hopes he doesn't kill them. Even the principal was honestly terrified of Gran Torino and didn't want to oppose the old man, even though the principal was sure he was far stronger. The thought of getting hit in the stomach again and again just scared everyone. As such, Gran Torino had free control over their crash course training sessions. The two boys were also training in the new gym that All Might had paid to have built. Overall, the gym was a fairly decent-sized building, but wasn't overall large to the point of unneeded space. A lot of the inside had more high-tech equipment that allowed them to change the floor plan up to provide different environments in the building as well as prepare for different scenarios. There was also a section of the gym that was dedicated to weight training equipment that was made for people with stronger enhancement quirks like All Might and Izuku. Overall, it was a dream come true for Izuku and Inasa, and a nightmare at the same time, because Gran Torino had an amazing toy to use to help him torture the two of them. 22. Inasa had started to join Izuku for his after-school training sessions since he didn't want to fall too far behind his friend, and Gran Torino had accepted him but warned him straight away that Izuku would be the higher priority for him, which Inasa accepted easily. As such, they both would spend the time training together and had even created some combo moves. One combo move came out of nowhere, in all honesty, because Inasa had made an observation that no one decided to notice and think about, though it also including find out about some other matters altogether as well. 2. As they were sitting down taking a break about 2 weeks into the training with only about a week left, Inasa had asked Gran Torino and Izuku why Izuku didn't use his lighting since his quirk produced it, therefore he should have some level of control over where it goes. Izuku was stunned and Gran Torino didn't honestly know what to think. As far as they knew, the green lighting was excess energy from One for All being put off due to Izuku's body being so small and not being able to handle it all, but then Gran Torino realized that the conclusion they had come to could be wrong. Izuku was only pulling out what he could use in his body, so there shouldn't be excess energy being displayed. As such, it had to be some other byproduct of One for All, but Gran Torino wondered why All Might never have the lighting coming off of him in all of these years. 28. That is when Gran Torino thought of something and wondered if Izuku was actually applying the quirk slightly wrong. As far as he knew, Izuku was applying the quirk on top of his body, but they already knew so far that it could work internally due to how the past users helped Izuku out of the mental quirk during the sports festival. As such, he had Izuku stand up and turn One for All on, and he watched. As he watched, he noticed the energy come out and told Izuku to try turning the quirk on by imagining spreading it through his body internally and across it as he used to as well. Izuku was confused but did as he was told, and he found that he could spread the quirk out much easier than normal. Gran Torino then told Izuku to increase the amount of power he was using until he felt some pain, and Izuku did as he was told and kept increasing from 20%. Izuku reached all the way up to 40% before he fell over as he felt the pain, but it felt a lot more painful than the normal pain he normally would get if he went over his limit. Izuku slowly pulled it back and found that he could use 35% with slight pain like normal when he was pushing his limit and adopting his body. 4. Izuku explained where he currently was with his power, and Gran Torino was shocked at the power jump. Izuku during the past weeks of training had slowly pushed up a percentage or two, but now he had gained over 10% due to correctly spreading One for All out from what Gran Torino could assume. This was a great deal of progress that Izuku Midoriya had accomplished within less than a semester of training, and Gran Torino knew that Izuku Midoriya was going to be a monster of a powerhouse for villains to deal with in the future. Gran Torino was also glad that Inasa had pointed out the lighting and why Izuku never controlled it, as now only small arcs were coming out of his skin, but they were hardly noticeable due to how small they were now. He looked far more similar to how All Might look using One for All now. 17. Anyway, back to why Inasa had pointed it out in the first place. Inasa had wondered why Izuku didn't use the lighting for attacks, and they decided to try and see if Izuku could expel some energy of One for All in a pure energy form, and it turns out with them now having a scorch mark that he kind of could. He couldn't control it at all, but he could throw it somewhat as he would wind his hand back and make his hand pointed outwards, and lighting as he visualized it would come out of his hand in all directions in front of him. Inasa, though seeing that, decided to have Izuku do it again, but Inasa this time created a miniature tornado, and the result was in Gran Torino's view terrifying. It was a miniature lighting storm. Once they combined their attacks, as Izuku's lighting would get picked up by the wind that was created, but it would still be unstable and zap anything within the range of the tornado. 31. Gran Torino had quickly made that combo move a forbidden move, in a sense, to only use on people when they are extremely powerful or they are going in for the kill on a villain that they have no choice but to kill. They agreed because they saw the readings that the gym picked up, and the electrical output was enough to likely stop people's hearts if they got zapped one too many times. As such, they put that move on hold, since there were zero ways of them using it in the provisional exams, since they would be fighting real people during it and not dummies or robots. 29. Soon the remaining time of their training had come to an end, and they were told to rest for the few days before the actual exams happened. During these crash courses, they learned how to identify wounds, talk to civilians, detain villains, gather information from victims, investigate issues, and many other things. They honestly felt they were prepared and could only wait for the exam to come, as Izuku now sat at 35% of One for All, and Inasa had gained even more control of his quirk, while they both trained even more in quirkless combat, since they knew they couldn't rely on their quirks for everything. 3rd POV. It was time for the provisional license exam to happen. Izuku's class all gathered up the morning of the exam and wished Izuku and Inasa good luck on the exam and hoped they would pass to represent their class well and dominate the hero industry. Izuku just laughed at all of their comments, but just nodded his head and went along with whatever they were saying, since he didn't want to try to interrupt them, since it was a chaotic mess. Soon they were done, and they all just hugged Izuku and Inasa, and Izuku had to admit to himself that he was glad he left Ua, since staying at Ua would have meant he would have had to deal with Bakugo, and that wasn't something he was sure he would have wanted to deal with anymore. 6. Izuku's also has been sharing far more of his past with Inasa, who has helped him understand his emotions better in regard to the past more. Izuku, with Inasa's help, had come to the conclusion that he didn't enjoy being anywhere near Bakugo anymore, nor wanted to be friends with him anymore. Instead, Izuku came to the realization that he would rather see Bakugo's dreams of becoming a hero ruined, but due to Izuku's nature, he couldn't bring himself to do it himself personally. No, Izuku had the desire to watch the past catch up with Bakugo and watch him get destroyed by his own actions instead of Izuku calling him out on it. 23. Anyway, back to talking about the provisional license exam instead of the past. Izuku and Inasa said goodbye to their classmates as they got onto the bus that would be taking them to the provisional exam. Izuku again wasn't wearing his Shiketsu High School hat, since the school didn't want him getting connected to Shiketsu High right now, with All for One being back around. As such, neither boys were required to wear their hats, and the school has honestly been considering dropping the hat requirement during any fieldwork due to concerns brought to them by the students that pointed out that some students' outfits had to be compromised to ensure their hats could be worn still. As such, it was being debated to change the hats during fieldwork to just a patch that would be placed on the hero uniforms but could easily be taken on as well when need be. After an hour's drive, they soon arrived at the location for their provisional license exam. 19. The exam is held twice a year, which meant that students had only a limited number of times to pass the exams. Various hero academics from across the country enter their students into the exam, but the classes from each school are separated to different locations to avoid infighting of their students. Even though Izuku and Inasa are both only first-year students, they are not taking it with the second-year students from Shiketsu High School, since both 2A and 2B are being sent to different exam locations to ensure they don't fight each other. This way the school can ensure as many students passing the exam as possible. 4. Soon all of the students were gathered together inside of an orientation room, where a representative from the Public Safety Commission started to explain the rules of the first test that they would be taking. The rules were explained, and they were told that they would have a 50% passing rate for the participants, and there were at least over 1,000 students in attendance. The first phase was explained to them that they would be required to hunt down the villain team members that have been placed inside of the exam site. The students would need to detain and not kill the villains with the least amount of damage possible. Once you detained the villain, you had to bring them back to the start area where an examiner will credit you with the capture and ask the fake villain how much damage you caused to get them. Once all villains were detained, then only those that were in the highest 50% will move to the second phase. Right after that was explained, the walls around the students fell apart and there they stood in the exam site already, and they could see quite a few fake villains spread out in the exam site. 3. Izuku was stunned, but he and Inasa looked at each other and they both nodded their heads. There was nothing that said that they couldn't work together to capture villains. Nor did they say that the captures couldn't be credited to multiple people, because in the field that is possible. After waiting for a bit, the exam started and everyone dashed off. Inasa used his quirk to push Izuku and himself into the air and they flew off deeper into the city area to hunt for villains. About 4 minutes into their search, they found a group of villains that came charging towards them. Izuku forced himself out of Inasa's tornado of air and darted towards the villains and started to engage in hand-to-hand combat, since a lot of them displayed mutation quirks. As such, Izuku was easily able to overpower them quite easily, and Inasa dealt with the others that Izuku left to him. After a few minutes, both of them had finished their fights and saw that they had taken out 14 villains already. They used Inasa's air and took them all back to the starting zone, where the examiner was going to credit Inasa with all of the points, but he spoke up. "Sir, they should be credited to us both. We worked as a team to defeat them, and nowhere in the stated rules said that we couldn't work as a team, and in the field, heroes work as a team all of the time. So please credit the captures to both of us," Inasa said, and the examiner looked shocked and looked back at the head exam official who had come over. He looked at Izuku and Inasa and remembered they were the two first years from Shiketsu High School. He smiled to himself and approved of their methods, since they had a point that in the actual field, heroes do work together to defeat villains and are shared credit a lot of the time. Soon, Izuku and Inasa charged back into the test and got back to work. The examiner asked the head exam official why did he allow it. "For many reasons, they were right, and we didn't disallow teamwork. 2. Heroes work together a lot in the field. 3. I was actually looking to see if anyone would do this, since it showed a great deal of trust to not sabotage each other and a great deal of teamwork. As such, it's a hidden section of this exam in my view. If anyone else replicates them, then let me know," the head examiner stated, and walked away as he watched Izuku and Inasa work on more villains far off in the distance. Soon 30 minutes passed and the buzzer for the exam first phase went off, which indicated that all of the villains had been captured. Izuku and Inasa moved towards the scoreboard and waited to see how many captures they had in total and if they passed. After about 10 minutes of waiting, the scores were displayed and Izuku and Inasa's both tied for first place with 54 captures total for each of them. The next highest score behind them was at 30 captures and everyone else followed behind that. Soon the top 50% of the exam takers were passed into the next stage, and those that failed were moved off the test site, while all others stood back where they first started and waited for the second phase to be told to them. The head examiner walked onto the stage again and started to speak. "Congratulations to everyone that passed to the second stage. This stage will be all about rescue operations," stated the head examiner as he pushed a button, and as he did that everything around them exploded and crumbled. Everyone was shocked and then wondered, did they have those explosives set before the first phase? Izuku wondered, since that could have been very deadly if they had set those off on accident with everyone around them. They all were told about the professional rescuers from the Help Us company, who act as civilians who were caught up in a villain attack. As such, the remaining students need to rescue them, and while being analyzed by the HUC employees for how they did. Everyone starts out with 100 points, and if you lose more than 50 points, then you fail the exam. Everyone nodded their head and prepared to start. What they weren't told was that they would be facing off overwhelming odds, as the examiners had changed the test slightly this year and have gotten former villains to take part in this stage. All of them were hired by the Help Us company to help improve their acting and the realism of the exam. They were told how far to go and how to behave to make it as real as possible. 9. As such, the students unknowingly would be fighting former villains who knew how to fight and deal with actual heroes instead of just having another group of heroes take part in the exam as a fake villain. This way, they would get far more real reactions since some of the former villains were quite well known if you paid attention to some past events, and turns out some students did pay attention to the news quite well, as a lot of the students freaked out when they were faced with real-life villains since they only expected to do rescue operations. 7. Inasa and Izuku were in the middle of doing a rescue of a group of school-age children, or what appeared to be school-age, when a group of villains came at them. Inasa acted quickly and put up a large wall of air that prevented the villains from getting too close. Izuku continued to focus on the rescue operations and looked over everyone's wounds while reassuring them all. "Don't worry everyone, they won't be able to touch you since we will stop them from ever getting closer," Izuku said with a smile on his face as he removed his face guard as he was talking to the children. Soon after looking everyone over, he was sure no one had any fatal wounds that needed to be taken care of. "Okay, everyone, please listen up," Izuku called out, and they all turned to him as Inasa still dealt with the villains outside. "We are going to form a single file line and we will escort you back to the medical tents. Don't freak out if you see a villain because we will deal with them, so don't be afraid," Izuku said, and then he asked everyone to stand up and start making a line. After they were all lined up, they headed outside to find Inasa had defeated the villains and tied them up. Soon they got a move on, and Inasa had created a dome of air that circled the civilians, which kept villains away. As he focused on that, Izuku dealt with any villains that came anywhere close to them and quickly dispatched them in a few moves. As they were moving along though, they found several hero students that were being pinned down by a group of villains, and they had civilians behind them. Izuku looked at Inasa, who nodded his head, and they directed their group a bit closer to them as Izuku charged and dispatched the villains who were caught off guard by Izuku's sudden appearance. "Everyone all right?" Izuku asked, and they all nodded their heads. Izuku saw Inasa get closer as he adapted his barriers of air to include the new civilians and the two hero students. Izuku asked all of the new civilians if they were able to move on their own power, and they all nodded their heads. "If you feel like you can't walk anymore, then let one of us know and we will carry you. We are not that far from the medical area, so we will make it soon," Izuku said as they guided the new civilians into their current line of civilians and sat off. The hero students from before just stood there stunned as they followed behind. They soon arrived back at the medical tents and handed off the civilians to be cared for by the medical staff. Izuku and Inasa just rushed right back in as the two other hero students stayed behind. It looked as if their spirits broke, and Izuku just shook his head as he realized that the hero field isn't for everyone when faced with overwhelming danger. They continued to rescue people and defeat villains throughout the exam for about half an hour when the exam came to an end. Izuku and Inasa were proud of themselves and believed they would pass the exam since they didn't think they did anything wrong overall to lose that many points. As everyone gathered at the screen to see the scores, they watched and looked for their names. Izuku saw him in first place with 91 points and Inasa was sitting at 90 points. They had done it and completed their exam for their provisional license. 17. They were soon given their provisional license, and Izuku looked at it and smiled. It didn't directly show his face since he didn't want people knowing what he looked like for a while, since All for One is still out and about. Izuku also received a note from the examiner that congratulated him on passing with such a high score, since there has only been a few people ever to pass with such high scores, and the last person to do so was All Might with 92 points out of 100. Izuku and Inasa soon made their way back to their homeroom teacher and Gran Torino, who congratulated them for passing the exam. Now it was time to return to school and relax for the rest of the day. 3rd POV. Izuku and Inasa soon arrived back at the school and were met with all of their classmates in the common room area. They all looked at the two boys and waited for the news on if they passed or not, and the boys just raised their provisional license hero IDs, which showed that they indeed passed the exam. Everyone jumped onto them and they decided to host a party in the dorm's common room to celebrate the two of their classmates passing. As the night was going on, Izuku soon excused himself and went outside as he sat on a bench. He looked up and watched the stars as they lit the sky up. It was an interesting thing that you could see the night sky so well at Shiketsu High School. The campus was not directly pushed up against a town, so there was only light from the campus, which was dimmed down when night came around. As such, you could see the stars in the night so clearly that it became an amazing sight that you wouldn't see in the towns or cities around Japan due to all of the light pollution. 8. As Izuku sat there, he pulled his phone out and called his mother. He had sent her a picture of his license earlier in the day and she congratulated him on it. Now he wanted to just talk to her more since he had some free time away from everyone. As the phone ranged, Izuku just sat there looking at the stars. "Congratulations, sweetie," Inko's voice said as she answered the phone. Izuku chuckled and had a few tears down his face. Always the crier, Izuku thought as he spoke to his mother. They talked a while about how the exam went and how he felt during it. However, soon he decided he wanted to talk to All Might before it got too late into the night. Inko had easily thought it was a good idea and soon Izuku was calling All Might. "Hello, Halo. Let me move to a private location before we speak," All Might said, and Izuku hummed in acknowledgement since that meant All Might was near other UA staff or heroes most likely, and they were still trying to keep as many details about Izuku limited. 1. Soon All Might had found himself in the principal's office of UA, who also wanted to be present for the conversation since he was interested in how the exam went and how Izuku has been. As such, they had both left the staff room, which was filled with heroes, and were confused on why they moved to a different location since it was only pro heroes in the room, but they didn't push it. All Might told Izuku that they could speak freely now since it was just them and Principal Nezu listening to the conversation now, which Izuku greeted the principal. "How are you doing, Izuku? Has Shiketsu been treating you well?" Principal Nezu asked as both of them have gotten close as they would share analysis of heroes and villains while doing some puzzles together. Both of them enjoyed a good challenge in their intelligence, which made All Might shiver at the thought of them working together. "I am doing quite well, Nezu. Shiketsu has honestly been a great decision of mine since I don't have to deal with my past tormentor or your crazy students of 1A. Now that I think about it, what happened to Iida and Todoroki due to their actions?" Izuku asked, and Nezu chuckled as All Might groaned. Nezu explained that the two students were put through the ringer of having to spend the entire semester and next cleaning the support department, which has a thrilling student whose inventors explode all of the time, which makes a crazy amount of messes. Of course, they did receive some suspensions and other punishments, but unless UA wanted to blow the hole in the stain story they couldn't expel them for it, so they just had to put them through hard punishments. 12. That's good. Anyway, All Might, Izuku said, and All Might said he was still there. "Am I doing my work study with your agency?" Izuku asked, and All Might acknowledged that was the plan, but they needed to figure out how to make it work since it would be a 2-hour train ride one way for them to meet up, which was 4 hours a day if they wanted to do his work study every day. At that statement, Nezu suggested a fix for the situation. Izuku would spend the weekend up near UA and the Might Agency Friday afternoon and weekends, while Gran Torino and Izuku would work closer to Shiketsu High during the rest of the week. All Might would just hire Gran Torino on via his agency as a hero without telling the public, and Izuku could work under Gran Torino that way and act without All Might being near him. 1. Overall, it was an amazing idea which they agreed would work. Soon they moved on and talked about other things such as the exam itself. Izuku explained that Inasa and he worked together during the entire thing since there was a loophole in their exam for the first part. They had to capture villains and bring them back, and they were able to get credit for each other's captures since they worked together to fight, which lead them to have a far higher score than the third place person. Nezu was laughing at what Izuku did and enjoyed it. Soon they talked about the second portion of the exam and how they had to fight actual former villains in the exam, which surprised the two since UA didn't send anyone to take the exam this semester since 2B had all of their provisional licenses and there was no 2A due to Eraserhead getting rid of the entire class. They were honestly shocked that the exam takers had such a test set up since that would be the first time they did it like that. 9. After talking a bit longer, Nezu had asked Izuku if he ever intends to use his general power to set up interschule events, since Nezu really wanted Izuku to come to visit UA at some point in the future. Nezu also wanted to rub it in Eraserhead's face at how bad he screwed up when he expelled Izuku Midoriya, but he's been holding off since it would cause issues if Izuku's hero identity got out there, since All for One could track him down. Izuku thought about it and told Nezu that he would likely do an interschule event, most likely during the latter half of their second semester or at the start of their second year, since he was more focused on increasing his control right now and preparing for any encounters with All for One. 23. Nezu that it sounded like a good future timeline for possible events to happen, as he agreed they needed to be wary of any possible encounters with All for One. Nezu also warned Izuku of the possibility of there being a traitor at UA due to the USJ events. Nezu admitted that they could have stolen the schedule via the warp user, but there was also the chance of a mole being in UA, so it would be good to hold off on Izuku making an appearance in the school until All for One is captured. Izuku asked Nezu if he considered feeding false information to see if it would lead to the mole, and Nezu admitted he considered it, but the mole could verify the information by asking other classes or other staff members and find out that it's not true, so that method likely wouldn't work, which Izuku acknowledged. Unless they questioned each individual student, which Izuku suggested that they do the next time an event happens. You could use the detective if they don't know his quirk. Have him ask general questions as a follow-up to all of the events and frame it as if you guys are looking to see if the league is targeting any students and you are just trying to figure out who to protect more from the league due to them possibly showing interest. Izuku stated, and Nezu liked the idea and agreed to implement it the next time they could get away with it. Soon the conversation moved to more pleasurable topics about how other things have been and where Izuku's at in his progress. 5. At that, Izuku realized All Might didn't know about his recent progress in One for All. So that is why Gran Torino was smirking when he mentioned telling you about my progress. You don't know, do you? Izuku asked, and they were confused and asked what he meant. You both know about my control during internships, right? How I was sitting at 20%, right? Izuku asked, and they said they did know that. Well, turns out I've been applying One for All slightly wrong. Inasa had pointed something out to us without even knowing the truth of One for All yet, and it led us to discover I was only applying One for All outside of my body and not internally as well, which boosted my control from 22%, which I was sitting at, due to training all the way up to 35% of One for All. I've gained over a 10% increase in One for All, and the green lighting is less visible now since I'm not wasting as much energy as I was doing before. Izuku said with a smile on his face. Both All Might and Nezu were shocked to learn of Izuku's progress and how he's changed his control method of One for All. It was amazing progress that he was making, and it's only nearly the end of the first semester with finals coming up soon. They realized that if Izuku keeps going at the rate he is going, he will likely gain control of 50% of One for All likely by the end of summer break, since he will have far more time to train without classes going on. Overall, All Might was downright proud of his son on how far he has come with so little time. 3rd POV. It's been about a week since Inasa and Izuku passed their provisional exam, and Izuku had come to a decision. He decided he was going to be telling Inasa about One for All for many reasons. 1. Inasa was Izuku's best friend who has supported him through many things during the entire semester, including some emotional breakdowns in their dorm room due to his past haunting his dreams. 2. Izuku believed it was his right to tell who he wanted to about One for All, just as All Might has informed multiple people about the quirk. Izuku believed that he had the right to have his own set of guard keepers that would be supporting him. Izuku knew he had his mother and the principal of Shiketsu as somewhat of his secret keepers, but they weren't really his. They were more out of needing to tell them due to events that happened. As such, Izuku wanted someone he trusted and that was around his age that he could go to with anything that troubled his mind, which included One for All. 9. That is how he found himself in Gran Torino's apartment talking to him about revealing the secret of the quirk to Inasa. Izuku wanted Gran Torino to know that he was planning to do this since All Might had told him to never tell anyone. Gran Torino agreed with Izuku and that it was his decision to tell who he wanted, and Inasa was honestly the best person since he knew of Izuku and All Might's connection already in All Might's form. As such, cluing him in on the secrets of One for All and All for One was honestly a logical step, since Inasa spends a lot of time with Izuku and could be targeted by the villain if All for One found out about Izuku being the 9th user. Gran Torino did warn Izuku to call All Might and warn him first about it. As such, Izuku called All Might right then and there, since the man should be on his lunch break. As the phone ranged, All Might answered. "Hello, Izuku, is everything all right since you don't normally call during the day?" All Might asked and Izuku asked if he was somewhere private where he wouldn't be overheard, and he said to give him a few minutes as he moved into a private location. Okay. I am in a private location now. What's wrong? All Might asked and Izuku took a deep breath in. All Might, I talked it over with Gran Torino and I plan to tell Inasa about One for All, Izuku said, and the line was silent before All Might spoke up. I see. I honestly can't blame you with how much he knows already either. All Might stated, and Izuku was confused. Izuku asked if he was okay with it since he had told Izuku to never tell anyone when he first got it. I must admit, I shouldn't have said that. It ended up causing problems with Eraserhead since he didn't know about the quirk, and honestly you deserve to have people you trust completely with the secret as well. All Might stated, and Izuku thanked him. Izuku did ask if he could help arrange for the detective to come up to Shiketsu High School. With the risk of a mole being in UA, we also need to take caution of a mole maybe being in Shiketsu High School as well. I trust Inasa, but this way we can be 100% sure by having him confirm via the quirk he has no connections to villains or the League of Villains. Izuku stated, and All Might agreed that it was a smart move and said he would see if the detective could go up there in the next few days. Izuku thanked him and soon the call ended after a few more things. 6. Several days later, Izuku greeted the detective who had arrived at Shiketsu High School. It's been a while, Midoriya. How have you been? He asked, and Izuku said he was good and all, especially with obtaining his provisional license, which the detective congratulated him on. Now, Toshi warned me about you telling Yorishi, Inasa, about the secret, and I am here to verify his trustworthiness. Correct? The detective asked, and Izuku nodded his head. I don't doubt him. I just want to be 100% safe in the event somehow he is being threatened by a villain organization or something. That man is powerful and all and could easily threaten people, so I want to be safe. Izuku stated, and the detective agreed that it was a safe bet. Soon they entered a room in the school and the principal had Inasa called to the room. Inasa arrived to find the principal, Izuku, and an unknown man in the room, and he asked what was going on. Izuku decided to speak up first. Inasa, I want to clue you in on some secrets that are very important. I want you to know I trust you, but I need to be safe, and you will understand why if you are able to learn this secret at the end of this. This is Detective Naomasa, who has a quirk called the lie detector which can tell him if you are telling the truth or not. Izuku said, and Inasa nodded his head and understood why the man was there. Hello, Yoarashi. I will be asking you a series of questions that will help us identify if you are working with villains, being threatened by villains, or are being threatened by others to leak information or anything else. Do you consent to move forward with these questions? Detective Naomasa asked, and Inasa looked at Izuku, who had a serious expression on his face, and then nodded his head. The detective then started to ask all of the questions that he had prepared for this and slowly worked his way through them. He did not indicate to anyone if something was true or not because he didn't want to tip Inasa off if something came up as false. Soon, he came to an end and looked at Izuku. He's clean and everything came back as true to my questions. We don't have to worry about All for One currently threatening Inasa right now. Do you want me to stay for the rest of the conversation? The detective asked, and Izuku said it was fine and thanked the man. He nodded his head and said to call if he ever needed anything and that he didn't always have to go through All Might to get him to help out. 6. Soon it was just Izuku and Inasa in the room. Sorry about that, Inasa. The information I am going to tell you is limited to only a small amount of people since it could throw the world into chaos. Izuku stated, and Inasa was confused about what was so important. Izuku then started to speak about the story of One for All and the job it has carried on for centuries. As Inasa listened, he became more and more shocked at what he heard. As you can likely guess, the reason I am telling you this is because I am the 9th user and I wanted you as one of my secret keepers since All Might, who was the 8th user before I had his own people he trusted with the information, Izuku stated, and Inasa was silent for a while as he put his head on the table. After a while, he looked up at Izuku and said he was full of passion, which made Izuku laugh. 7. Of course you would say I am full of passion. Shouldn't have expected anything else out of you, Izuku said while laughing. Inasa just smirked and then asked some questions. So this All for One. He's alive, isn't he? Inasa asked, and Izuku calmed down and nodded his head. Yay, he is. He's already taken another shot at All Might due to the USJ attack with the Nomu creatures they have been making. We assume All for One is injured like All Might, but he is still very powerful due to his wide range of quirks, so I need to be careful. I want to help in the next battle, but I don't know if All Might will allow me to help even though I have my provisional license. But I got to keep pushing forward no matter what, because if Dad fails then I have to face that monster alone. Izuku stated, and Inasa shook his head. I refuse to let you go fight him alone, Izuku. If you ever fight him then you better bring me along since we are more powerful together. Inasa stated, and Izuku looked shocked, but it turned into a smile as Izuku thanked his best friend. Indeed, Izuku wasn't alone in his fight and had his friend who would help him kick butt. Third POV. Weeks have passed and Izuku has been hard at work with classes and his work study. All Might and Izuku surprised everyone when they made even more appearances even after the internships were over. They were all shocked to see Halo out and about, since it meant that he had his provisional license already, which confused people on how he obtained it so quickly, but All Might and Izuku never answered questions regarding personal details. This was to avoid him getting tracked down. Izuku did talk to some people and spoke on what type of hero he wanted to be, the hero of resilience, since Izuku admitted in front of the cameras that he expects a rise in crime the day his master retires, but he would be hard at work reassuring people that there would always be hope. These messages were pre-thought out since All Might and Izuku wanted to start preparing people to accept the idea of All Might's eventual retirement that would be sooner than all of them would know, since All Might was pushing about 2 hours and a half right now as his time limit slowly drained away. These statements made by Izuku had sparked a heated conversation about the future without All Might, and many realized that he indeed would need to retire sooner or later since he's been around for so long. People were starting to accept the idea that he was indeed still human just like the rest of them. 8. As this conversation was going on, Izuku was taking a rest day. He's been pushing himself hard over the past few weeks and Inasa convinced him to relax and to just go out shopping or something. Izuku groaned when Inasa asked him to take a break since he was doing so good in making progress, as he had pushed his control from 35% to 40% due to all of the hell training that Gran Torino was putting him through and all of the experience he was getting out on the field. As Izuku was resting that day, something happened that caught him off guard. He had fallen asleep out in one of the rest areas that the school had around campus, and when he woke up he found himself in a completely different place. 7. Where am I? Izuku asked out loud, but of course he received no response. Izuku stood up but found himself already standing and had black mist around himself. He noticed his head and only his right arm was not covered in the black mist, and he was worried he got captured by a villain somehow, but then something happened. He turned his head towards his right and saw them. He saw the previous users of One for All as he recognized Nana Shimura from a photo Gran Torino showed him, but there was something wrong. There were only 7 people standing by him, so they were missing one person. That is when Izuku heard a scream from in front of him, and as he turned his head he saw 2 people with white hair. One was on the ground and the other one standing above him. 4. Soon the images changed once again, and the man with white hair that was on the ground was now reaching out towards him. Izuku then heard a voice, the voice of the man, as he called out. So you are the 9th. Stated the man, and Izuku looked shocked and tried to reach out to him, but the moment he touched him, everything changed once again and all of the past users were standing before him. It was as if they were reaching out towards him, but then Izuku heard the man's voice again. You have passed the singularity point and the core has grown. You will start seeing the changes soon. Stated the voice, and then the dream or vision came to an end as Izuku found himself back where he was at the rest area. Izuku looked around and noticed his quirk was on and the area around him was destroyed. The principal, Gran Torino, his homeroom teacher, and some others were running towards him and looked at the destruction. Gran Torino looked worried and Izuku leaned to him and said something happened with One for All and they needed to speak in private. Gran Torino nodded his head and told the principal what Izuku had said, and the principal told the staff to clean it up while he and Gran Torino talked to Izuku Midoriya. Soon they were in the principal's office with Inasa as well, since he knew about the quirk. They had even called All Might and Nezu to bring them into the conversation as Izuku explained what happened, as he was told about the quirk singularity point with One for All, but no one knew what the changes were and what it meant for Izuku. Nezu though proposed an idea that everyone thought was crazy, but it was the only possible answer. The theory was that Izuku Midoriya might start receiving multiple quirks because One for All may have passed more than just raw power. They already know now that some form of the past users is saved inside of the quirk, which Izuku has confirmed multiple times now, so it's possible that the quirk may pass a copy of the previous user's quirks as well. That thought was scary, and it was more like a reversed version of All for One in a way that made All Might pale a bit. We need to consider it as a likelihood, and we need to know as much as we can about the previous user's quirks for whenever they start appearing. We know the 7th user had float, but we don't know anything else about the past users, so All Might and I will start digging into it in our free time. Let us know if anything else happens, Izuku. Nezu stated, and he agreed that he would keep everyone up to date with any changes he feels in One for All. After the call ended, Izuku just sighed a bit because he honestly couldn't catch a break. 7. I really find myself involved in the most impossible situations, don't I? First, I am a quirkless child in an almost fully quirked society, then I get a quirk which has 200 years of history, then I get expelled, then I find out a 200-year-old villain, then stain, then provisional exam in the first semester, and now this. My life is a mess and I blame Inasa for it, Izuku said with a smirk as his friend just asked how he could be blamed for any of that. Izuku shrugged. I don't know, because of your passion. I'm reaching, aren't I? Izuku asked, and they all nodded their heads, and Izuku groaned. Well, there goes the rest day now, doesn't it? Izuku asked with a chuckle, and Inasa said to just take another rest day and go out shopping at a mall or something. Izuku thought about it and decided he would take the next day off and go visit his mother or something, since the final exams have passed and they were preparing for the summer break training. Shiketsu High School, unlike UA, doesn't do summer camp training retreats. Instead, they offer their students open lessons that they can attend on anything they want to focus on, from rescue work, strategy, and so on, with several days committed to just quirk training as well. 34. These training days would start in about a month or so, as the school was still preparing everything for it as well, so Izuku decided to just go back to his hometown and invite Inasa along, which he agreed since he wanted to meet Izuku's mother again and thank her for the cookies she sent their class a few weeks ago. Izuku just hoped nothing else went majority wrong anytime soon, but of course, he had to jinx himself since things would start taking a turn for the worst in the near future and the world would be watching it all happen. 3rd POV. Izuku and Inasa both boarded the train the next day and headed off towards Izuku's hometown. They had about 4 weeks before the training sessions that their school would be doing would start, since it was now summer break. Izuku was just glad his entire class passes all of their finals and wasn't going to have to go through remedial classes, which they were told Gran Torino was in charge of, which scared everyone. Overall, Izuku's class and 1B as well have been putting in a lot of work over this semester, and the staff had informed Izuku that they were most likely going to recommend their entire year to take the provisional license exam once the second semester started. Izuku was thrilled at hearing that his class would likely get their provisional licenses soon if they could pass the exams, and honestly Izuku wanted to have them at his side on the front lines because he knew that the country was about to undergo a large number of changes which even the principal of Shiketsu High School was preparing for. 4. Anyway, outside of those thoughts, Izuku and Inasa sat on the train for 2 hours and had arrived at Izuku's hometown. Nice city, it's quite close to UA as well, so I can see why you wanted to go there first, Inasa said, and Izuku rubbed his neck and nodded his head. Soon they walked from the station for a while until they arrived at Izuku's home and knocked on the door. After a few minutes, Inko Midoriya opened the door and was surprised to see Izuku and Inasa standing at the door. Izuku, it's so nice to see you again, she said as she hugged him and brought them both in. They were surprised to find All Might in the living room as well, and he looked flustered. All Might? Izuku asked, and the man looked at him with a guilty expression which Izuku picked up on. 34. Why are you at my home on a weekend? Izuku asked curiously, and All Might struggled to find an answer when Inasa gasped. Izuku looked at him and asked what was wrong. I think your mother and All Might got together, Inasa said, and All Might started to cough really hard at the statement, and Inko Midoriya blushed hard. Izuku looked between the two of them dumbfounded since they didn't deny it. Izuku kept looking back and forth between them before powering up One for All and walking to All Might, who got scared at what was about to happen. Izuku grabbed All Might's shoulders and applied pressure, making him grit his teeth in pain as he tried to power up but found One for All not responding to him. Hurt her? I hurt you. It would be really bad if your wound on your side got leaked to villains now, wouldn't it, All Might? Izuku said in a cold tone, and All Might was scared shitless. Inko told Izuku to stop threatening him, and he looked at her and spoke. Mother, I love you and all, but it's my job to threaten any man that wants to get with you. If they can't handle my threats, then they are weak in my eyes and don't deserve you. Izuku said with a smile on his face. Inko just sighed, and All Might promised not to hurt her. Izuku looked at him and smiled as he powered down. 66. Good, now you might actually become my legal dad at this rate. Izuku said with a smile, and everyone started coughing as they got stunned by his statement. Inasa could be heard laughing as he found the entire situation funny as hell. Really? He asked, and Izuku nodded his head. He's already a father figure in my life and calls me son, so he might as well seal the deal, you know. Izuku stated, not even paying attention to the two adults who were blushing hard from Izuku's statements about them getting married. Soon everyone calmed down and settled in as Izuku explained that he had come down to visit since they had the week off, since there would be a few more weeks before the training sessions at Shiketsu High School would start up, since they don't do a summer training camp like UA is known to do. All Might nodded his head and confirmed that they were indeed doing a training camp, but even he didn't know where currently, since Nezu was planning to change it up last moment to try and throw off any attempts of finding the students' locations. Izuku pointed out though that it wouldn't work if the mole was a student in 1A or 1B, or if the mole was one of the teachers going. All Might agreed, but it was the only way they could move forward currently, and Izuku had to agree they were limited with their options. After spending the night at the house, the next day arrived. Izuku and Inasa decided that they wanted to go out shopping a bit. They decided to go to the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall, which was not that far away and was a very decent mall to shop at as well. However, they didn't expect to run into some people from Izuku's past at the said mall though. As Inasa and Izuku hanged out at the mall, they heard a small commotion from one area of the mall and decided to check it out. What they found when they arrived was that the commotion was due to people recognizing students from 1A that were shown in the sports festival, even though it's been a bit of time since the sports festival had happened. Izuku got a bit anxious since he didn't want to run into Bakugo today, since his week was going quite well, but luckily he didn't see Bakugo Katsuki in the group, nor did he see Todoroki from the stain incident either. Not seeing Bakugo at the mall allowed Izuku to calm down. However, fate decided to screw Izuku Midoriya over once again, since the day was far from over. 1. As Inasa and Izuku moved away, Inasa asked Izuku if those were his former classmates, and Izuku nodded his head and confirmed that they were indeed his former classmates. Though Izuku pointed out that he didn't know the kid with eye bags and purple hair. That kid is the one that replaced me in 1A from what I can remember from the sports festival and him being called out as a 1A student. I have no hard feelings against him or most of that class. Just against Bakugo and Eraserhead, Izuku stated, and Inasa nodded his head. As they spent about an hour in the mall, they came upon a situation where they spotted one of 1A students being held hostage. It appeared by none other than Shigaraki from the League of Villains. His image was given to Izuku and Inasa since they would most likely encounter the possible protege of All for One. Izuku hated his luck but also loved it because Inasa and Izuku both had versions of their hero outfits with them. 2. The new versions were made with a quirk. The way they were made was the same as the old ones, but then a quirk called Item Shifter was used on the outfits, which stored them inside of a bracelet support item that they wore at all times. If they activated the bracelets, then the outfits would appear on their bodies within a few seconds. The only issue was that their other clothing would become completely destroyed, so they couldn't change out of their outfits unless they went somewhere private and had a new set of clothing. The owner of the quirk was a new hire on Island that the Shields had hire on staff, which allowed them to make Izuku's and Inasa's at Izuku's request like they are now, which makes doing their hero job so much easier. Even All Might was interested in it, but he declined the use of it later on since he can only be in his hero form 3 hours a day, so it was kind of useless to him outside of that. 6. As Izuku and Inasa changed into their hero outfits, they slid their shopping bags behind a spot to hide them. Izuku would be going in front of Shigaraki while Inasa was going in from the back. They needed to get the hostage away from Shigaraki and would need to figure a way to do it. Izuku also called the detective and alerted him of the League's presence at the mall and that they were on site responding to it since the leader had a hostage. The detective responded back that police and other heroes would be arriving as soon as possible and they should handle the situation as best as they could. 1. Izuku walked upright in front of Shigaraki, who looked stunned to see Halo there in the mall. Even the purple-hair kid looked stunned to see the protege of All Might at the mall. Izuku looked at Shigaraki and spoke. How about you let the poor fellow alone and let's have a talk, because I'm sure we can find an interesting topic to talk about, like your master and my master. No. Izuku asked, and Shigaraki thought it over. Indeed, but if I let the brat go then you're going to attack and try to capture me. So I can't really release him now, can I? Shigaraki stated, and Izuku chuckled. Now, I know you have your warp user Kurogiri on speed dial. I am sure you would escape via a portal at any moment you really felt trapped, now wouldn't you? Izuku asked, and Shigaraki chuckled and shrugged without really answering the question. They stood there staring at each other when Shigaraki just smiled. 1. I think I understand now. Everything comes back to All Might in the end, doesn't it? Shigaraki asked, and Izuku looked confused. The reason everyone can smile so nicely and not even bat an eye at a villain holding someone hostage is because of the so-called peace All Might had created over everyone's eyes, isn't it? Shigaraki asked. Nad Izuku honestly had to agree that the man was right in that statement. I sadly have to agree with you. Due to the illusion of peace that All Might has made, people have become desensitized to issues and conflicts that are right in front of them. However, we both know that the peace has come to an end now, don't we? We are at the calm before the storm. The war is about to kick off in full and we both are preparing for it, since the moment our masters meet for the second time is when the drums of war speed up for a full charge. Izuku stated, and Shigaraki nodded his head as he enjoyed his conversation with Halo. That's right. You are getting it. You are not blinded by your own master falsehood that he has created. I think you and I could get along quite well, Halo, though I think it's time that I leave, don't you? Shigaraki asked, and Izuku nodded his head as Shigaraki stood up and left. Neither Izuku nor Inasa attempted to capture him, because if they did they were sure Shigaraki would start killing like crazy with his decay quirk. 13. Hitoshi Shinso looked up at Halo and asked why he let him leave. Because the moment I tried to capture him here he would have started to kill people, and the warp user Kurogiri was watching us from the second floor in the distance and he looked ready to start dropping Nomus in on this location most likely. We couldn't capture them without risking high civilian deaths. Halo stated, and checked Hitoshi Shinso over for any wounds. All I see is a lot of bruising. You will still need to get checked by the medicals that should be here any moment before you get cleared to leave. I'm sure the police will want to question you about this incident as well. Halo stated, and Shinso nodded his head as they both saw UA students come rushing over asking what happened. Right after they arrived, Izuku heard a shout of his hero name from the detective. 1. Halo. Any idea where they went? The detective asked, and Izuku shook his head. Kurogiri was here as well. They were prepared for the situation. If we attempted to stop Shigaraki from leaving, then I am sure we would be fighting Nomus in this mall. I made the decision to allow him to leave instead of us carrying body bags out of this mall. Izuku stated, and the detective thanked him for at least getting Shigaraki to leave the student alive. Izuku pulled the detective aside and asked him to question Hitoshi Shinso for any possible involvement with the League. I don't know what they were talking about before I arrived and saw it. However, you can use this as a chance to clear him from being a mole if you ask the right questions, though you won't be able to ask the others since they weren't involved and have to reason to question them legally. Izuku stated, and the detective agreed. It was at least a start on clearing out the students for any involvement with the League of Villains. As such, the detective got to work on questioning the student, and Izuku and Inasa gave their statements to another detective who arrived on site. Eraserhead and a few other teachers from UA arrived and gathered their students up since they got warned, but by the time they arrived Izuku and Inasa had already left, so they didn't get seen, which was good since the teachers would have recognized Inasa from the recommendation entrance exam. 7. Soon they both arrived back at the Midoriya apartment and relaxed as they filled All Might in on the situation since he got tipped off by the detective. All Might. The next fight between you and All for One is going to happen soon. Please let me help you, Izuku said, and All Might shook his head. I can't have you die, Izuku. 1. I care too much about you as my son, and 2. If I were to fall, then you need to be hidden still so you can face off against All for One, since he still doesn't know what school you go to. I also don't plan to die easily either, so I can't allow you to fight in the upcoming battle even though you want to so badly. All Might stated, and Izuku just put his head down in sorrow. All Might rubbed his back and comforted his son as he knew this was hard on the boy. Though unknown to either of them, the next battle between the two titans was going to happen much sooner than they ever thought possible. 3rd POV. Izuku was currently sitting on a private jet as he watched the clouds go by jet. Now you might wonder, why is he sitting on a private jet? You might wonder. Well, simple really. He is heading towards Island with All Might because All Might wanted to introduce him to the Shields in person, since they could help Izuku in the future for support needs once he graduates from Shiketsu High School. As such, Izuku agreed to go to Island during the expo event that the island was hosting so he could meet the Shields. All Might did warn Izuku though that the winner of the sports festival, meaning Bakugo Katsuki, had won tickets to go to the island and would without a doubt be at the island. 8. Luckily for Izuku though is that he would be wearing his hero outfit nearly the entire time, so it didn't matter since Bakugo would never directly see Izuku's face. Izuku just had to avoid having any large conversations with Bakugo since he might be able to figure out that his former victim Izuku Midoriya is the protege of All Might. Izuku didn't want to have any conversation with his former abuser in any regard anyway, but he knew his luck seems to always fail him in moments like this. So he just prepared himself for the troubles that were going to come his way on Island. 11. Soon their plane arrived and All Might went up into his buffed form as the plane door opened and they both walked off the plane. Izuku already had his mouth guard up and his hair covering pulled over, so the only thing you could see of his skin was the small area around his eyes. It wasn't even 2 minutes in before they were both mobbed by other people who wanted autographs from All Might, and even Halo, who has risen to a high level of public knowledge as the rising symbol. Izuku and All Might soon escaped the crowd and made their way away from the crowds. Soon though they were called out by a younger voice as the voice called out, "Uncle Might," which caused both of them to turn towards the voice. The voice belonged to Melissa Shield, who was the daughter of David Shield. 14. All Might hugged Melissa and they talked a bit before they all moved towards the labs inside of the main building so they could meet David Shields. All Might had informed Izuku beforehand that Melissa didn't know of his skinny form, but that David Shields did know about it. As such, after talking for a while, Izuku would need to get Melissa out of the room so that All Might didn't waste his time limit when he didn't need to. Anyway, they soon arrived at the labs where David Shields was going to be. They made their way through the main building and soon arrived at the lab, and Melissa walked in, which David saw and greeted her. Melissa said that she had a surprise for him, and that is when All Might entered and hugged David. Izuku entered soon after and David greeted All Might's protege. "Hello, Izuku. It's good to finally meet you in person," David stated, and Izuku nodded his head and shook his head. "It's nice to meet you as well, Mr. Shield. I'd like to thank you guys for creating the support item to hold a version of my suit when I don't have my hero gear on me. It's already proved useful," Izuku stated, and David and Melissa smiled at hearing that. They said it was mostly thanks to their new worker that they had on staff, but they would inform them about his thanks. Soon, Izuku took Melissa out of the room to get shown around the island as All Might could drop his form. David was concerned, but All Might waved it off. "I still have about 2 hours and a half left, but it doesn't matter. The public is already starting to put trust into my protege, and he's making a name for himself to the point that people will stop relying on me as much and rely on him. The future will be chaotic for a brief time, but I am sure my protege can stabilize it," All Might stated, and David nodded his head in understanding. What All Might didn't know is that he had prevented David from doing something incredibly stupid, since he had introduced his protege to David since he had the plan to try to keep the symbol of peace up longer through an invention that he would have had to steal back from the island that he created. However, since All Might had talked to David about Izuku roughly at the start of the semester, David never made the foolish decision that he would have made. While David and All Might were chatting it up, Melissa was showing Izuku around the island. Izuku had asked her to only call him Halo in front of others since they were still hiding his true identity from the public due to enemies of All Might. Melissa agreed easily since she didn't want her uncle's kid to get killed, which made Izuku groan and said if he's All Might's kid then that makes them cousins, which Melissa stopped and laughed at. After laughing for a bit, she realized he was right and nodded her head and agreed that they were indeed family from now on. As they started to walk around again, They heard an explosion that came from an event area. As such, they decided to walk over to it, but Izuku groaned a bit when he arrived. 50 just finishing the event of exploding robots and getting a high time score was one Bakugo Katsuki. I knew he would likely be here, but I didn't think I would run into him on the first day of the event. Izuku thought, and Melissa, who knew some of the things about Izuku's past, asked if he wanted to go to another area, but he waved her off. He wasn't going to run and hide because of Bakugo Katsuki anymore. Instead, Izuku went down into the ring and became the next person to challenge the score. The announcer told everyone they had another challenger, and everyone was shocked at who they saw. It was none other than the hero of resilience, Halo. 2. Izuku powered his quirk up and quickly sped through the robots and easily destroyed them all. He had a time of 5 seconds while Bakugo's time was 15 seconds. The difference was huge when you realize how fast they destroyed the robots. Izuku could see Bakugo out of the corner of his eye, and he was pissed at being shown up. Izuku chuckles to himself as he made his way back to Melissa, but before they could leave, Bakugo and other students from UA came towards them. Izuku wondered when the other students from UA showed up, but didn't put much thought to it and kept walking with Melissa, but Izuku knew Bakugo wasn't going to let them go easily. 3. Oi! You damn extra! Bakugo called out while his classmates were trying to stop him from starting something. Izuku turned his head to look at him but didn't answer. Melissa just sighed but stayed where she was at. She had the security on speed dial and would call them if the UA students started to get physical. Izuku just stood there looking at Bakugo and not even talking, since he didn't want to give away his identity. Bakugo just got more pissed at Halo not answering him. Instead, Halo was just staring at him. 2. Are you looking down on me? I will fucking destroy you and show All Might that I am better to take on at his agency than some weak coward like you. Bakugo yelled out in his usual manner, and Izuku just turned away and started walking away when Bakugo started his quirk up because he was downright pissed that Halo had turned his back on him. As Bakugo reached forward, Izuku turned quickly without even activating his quirk, and before Bakugo even realized what happened, he was pissed to the floor with his hands pressed against his back, which prevented him from making explosions, or else he would injure himself. All of the UA students were stunned at what happened. Then it got worse for them as they all heard Melissa start talking. 13. Hello. Yes. This is Melissa Shields, and I am standing outside of the robot destruction timed event where a tourist has attempted to attack another individual with his quirk. He's already been detained, but we need security to come to secure him. Yes. Thanks. Melissa stated as she nodded her head. She then looked at Izuku and spoke. Security will be here any minute to take custody of him. So just hold him for now. Melissa stated, and all of the UA students paled. Bakugo decided to open his mouth and say they had zero rights to detain him and that he was the winner of the UA Sports Festival. Melia just rolled her eyes and looked at him as the UA students tried to plead for them to just let this incident go, but Melissa wasn't going to let that happen, and neither was Izuku. 4. Stop acting all high and mighty. You look like a spoiled child that has never been told no before, and the fact that you think you would ever be worthy of working under my uncle All Might is really insulting to the family. Melissa stated, and Bakugo's eyes widened, as did all of the UA students did. They all wondered if they just heard her right when she said that All Might was her uncle, which did not look good for Bakugo at all. Soon they were snapped out of their thoughts when security arrived and asked what the situation was. After taking everyone's statements, they came to a decision. One Bakugo Katsuki would receive a warning, and it would be his only warning. He was required to wear quirk-canceling bracelets during the remainder of his stay on the island and would only get them off once he was going to leave. Bakugo tried to protest that he needed to set off his quirk every once in a while due to his sweat buildup, so they allowed him to use it, but he had to report to the police stations that would allow him to set his quirk off with the police watching. Otherwise, any attempt to do so would result in him being arrested for violating their laws, even though quirk usage is allowed. He was now on a strict non-quirk usage ban for the remainder of his stay. They would slap him with attempted assault charges as well if he violated the agreement as well, which made him grit his teeth and just went along with it. The rest of the UA students were warned as well that they would be watched, but that they were still free to use their quirks, which they were glad about. 7. Soon, everyone went their separate ways while Izuku and Melissa made their way back to All Might and David Shields. David had been alerted of the incident due to his daughter being involved and was waiting for them to show back up. All Might himself was not pleased either with what he learned and had texted Nezu about what happened once Izuku filled him in on all of the details. Ua couldn't use this incident against Bakugo since it happened out of Japan and the police on the island choose not to arrest him for it and only warned him. All Might was annoyed at that fact, but Nezu said their hands were tied and couldn't punish Bakugo when even the police didn't. Third POV. Several days passed and it was now time for the main expo event to happen. However, all was not as it seemed because villains had decided to invade Island and aimed for a device that their employer wanted them to get for him. Now you might ask, how would these villains get into the island if we already knew David Shields didn't go through with his plan of stealing the device? Well, unknown to David Shields, there was one more person who still was upset at their device being taken, and that was his assistant Sams, who had helped David create the device. Sams was pissed and wanted to earn money off of his device since he had dedicated so much time to build the device, but the island had decided to lock the device up and to never be revealed to the public. As such, without David even knowing, his assistant had betrayed him and had leaked important codes to the villain group so that they could sneak into the island without being discovered. However, none of them would find this out until later on, as right now they were all getting ready for the party to start. All Might had already arrived at the party, but Izuku was waiting for Melissa to finish getting dressed as he was going to be her escort. All Might and Izuku were both wearing black suits, but Izuku had a black mask around his entire face area that only revealed his eye area so that no one would see his face. When Melissa came out and saw it, she rolled her eyes but knew why Izuku was doing it. As they made their way towards the hall where the dinner event would happen, an alarm went off saying that there was a bomb in the building and that the defense setting was activated. 11 Izuku asked Melissa if this was the normal operation for a bomb and she shook her head. They headed towards the event hall but saw something disturbing. There were people everywhere near the event hall with guns. As such, they retreated backward to think about what was going on, and they came to the idea that villains somehow had taken control of Island. Izuku asked if there was any way to get a look into the event hall, and she nodded her head and led him to an area where they could access, but on their way they ran into the students of Ua. Melissa told them to follow her, and soon they looked inside of the event hall and saw All Might and all of the other heroes captured by the villains. There were quirk resistance cuffs and All Might couldn't attempt to break free without a hostage being killed. Jiro pulled her headphones into the wall to hear what All Might was saying as the man was looking in their directions. She repeated what All Might stated: Ua students should be careful and are to follow any order given by Halo. Halo, I leave it to you. Jiro repeated, and Halo nodded his head, and All Might smiled a bit. Soon they all were back out in a hallway from the access point, and Halo thought it over before going into a room, and within a minute he walked out in his full hero outfit. They were all shocked he had his hero outfit on and wondered where it came from. God, I am so glad we gave you that device, Melissa said, and Izuku just chuckled a bit and gave her a comlink as he made his mouth guard hide his voice and he spoke to her via it. He asked her if there was a way to take control of the system, and she nodded her head. If we want to take control of the system, then we need to get to the top floor. Once there, I can take the system back under our control and enable the weapons system to protect the island, Melissa stated, and Izuku nodded his head. Everyone was wondering why they couldn't hear his voice, and Bakugo spoke up. Oi, stupid Halo fucker. Why aren't you speaking up so we can hear you? If you don't start speaking up, then I am just going to go off and do my own things and save the day instead of hiding here like a coward, Bakugo stated, and Melissa and Halo just ignored him, which pissed him off. However, he could do nothing as the rest of the class stopped him from doing anything, which Izuku was glad about. Soon, Melissa and Izuku finished the plan, and Melissa told them all about it, so Izuku didn't need to speak to them all, which would risk Bakugo recognizing his voice. So here is the plan. We need to get to the top floor so I can deactivate the system and fix it back under our control. To do as such, we need to work out ways through all of the defenses and guards that they will have. So those that want to come can, but if you don't want to, then you stay here and hide. Who's coming? Melissa asked, and all of them agreed to go with them. As such, they soon started to work through the defenses of the island and any of the men that they encountered. As they progressed, some of them broke off from the group to handle situations in areas like Bakugo wanted to fight strong-looking men of the villains, so he and Kirishima stayed behind and fought them. As they made their way through the thing, they realized they wouldn't be fast enough, so Izuku comes up with Kaplan. He tells Melissa to get on his back, and she does, but is confused on why. Everyone else is confused about why as well until Izuku breaks one of the glass windows and starts moving out of it. Everyone freaked out, but he just waved goodbye and went scaling up the side but trapping into the metal and throwing himself up high and just kept repeating it as he broke windows again and gripping the edges and throwing himself again. Soon they make it up to the top of the tower and work their way through the guards that were positioned on the level of the security room. 4. Due to how much power Izuku has under control, he easily makes their way since most of the villains were quite weak. As they approached the security room, they found the villain that they heard being called Wolfram by one of his men, David Shields, and Sam the assistant. They watched as David Shield worked on a vault and opened it. Sam then grabbed the device and David looked pissed. Why, Sam? Why? If villains get their hands on that device, then not even All Might be able to stop a powerful villain if they wear it. You will throw the world into chaos, David stated, and Izuku was scared of the implications of that. If that device falls into his hand, then we might never win based on what David is saying. This isn't good, Izuku thought as he watched the villains and David in front of him. 1. Why? Because it isn't right that all of our hard work is ruined because of the island. Even you wanted to steal it back at one point, admit it. Sam yelled and David looked pissed. Yay, I admit I was pissed and honestly had thoughts right after they took it, but I realized that the device was indeed dangerous. I had made it to help All Might get back to his prime, but I realized it wasn't needed anymore since the future generation was already taking his place. As such, I agreed in the end with the island's decision to hide the device away, David stated, and Sam just laughed at him and said he was going to be rich now, but then a bang sound was heard. Bang! Everyone froze as they saw Sam drop to the floor as he had gotten shot by Wolfram. Sam asked why, and Wolfram looked at him and smiled and said it was because he wasn't needed anymore. Wolfram then aimed the gun at David, but Izuku got involved at that point and tossed a chair at Wolfram, who was forced to dodge. Well, if it isn't Halo, I see I get to kill the future symbol of peace personally. My employer would love to hear about your death since he's been trying to find you, Wolfram stated, and Izuku tensed a bit at the possible implications of those words. Oh, who is your employer? Izuku asked, and Wolfram smiled as he spoke. Oh, you know who. The man himself that wants your master and you to die, Wolfram stated, and confirmed Izuku's fears. If All for One got his hands on that device, it would spell the end for the world. Izuku charged after Wolfram as he started to make his escape, but not before taking David with him as a hostage. Melissa started working on the system to reactivate and knew she could leave the rescue of her father to Izuku. 6. Soon, Izuku was out on the helipad fighting Wolfram as he had put the device on his head. The villain was truly far more powerful with the device on his head, and he could see why All for One wanted the device so much. It would make him unstoppable. Izuku gritted his teeth as he worked through the attacks of Wolfram and grabbed the helicopter before he could get too far away and pulled it back down and destroyed the rotor on it so they couldn't fly off again. Wolfram was pissed at Izuku and started to send more attacks at Izuku, who just dodged the attacks or destroyed them. Soon, Melissa came out of the control area with some of the students from 1A with her, who made it to the top finally. As Izuku dealt with a flying metal cube that came his way, All Might bursted out of nowhere and grabbed David from the villain. Wolfram looked even more pissed and increased his attacks as Izuku turns his comms onto All Might. All Might, can you hear me? He asked, and All Might responded that he could. All Might, Wolfram has the device that David created to make you stronger again, but the problem is that it makes the villain stronger as well. What's worst is All for One is involved. We cannot let that device get into his hands, or we will never win against him, Izuku stated, and All Might's face was full of shock at what he was told, and he knew that with the power displayed here with the device, they couldn't let him get that device. Soon both of them started to power through the cubes and made their way closer to Wolfram. At one point, All Might got trapped by one cube, and Izuku knew he needed to be a bit risky and push his power a bit. As such, he charged up from his limit and slowly increased it from 42% to 50%, and he could feel the pain in his body. I am so going to be bruised by the end of this, Izuku thought as he slammed into the metal that had trapped All Might and broke him free. Soon they both charged again to Wolfram, and finally, after more attacks, made their way to the villain. Izuku and All Might both landed their punches at the same time and burst through and landed straight onto the villain, which knocked him out. Too soon the entire area was stormed with pro heroes that had dealt with all of the other villains. The device, though, Izuku grabbed it and destroyed it right there and then. David looked shocked, but he understood. That device was too powerful and could fall into someone's hands again if it stayed around, so it was a good thing to destroy it. Izuku looked at his arm and saw some purple marks that indicated some under the skin bruising happened to his bone most likely. God, Mom is going to be pissed. Izuku thought as he covered his arm until he could receive some treatment for it. He did let All Might know about his wound since he had to push himself to 50%, which was over his current 42% limit. As long as Izuku didn't cause any breaks, then they would be good since that would lead to permanent damage. 24. After everything calmed down, they all headed back downstairs as the cleanup would soon start. Though, this incident just proved that All for One was not going to stay dormant for much longer and he would make a personal appearance sooner rather than later. Izuku knew he needed to grow stronger because the calm before the storm was about to come to an end, and Izuku was glad the Shiketsu High School summer training would be starting soon after he returned from Ai Island. 3rd Pav. 1. The summer training at Shiketsu High School has finally started as Izuku had returned a few days after the incident on Ai Island. The media was abuzz once again that All Might and his protege had saved the day once again, and they were all talking about how the villains were defeated. Though, none of them, including the UA students, knew how dangerous that day was, because if Wolfram had escaped then they would have all been doomed. This is due to the fact that All for One would have gotten his hands on the device, and neither All Might nor Izuku was confident that they could beat the man if he had that device. 12. They decided it was better to just return early instead of staying, since nothing would be going on for the remaining days of the Ai Island trip, since the island needed to fix all of their security and change anything in the event a villain tried to use the old codes again to break in. They also needed to deal with the fallout of David Shields' assistant betraying the island, which was a hot mess for them to deal with. David came out clean with the authorities of the island since he admitted he had similar thoughts but had abandoned them since he came to agree with the island's decision to lock the device away for the exact reason Wolfram proved. The device was a weapon that could kill many in the hands of evil people. As such, David Shield was cleared of any wrongdoing but had agreed to be monitored for the island's peace of mind. 2. Anyway, the few weeks of the specialized training started and Izuku decided to take the classes focused on strategy and applying it in combat, since Izuku knew that times would be shifting greatly soon. Izuku wanted to be able to control an entire battlefield through tactics of war and be able to save as many people as he could. As such, he wanted to ensure he was able to apply battle tactics to his fighting and be able to lead an overall war front if need be. Izuku knew he felt pretty good in his rescue work, so he didn't need to spend a lot of time on that, and he knew he would get more quirk training and overall training from Gran Torino outside of the specialized classes, so the strategy and combat specialized combat classes were the best fit for him, and Izuku could also apply his notebooks better in this section as well. 2. Inasa decided to take the classes that specialized in indoor combat since his quirk was better fitted for the outdoor combat. As such, he wanted to get more training to help himself be better trained indoors. Inasa still joined Izuku in his training that he did with Gran Torino since it would help make him stronger, since he as well knew that the calm before the storm was about to come to an end. As such, both of them worked hard and didn't let up in any of their training. 1. Now, the class was downright shocked at what they saw when about a week into the training one day they all decided to check out what type of training Inasa and Izuku do when they go after specialized classes and everything. So they decided to have their homeroom teacher take them to the training ground area where they would be training, and they were quite disturbed with what they found and saw. They could see Inasa wearing several pounds of weight attached to him via some chairs as he was lifting himself into the air. This was according to Gran Torino to strengthen his body and quirk ability to generate a wind strong enough to lift more weight. However, that wasn't the most disturbing thing they saw. No. The most disturbing thing they saw was Izuku fucking Midoriya lifting a goddamn train cars. The thing about train cars is that they weigh different weights depending on what they are used for, and the one he was lifting easily weighed around 60 tons. 55. The entire class and even the homeroom teacher were wondering why they were pushing themselves so hard. The homeroom teacher had a small idea due to All Might's state, but he had zero clues about One for All and All for One. As such, the homeroom teacher was really concerned about why his two top students who already had their provisional licenses were pushing so hard and were afraid of what it meant. He decided to call the principal and asked him if he approved such training, and the only response he got was to leave it in the hands of Gran Torino since he knew the situation for them. 4. As such, the homeroom teacher of 1A could only watch in shock as they pushed themselves so hard. After they finished training that day, one student from their class had gotten the courage and asked them the question of why. "Izuku and Inasa, why are you pushing so hard when we have several more years before we graduate?" asked their classmate, and Izuku tensed, which they all noticed before he sighed. "Because Japan is about to fall into a state of war soon," Izuku stated, not hiding the truth from his classmates that he has come close to and saw as friends. They were all confused, but Inasa just nodded his head as if he knew the truth, which he did. Someone asked him to explain what he meant by war. "In Japan, there are many forces that are just waiting for my master's All Might's retirement, and I hate to say it, but my master will retire either this year or next. The moment he does will be the opening of the floodgate and crime will rise at a steady pace. There are dark forces that will seek to gain control of Japan during his retirement, and it will fall onto our generation to stop them. I want to be prepared as best as I can, because I can tell you right now our generation will be filled with blood and death. As heroes, we are going to be blamed for every single death that we fail to stop, and it won't be easy, so I want to be prepared to save as many people as I can," Izuku said as he sat down and started to drink some water after he explained what he meant to his class. Everyone was honestly shocked to hear what he meant and thought about it. 4. They had to agree. Crime rate was so low due to All Might keeping a lot of crime away and installing fear into lower villains, but the moment he is gone, those hidden organizations will start to make their moves in the public light since they don't have to fear him anymore. That all got them a bit scared but also motivated to work harder in their training, and they asked Gran Torino to increase the difficulty of their class lessons when school started back up again, and the old man grinned and nodded his head. Soon they all left, and Gran Torino looked at Izuku and asked, "Why did he tell them?" "Not that I think you were wrong, but I am wondering why you told them," Gran Torino asked, and Izuku looked at him. "Because everyone is lifting with blinders on their eyes currently and aren't seeing what is about to happen. Dear God, All Might has been scaling back his operations for years and no one really noticed at all, but now at least there will be some preparation for it. It won't make a difference on a large scale, but hopefully, it can help stall some of the destruction that will come," Izuku stated, and Gran Torino nodded his head in agreement with Izuku's point. He agreed with Izuku in all honesty, and even with them mentioning All Might's retirement in the news, no one really paid attention for a long period of time. It did help people start preparing for it, but it became an afterthought as everyone thought they would still have years to prepare when in truth they might only have a year or less depending on when All for One makes his moves. 9. Soon they got back to work and contained this training for another week as the Shiketsu High School summer training came to an end. Izuku Midoriya had pushed his control up to 50%, and he was proud of what he had achieved in so little time thanks to the hellish training he has been receiving from Gran Torino. But on the last day of the training they received the horrible news that shook them all. All for One had made his move, and the calm before the storm had come to an end as the world would bear witness to a fight between two titans. 3rd POV. While the summer training camp at Shiketsu High School had recently kicked, UA High School's first day of their summer camp would also be starting. However, not everyone is 100% thrilled since several people failed their exams, which resulted in them learning that they will have to take remedial classes during the summer camp on top of all of the training that will be going on as well, which sucked for them. None of the staff or students were told of the campus location, and the staff only learned of it on the day of the camp trip since Nezu had taken care of all arrangements. As such, Nezu thereby limited the possibility of the mole being the students or the two staff people that would be going from UA. Nezu truly hoped none of his staff or students were betraying the school, and kind of hoped that the League was just using the warp user to spy on the school movements and steal anything they needed information-wise, otherwise it would be a huge stain on UA's history to have a mole in their ranks. Nezu already knew one student from 1A was cleared due to the mall incident, as the detective under Izuku's direction was able to question the student and clear them. As such, Hitoshi Shinso was cleared of any involvement with the League of Villains. That just left 39 other students in the first-year hero class and all of the teachers. 9. Anyway, back with the students of UA as they arrived at the camp location, or they thought they did, as they stopped on the side of the road. As they all got out and stretched, another car came and parked next to their bus. They all looked at it and saw it was the wild pussycats. Eraserhead told them that they would be helping in their training, and right after he said that, one of them collapsed part of the cliff and the students went falling down into the forest, where they were met with beasts made of dirt that they were forced to fight to make it back to the camp. If they didn't make it back in a few hours, then they would need to make their own food, and sadly for them they never made it back in time and had to make their own food. 6. As such, you could find them all working on creating themselves dinner. Surprisingly, even Bakugo was helping, as he would call all of them shitty cooks, as a few of them just destroyed whatever they were making, so he decided he didn't want to starve to death and forced them to just let him cook. As all of this was going on, Kota, the nephew of the Pussycats, was glaring at the hero students, but not for the reason you would think. No, he got rid of his hatred for heroes. Instead, he just didn't like 1A's teacher and 1A. Though his guardians didn't know that he no longer hated heroes, since they didn't know he has had several encounters with the provisional hero Halo. 29. Izuku had told Kota about his life before he obtained a quirk and what he aimed to do as a hero, and Kota ended up bonding with Izuku over it. Kota had gotten lost from his guardians one day when they had taken him with them on a research case, but he had run into Izuku, who was out on his patrol. Izuku, believing it was a hero's job to even help little children who were just down, decided to stop and spend time with Kota. They talked for quite a while, and Izuku ended up agreeing with Kota that he had the right to be angry at everyone who said he should be proud of his parents dying for what they did. It was okay for him to be proud that they were heroes and did their jobs, but to be proud that they are dead because they died while in the line of duty wasn't something people should have told Kota or anyone. As such, they bonded, and after a while, they started to hear Kota's name being called as his guardians were looking around for him. Izuku gave Kota his cell phone number and told him to call or text if he wanted to talk, and they have been in contact for a while now, which has helped Kota grow out of his hatred for heroes, but he did know about Bakugo, Katsuki and Eraserhead and what they have done to his favorite hero. 44. As such, far as his guardians knew, he still hated heroes, but that wasn't actually true anymore. Anyway, outside of Kota glaring of the heroes, the students of 1A all ended up in the hot springs to relax, since the following days would be filled with hard training of their quirks, though if Izuku was there he would honestly laugh, since what they all considered harsh wouldn't even reach the level of harshness that a light day would be like with Gran Torino in Izuku's book. Gran Torino came from a time that was more brutal in their training and was more brutal in battles against villains, and it was exactly what Izuku and his class wanted, because they knew the war was coming and they didn't want to be treated with kid gloves in training. Back to 1A of Ua though. As they were all sitting in the hot springs enjoying a relaxing time, the resident pervert decided to attempt to climb the walls and peek at the girls, but was met by Kota, who kicked the pervert down the wall but fell himself when he accidentally saw into the girl's side. Before he could hit the floor below though, he was caught by Hitoshi, who took him to his guardians. Hitoshi asked why he glares so much at them, and they explained his hatred of heroes, and Hitoshi nodded his head at what he was told. Soon he returned to the baths and relaxed as he thought about Kota's situation, unaware that the information he received was outdated. 13. Soon the night turned to day and their second day of camp began, and they all were gathered in the field where Eraserhead made Bakugo do the ball test from the start of the year once again. Everyone thought it would be a higher distance, but it hardly changed at all. As you can see, we spent the semester training all of your other aspects of being a hero, but we didn't expand your quirks much at all. Quirks are muscle, and the more you use them the stronger they became. That is the focus of this summer camp, as we will be training your quirk muscles. Eraserhead said, and Kota was watching a bit away and snorted. If you wanted to train quirks so badly, then why didn't you help your former student Eraserhead? Kota thought about how Halo was expelled from Ua due to only receiving his quirk a few months before the first day of school and not having time to really train it. Kota firmly believed, just like Izuku Midoriya, that Eraserhead was quirkist and had discriminated against Izuku because he was quirkless for so long, because otherwise, it meant Eraserhead was just purely lazy and didn't want to help a student learn to control their quirk, even though they had passed the same exam that Eraserhead had failed to pass. 10. The UA students spent most of the day doing their training as 1B arrived with their teacher Vlad King. The 1B students were just arriving and saw all of the 1A class members doing their training and thought they were a bit crazy, but got fired up when their teacher hyped them up, saying that it was their time to finally shine in the spotlight instead of the 1A class members. However, unknown to all of them, the camp was about to take a dark turn that night as the League of Villains was prepared to attack with their newer members. 9. The night was quickly approaching, and standing on a mountainside in the distance were the members of the Vanguard Action Squad from the League of Members. These members had all joined the League due to how powerful they had been and were wanting to take a hit at the Hero Society for various reasons. Soon as the night got darker, they set their plan into action as they split across the forest once the students entered it for a game of scaring each other. They also had a kill list, but in reality, they were there to capture a student from UA and attempt to recruit them to become a villain, as they believed they were truly made to become a villain instead of a hero. Ironically, if they knew of what Bakugo Katsuki has done, then there was a good chance they might not even want him themselves, because quite a few members of the League now came from pasts filled with abusers, and Bakugo Katsuki was one thing more than anything: he was an abuser. 35. Soon the night peace was torn and the forest was ablaze as everyone was confused about what was happening until they heard a voice in their head that they recognized was from one of the pro-heroes in the Pussycats. They were told that the camp was under attack from villains and that they were to retreat to the lodge as quickly as possible, but unluckily for a lot of them, they would never make it to the lodge without risking their lives, as the night turned into chaos and they all got a taste of what the future would hold for them all. As everyone was fighting throughout the forest, several villains were aiming at one student in particular. They were aiming for Bakugo Katsuki, who they believed would be a perfect fit to join the League of Villains, though it was only based on his attitude and aggressiveness that he has displayed from the USJ and the sports festival, since the League didn't even know about all of the crimes he has committed due to them being covered up. 5. While they were hunting Bakugo down, another villain that goes by the name of Muscular was making his move and was about to kill the small child named Kota, but luckily for him, fate had other plans as Shinso had arrived in time. "Oi, meathead," Shinso yelled out, and the villain responded with a "huh," which ended up getting him trapped inside of the brainwashing quirk. "Kid, come with me and let's get out of here," Shinso said as he was having some trouble keeping the villain under his control. "God damn it. All of the training today has pushed me past my limits and I am struggling to keep him under control," Shinso thought as he grabbed Kota and ran away. Soon they got far away before they heard the villain scream, but luckily for them, they were already far away so they wouldn't get found, but unluckily for one UA student Bakugo Katsuki, he didn't get away from the villains that were after him. 10. No, sadly for him, he was captured by the villain known as Mr. Compressor as he trapped him into marble and started to run away. As Bakugo's so-called friends started to chase after the villain to get him back, they chased the villain down to an area with another villain called Dabi, who was responsible for the fires across the forest. "Give us Bakugo bro back," Hiroshima yelled out, and Dabi chuckled, but an attack came from one of TE-1A class members, knocking the marbles out of their hands. They grabbed them and found that Tokiomiya was in one of the marbles but Bakugo wasn't in the other one. 7. Looking for this, Mr. Compressor asked as he stuck his tongue out and showed the marble. Everyone was stunned as Dabi took the marble, and out came Bakugo as Dabi pressed his hand around his neck and pulled him into a purple portal as they all fell back. Hiroshima yelled out for Bakugo, but they were too late as he went through the portal and was taken away. Bakugo Katsuki had been captured by the League of Villains, and this would be a large hit towards UA's and the hero's reputation. 3rd POV. It has been several hours since the training camp of UA had been attacked and the incident was completely spread across the news. The students of the Shiketsu High School of 1A were sitting in their dorm common rooms as Izuku was watching the TV. He sighed as he watched it and spoke. "Everyone, the war has started. This will result in a battle between my master and the hidden leader of the League of Villains, and how the battle ends will decide the overall time limit before the entire situation erupts to complete chaos," Izuku stated as he watched the news, and they asked what was All Might's odds of winning the battle, since Izuku has given them some hints that the leader hidden in the shadows behind the League of Villains was very powerful. Izuku looked around the room and thought about it, and he honestly didn't know if his master, his father, would walk away from it alive. None of them liked how long he was silent, and it spoke volumes without even a sound being made. To be honest, it's too close to call on who will win or not win. That is how problematic this entire situation is. If All Might dies and the man lives, then Japan will directly enter a state of chaos. If he is defeated and All Might walks away, then we will have a bit longer time, but the chaos will start slowly growing before exploding, since I believe this will be my master's final fight. All Might likely won't be able to continue as a pro-hero anymore after this final fight. Izuku stated, preparing his classmates for the coming battle, and they all paled a bit in understanding. They all nodded their head, and Izuku left soon to call his father and ask him something. As Izuku sat in his dorm room and made the call, he was just sitting there watching the news on his TV. 2. Hello, son. I can assume why you are calling. All Might said, and Izuku said he likely did know why, but still he wanted to ask. Dad, please let me fight by your side. I don't want to watch on the sidelines as you fight him. If it turns on us, then Gran Torino can force me to retreat. Please, don't make me stand on the side and watch your possible death. Izuku begged, and the line was silent. Izuku sat there and waited for his father to say something, but he didn't for a while. It felt agonizing to sit there in silence, but soon All Might spoke up. 1. Get Gran Torino's approval and your mother's. If they both approve, then you can come, but the moment Gran Torino thinks you need to leave, then he is taking you and leaving. Do you understand? All Might said in a tense tone, and Izuku nodded his head. After the call ended, Izuku headed down to find Gran Torino, who was located in the common room area. Gran Torino looked at Izuku, whose eyes were a bit puffy, and asked what was wrong. Izuku looked at him and spoke, and Gran Torino had a look of shock. All Might said, I need your and mom's approval. If you two approve, then he will let me join him in the fight. Izuku stated, and you could see how wide Gran Torino's eyes were wide. The old man was stunned in silence before he soon came out of his shock and looked at Izuku's in the eyes. You do realize you're asking to go to your potential death. You only have 50% of your quirk under control right now, only halfway to 100%. Why should I give you permission to go fight the demon at your current state? Gran Torino asked, because if Izuku had a weak reason, then it wasn't going to happen, even if Izuku hated Gran Torino for the rest of his life. Gran Torino wasn't going to let Izuku go to an early grave easily. 4. Everyone in the room was shocked at Izuku's request and looked at the encounter before them. Because adding my 50% on top of All Might's powers could make the smallest difference that might change the entire battle. I agreed with All Might's demand that if you ever thought the battle turned too far south, then you would remove me from the fight. I don't want to stand on the sidelines and watch his possible death, not when even the tiniest ounce of my strength could tip the battle in our favor. Izuku stated as his eyes were filled with determination. Gran Torino sighed and walked up to Izuku and told him that they better go call his mother and get her approval for this. Inasa wanted to go as well since he had his provisional license, but Gran Torino shot it down. Sorry kid, but I am already going to have my hands filled with this brat in the middle of the battle. The man we are going against, your quirk will be ill-suited to go against him since he could easily flick away with just his hand. That is how fearsome he is going to be, and it's a huge ass risk to even take Izuku on the battlefield since the man will try to kill him if given the chance, since he is still a bit weaker than I would hope when I thought this day would happen. Gran Torino stated, and Inasa gritted his teeth, and Izuku thanked him for the thoughts of coming. Inasa sat down and nodded his head as Gran Torino said that even if he wanted to approve it, it was doubtful his work-study sponsor would likely approve it since he works under them and had the power to stop it, and Inasa knew they were right. 3. Soon, Izuku and Gran Torino were up in Izuku's dorm room calling Inko Midoriya. Hello sweetie, I saw the news, the battle is going to happen soon, isn't it? She asked right out of the gate. Yay, that is actually why I called you mom. Izuku said, and she asked what was wrong. Mom. I asked All Might to let me join him in the battle to help try to turn the odds of us winning. He's approved of it, but only if Gran Torino and you both approve. Gran Torino has given his approval, and it all comes with me agreeing to leave when Gran Torino attempts to pull me off the battlefield if he thinks the situation turns into one we can't win. Izuku said, and Inko Midoriya was silent, but then you could hear her crying. Izuku asked her if she was alright, and she responded with no because her son was asking to go to his potential death. Sorry mother, I know this is cruel of me. I just can't watch dad possibly die when I know I might have the slightest chance of changing the battle for the better. Izuku said, and she knew it was true as well. I know sweetie. I know. I don't like that you are going, but I know this is the path you choose. Just promise me you will leave if it looks like you have no chance of winning. If you survive, then a day will come when you can beat him, but if you die now, then that day will never come. Inko said as she held so many tears back on the other side of the phone as she sat on her couch and watched the news talking about the camp attack. She didn't wish ill will on anyone, but she found it ironic that Bakugo got captured by the villain organization for what people are assuming to recruit him. The irony of it all is so funny to her for what he has done, and no one really knows about it. 2. Soon the conversation came to an end and it was agreed that Izuku would be joining the raid team with All Might. Izuku said he would be heading down towards UA in the coming hours with Gran Torino once he did a few things at the school. Inko told him to be safe as possible and to trust Gran Torino to know when it's time to leave if the situation is unwinnable anymore, and Izuku agreed. As such, Izuku got to work as he grabbed his outfit and some clothing for a few days since he wouldn't be returning to Shiketsu, at least for a few days, since the raid wouldn't happen likely until the next night or the day after, since they would need to do some scouting before they attacked and plan things out. Izuku had asked Inasa to come to the dorm, and when he was in there Izuku presented something to him. Even Gran Torino was shocked but understood since what they were doing was risky. Inasa, from what I understand of One for All, I don't need to be physically present to give One for All away. I've stored some hair in this baggie in the event I am on death's door. I am sure the raid will be televised, so if you see me on death's door or just got killed, then consume the hair and become the 10th user of One for All, please. I trust you since you know everything about the quirk and you are my best friend. Izuku stated, and Inasa was stunned but gritted his teeth and agreed. Before Izuku left, Inasa called out to him, "Izuku, you better not die because I refuse to take your quirk. I will hold hatred for you if you dare die this early in life, because we promised each other we would become heroes together, so you better not break that promise and force this on me," Inasa said with a determined tone, and Izuku smiled at his best friend and said he wouldn't be rid of him that easy. Soon, Izuku walked out the door with Gran Torino and they informed the principal of him joining All Might before they left the campus. 32 Soon, Gran Torino and Izuku were both on the train heading towards UA as All Might would be there. Izuku was already wearing his outfit since not a lot of people were outside at that time of night or in their homes watching the news about the recent attack. Now, while they were doing this and thinking of what was going to come, some students of UA were making a crazy plan to save their classmate Bakugo Katsuki. The main individuals leading the rescue attempt were Krisimiya, who was convincing people to join it, and he had successfully gotten Todoroki, Iida, and Yoeirozu to join in the attempt to go save Bakugo. Iida and Yoeirozu were going because they didn't want the others to commit a crime and get in trouble, and Todoroki was going for unknown reasons, in all honesty, as it was as if he was going with the flow and was doing it to rebel against his father, since it would surely piss the man off. Third Pav. Too soon Izuku and Gran Torino both arrived in the area around UA and headed off towards the school. They saw the front gate filled with reporters and people asking what the heroes were planning to do about the captured student, and it was currently learning the morning of the next day when the two of them arrived. They both decided to go to the side entrance and go in via that entrance, since Gran Torino had a key card to swipe to get in that Nezu gave him a while ago. As such, they both avoided the press and were able to enter the building as they made their way to the staff room, which All Might said they were all currently at. Gran Torino just shoved the door open and shocked all of the UA Hero staff that was standing in the office, and Izuku had to resist the urge to laugh. They all looked at Gran Torino before Izuku walked in, and they were shocked to see the protege of All Might, as they knew he didn't attend the school, which was actually a heated topic one day since they all wanted to try to figure who he was, but none of their students had their hero name listed on the files, which proved he didn't go to UA. 2. Gran Torino and Halo. I am so glad you could join us for the raid that will be going on tonight. I will have you both placed with All Might in the event he appears, Nezu stated, and they both nodded their heads. Izuku withheld from using his voice since the staff might recognize him if they had a good memory. Nezu asked All Might, Gran Torino, and Halo to join him in his office. As such, they left it and were soon in his office, where Izuku removed his mouthguard so he could drink some tea and speak easier. "How is everything with you, Nezu?" Izuku asked as they sat down, and Nezu looked at him as if that was a dumb question considering everything that is going on, and Izuku just chuckled a bit. "I mean outside of the sky falling around UA?" Izuku rephrased, and Nezu sighed. "It could be better. I've been meaning to have the conversation with Eraserhead about his expulsion regarding you and the quirkist bias he had shown you that day, since I doubt he read your file before expelling and didn't read it after you left, since he never came to me about it. Besides that, I've been trying to figure a way to punish Bakugo for all of the things he has done and was planning to force him into therapy and anger management while putting a large number of black marks on his future hero license which would show the crimes he committed but not against who, but the recent kidnapping has made that troublesome. Nezu said, and Izuku nodded his head in understanding. Nezu in all honesty has been wanting to wash his hands of Bakugo since he didn't want a new endeavor going through his doors, but at the rate things have been happening it would complicate matters if he expelled him right after being kidnapped, since the League has shown an interest in him. Nezu explained that he was looking into having a case made and sealed on his record while forcing a large number of punishments on him, but again if it ever got out then Ua would take a hit for even accepting him in the first place and keeping him around. 6. Izuku just told Nezu to do as he sees fit since Izuku's entire class at Shiketsu knew of Bakugo's crimes, so one day it was likely going to get out regardless of what Bakugo wants, and it would be better for Ua to deal with it in some way before it ever leaks from another source since all of Izuku's class hates Bakugo. Nezu nodded his head and said that he would see if he could get something done sometime when classes start back up in the second semester. Soon, they moved on from those topics and talked about what would be going on during the raid on the bar and the second location that they have found recently via the tracker one of 1A students had placed. Nezu explained that all three of them would be going to the bar since that is where they believe Bakugo was being held, and they would try to secure Bakugo first before dealing with All for One. Overall, Bakugo is the top target, and then after that is dealing with All for One. We don't know if he is at either of these locations, but we need to be thinking he likely will be, in all honesty. Nezu stated, and they all nodded their head in understanding. I really wished this could have happened closer to the end of the first year since I would have likely been able to get nearly 100% at the rate I was going. Our chances of winning would be far higher than, Izuku said as he drank the tea, and everyone had to agree that they could only wish that the League had delayed their plans for one more semester since it would have made a large difference, but they couldn't complain now. Instead, it was getting closer and closer to time for the raid to happen. They all decided it would be good for them to just relax since the other heroes were still being gathered up for the riad that night, and it wouldn't do anyone any good if they all stressed out. For as such, Nezu returned to the staff room where Aizawa and the other staff asked why Halo was joining the raid since he was only a provisional hero. Nezu looked at them all and spoke, because he is far stronger than most pro-heroes that will actually be on the raids itself, and it's my personal belief that he is the closest person to being the next #1 hero after he graduates. We also need the firepower, and he can without a doubt provide it. As such, he will be joining the raid under All Might. Principal Nezu stated, and that left them a bit confused on how strong Halo was because they all thought he was a second-year student and not a first-year student with his provisional license, which is a huge difference. Everyone, including the public, started to believe recently that Halo had just started his work study with All Might during the internship week since Ua had that week off, which would allow All Might to directly train said work study student. However, they were all wrong in that thinking, and Izuku was in fact a first-year student who had defeated even the third-year students at Shiketsu High School, but Nezu wasn't going to tell them that. Not when he could have a bit of fun with it and wait for the perfect moment when they discovered how bad Eraserhead had screwed up in expelling Halo from UA. It was at that moment when Nezu would decide to have his long and overdue conversation with Eraserhead about his screw-ups. 7. Now, outside of all that, All Might and Izuku were both sitting in a conference room together and just enjoying each other's company, as this might be the last time they would see each other since there was a good chance of death on this mission. Dad, promise me that you won't give in to Sir Night Eye's stupid vision, since I refuse to believe his quirk sees the actual future and only a possibility, because in his vision did he ever say anything about me? Because if he saw me, then he shouldn't have been trying to get you to pass the quirk on to someone else if there was already someone, fated, to become the 9th user according to his visions. Izuku stated, and at that statement, both Gran Torino and All Might eyes widened as they realized Sir Night Eye never said anything about Izuku Midoriya or Halo being the 9th user, which meant he either didn't know or they were already in a timeline that differed from what he saw. No. He never did mention you or me having picked the 9th user in his vision. He only talked about my death and that it was gruesome. All Might said, and Izuku nodded his head and pointed out that dying at the hands of the Nomu at the USJ would have been gruesome, but yet it didn't happen, and for All They knew the time had already passed and they wouldn't know unless Sir Night-Eye looked again, which they all knew he wouldn't do. 6 All Might started to laugh and promised Izuku that he wouldn't die to all for one and would push forward for him. That made Izuku smile and soon he fell asleep since he was tired from the train ride to Ua. Gran Torino looked at All Might and Izuku sitting there on the couch and smiled. Nana would be proud of what you've accomplished. Remember that and don't let that man get inside of your head because he is good at that with his words because it makes you reckless. Gran Torino told All Might, who nodded his head. Soon the time passed and it was finally night time again and it was time for the raid to start happening. All Might had Izuku get up and they all got ready and headed off to where they were instructed to meet the other heroes. It was time for the Battle of Titans and for the world to rumble at their blows. 3rd POV. Izuku, Midoriya, Gran Torino, and All Might were all standing outside the bar location of the League of Villains and were about to break in. Earlier before they arrived, Izuku had to deal with Endeavor's stupid complaining about a student being on the raid, but Endeavor was just ignored by everyone since they have seen what the hero of Resilience, Halo, could do, as Izuku has been making waves during his patrols out of the Might Agency. The general public loved him and it was suspected that if he was included in the official ranks he would already be in the top 50. Now, outside of that, the heroes had split into teams between the locations, and All Might was given the green light to start the operation as he knocked on the door and said Camino Pizza Delivery. Right after he said that line, he broke the wall down, and there stood all of the heroes as they looked into the bar and saw Shigaraki with his League of Villains. They also saw Bakugo Katsuki standing up in a position that looked like he was about to fight the League members. Within moments, Kamui Woods had everyone contained in his woods as they struggled to get free. Dobby looked ready to burn the wood, but Gran Torino quickly attacked and knocked Dobby out cold so he wouldn't be able to break them free. "You killed him," Twice yelled out, but Gran Torino snorted. "No, he's still alive but just out cold," Gran Torino said, and Twice calmed down. Shigaraki looked annoyed, but he had his eyes on one person and it wasn't the person you would think. He was looking not at All Might but at Halo. 4. It's been a while, Halo. I wish we could stay and fight our battle out, but it's time for our masters to come to blows and not you and me. With that said, Kurogiri released the Nomu, Shigaraki said, but nothing happened as Kurogiri looked at him. There are no Nomu in their positions, they already took them out, Kurogiri said, but then got knocked out by Edge Shot, which the members thought he was dead, but again he was just out cold. As such, 2 of the League members were out cold now and Shigaraki looked pissed. How dare you take out my Nomu and knock my men out, he yelled out, and All Might just let out his common laugh. Ahahaha, it's over now. Why? Because we are here. Now, Shigaraki, where is your master? All Might asked, and Shigaraki just laughed and called out for his master to lend him his power, and in the next moment, before anyone, there was black sludge coming out of the mouths of the League members and as well as Bakugo Katsuki as they all got teleported away. 2. However, that wasn't the only thing that was teleported. No, Nomu started to appear out of the sludge as well and were fighting all of the hero and police on site. Endeavor just yelled at All Might to leave already if he was going to leave, and he did just that as he jumped away with Gran Torino and Halo following right behind him. Though he put distance in between them due to how much faster he was than Gran Torino and Izuku at the time. Now, while that all happened, a half an hour before the raid started and they would attempt the rescue, there were students of UA heading towards the beacon location that their classmate had provided to the heroes and police. They were making their way through the streets in disguise that they had decided to get at a thrift store so that they wouldn't be recognized. After they had finished that, they were almost to their goal when they heard someone say they were from UA. However, it wasn't them that was being talked about but the principal, Vlad King, and their homeroom teacher Eraserhead that was currently doing an interview with the press. The press was asking all different sorts of questions, and one press individual asked if Bakugo Katsuku had a place in the hero course since he has shown so many tendencies of being a villain. The class was shocked at what they heard but then were amazed when their teacher Eraserhead stood up and defended Bakugo Katsuki. Any failing of my student is my responsibility for not correcting him. Bakugo Katsuki has an amazing drive to be a hero and that does make him come off as too aggressive, but I believe he can still become a hero. Eraserhead said, and unknowing to him there were many people that disagreed with him, and one was his own employer who was pissed at what Eraserhead had just done. Eraserhead had just tied Yue's reputation to Bakugo Katsuki, and Nezu was pissed since this tied his hands on taking much harsher punishments against Bakugo, because if he wanted to then he would really need to punish Eraserhead as well. Though, Nezu knew some of it was his fault for keeping Eraserhead out of the loop currently, but could you blame the principal when he was also a part of the issue itself when he expelled Izuku Midoriya? 28. Moving forward, the press conference had come to an end and the raid on the League of Villains had started. The three UA staff moved to a different room and Nezu looked at Eraserhead and spoke with a pissed tone. "You shouldn't have done that. You now tied UA's fate to an unstable student who I had plans to get rid of most likely," Nezu said, and Eraserhead was shocked and asked why would they get rid of Bakugo Katsuki since he hasn't done too much to get expelled yet and still had potential. Nezu just laughed and spoke once again. "Eraserhead, it seems your definition of potential has become quite fucked up this year now, hasn't it? You don't realize that you have screwed this school due to your definition of potential so many times this year. Moving forward you are no longer allowed to expel students without my strict approval. As such, don't even use it as a threat unless they do something really stupid, because I can't trust your judgment in those matters anymore. Moving forward you will also be attending classes that deal with quirkist behaviors because you have repeatedly displayed them, and I am honestly shocked by you doing that. I will figure out what else I want to do with you, because right now your job is hanging on by a thread, since if I want to get rid of Bakugo, I most likely need to fire you because of your statement out there, since you tied UA's reputation to that villainous boy, since you have zero ideas of all of the crimes he's committed. Oh wait. You have a good idea since he's shown the behavior in front of you, but you've waved it off like they were nothing," Principal Nezu said in his pissed tone, and both of the teachers were shocked at what they heard. They were downright confused on what sparked this and what Eraserhead had done that was deemed quirkist. Eraserhead was shocked for him of all people to be accused of being a quirkist and wondered what crimes his boss was talking about that Bakugo has done. 5. What are you talking about?" he asked, and Nezu just smiled, but it wasn't his normal smile. "No, it was the one that promised agony." "Oh, my foolish employee, why ruin the fun? No, you need to find the answer yourself, because when you do you will release everything on your own. I will give you a hint though, it ties back into a student you have met before," Nezu said as he walked away deeper into the room they had entered, as he ignored Eraserhead since he was so pissed with the man. Vlad King and Eraserhead just stood there though in silence but moving forward. Eraserhead though was consumed with his thoughts and was trying to figure out what he had done that would be considered quirkist and what all crimes of Bakugo he waved off, but it would be some time before he even got the answer he sought, and when it happened he would be devastated by his actions. 27. Now back to the raid itself as they all watched it live on the news cameras that were recording. All Might had just arrived at the site where the warehouse was because they had lost contact with the raid team over there. It appeared that All for One had wiped them all out with one devastating blow, but Best Jeanist was able to keep them all alive in the last moments, but it didn't stop the devastation that happened. As All Might arrived, he yelled out All for One's name, and the man himself blocked All Might's attack with some ease. "Here to kill me again, All Might?" All for One asked with an amused tone. Bakugo and the villains were all blown back a bit due to the shockwave of the attacks, but All Might couldn't get Bakugo due to All for One stopping him. All for One used a forced activation quirk on Kurogiryo's knocked out form and told them to take Bakugo and leave. Shigaraki wanted to object and stay, but his master ordered him away. However, before the villains could take Bakugo away, the Rising Star Halo arrived on the scene and knocked several of the villains away, and grabbed Bakugo as he tossed him into the air, where Gran Torino grabbed him and sped off. Now, Halo stood in the middle of all of the villains as he looked at Shigaraki. "Hello, Shigaraki, care for a dance?" Izuku asked with a chuckle, and Shigaraki grinned as he got ready to fight, but it seems their fight wasn't destined as they heard rubble break behind the villains, and when Izuku looked he saw students from 1A located there. Third Pav. Izuku stood there in shock at what he was seeing. Why the hell are they? Oh no, they didn't. Izuku thought as he realized Momo Yaoyorozu had the ability to make the tracker once again to find this location. This meant that the students of 1A had come to save Bakugo Katsuki, and that thought annoyed him for multiple reasons. 1. Why the hell would they come to a place where they knew was going to be turned into a battle when they don't have provisional licenses? 2. They really came to save Bakugo of all people. Lastly 3. They were risking their lives and all of the heroes by being there since they now needed to be protected and escorted off-site. Izuku knew Shigaraki saw them as the man had a huge grin on his face and spoke. You can either fight me and my members kill them or save them and let us go, your choice. Shigaraki asked and Izuku looked at the man and spoke. Our fight gets delayed one more time it seems Shigaraki. No matter, the fight between the titans happened no matter what. We are fated to clash so until next time Shigaraki. Izuku said as he bounced away and headed towards the students while Shigaraki and his members left via the portal. 14. The students who were hiding behind the portal were stunned in fear at seeing a villain capable of handling All Might. They were also stunned when Bakugo had gotten rescued so easily and realized they screwed up by coming since now they were in danger. As they started to move away, Kirishimiya knocked some rubble over and that caught the attention of the League members and Halo as they all looked at them. They could hear the conversation that Halo and the League were having and realized that they were going to be the cause of the League escaping and that thought ate them all alive. 16. Halo appeared right next to them due to his incredible speed and they could see it in his eyes that he was pissed. We need to get you out of here now or else you will die in the fight, Halo said and forced them forward and out of the fighting area as he watched the League of Villains go through the portal. Soon he escorted them towards a police line and told the police to ensure they got to wherever Bakugo Katsuki was taken to since they would need to be questioned by Ua and others later. God, they are really filled with the so-called potential now aren't they Eraserhead? Izuku thought a bit bitterly as he rushed back to the fight and put it out of his mind since he had no more time to think about them and how big they screwed up since he couldn't stop the League of Villains from escaping. 6. Izuku arrived back at the fight to watch his master and father be forced to take a massive attack from All for One or let the civilian behind him die due to the attack. The attack was massive and All Might was forced back but when the dust settled Izuku's worst fears came true as his father's true form was revealed to the world to see. Everything went quiet as the world was in shock at seeing All Might's form. 12. Even Bakugo and the UA students who were standing together now were in shock as they looked at the TV on the building near them. Back at Ua, Nezu had dropped his teacup and it shattered on the ground. Eraserhead and Vlad King were stiff and freaking out at the fact that All Might's form was revealed and that it looked as if All Might was finished. As they were all silent, All for One spoke up as he began to mock All Might as he revealed the truth that Tamura Shigaraki was Tenko Shimura, the grandson of Nana Shimura. All Might face dropped from a smile and into shock as he heard that. All for One was enjoying the facial expression that All Might now held and prepared his next attack as everyone was calling out for him to keep fighting on and to stand up again. However, All Might couldn't buff back up and All for One saw this. Goodbye All Might, it seems it's time for you to die. All for One said as he powered up another attack and prepared to throw it but before he could he was stopped as Halo came slamming into his head and kicked him away into the distance. I won't let you kill my master. Izuku yelled out and everyone was stunned. All Might looked afraid though, afraid to witness his son's death just as he witnessed his master's. All for One though shrugged the attack off for the most part and looked at Halo. Oh, the student has come to save the master. Though it was a foolish mistake since I will kill you here and end the line of heroes that have plagued me. All for One said and you could tell by the tone of his voice he was smirking. Izuku could feel the fear overtake him at the ancient man that stood before him and then he felt a hand on his shoulder as All Might stood up as everyone cheered for Halo and All Might. All Might, Izuku said in a sorrowful tone and All Might smiled at him though and said it would all be alright. Izuku nodded his head and asked if he still had anything left of his quirk and All Might nodded his head. I need a chance to land my largest blow possible. If it doesn't stop him then Gran Torino will be removing you from the fight and flee. So I need you to create a distraction for me so I can land the blow without him blocking it. Can you do that for me? All Might asked and Izuku nodded his head and spoke. Anything for you Dad. Izuku said and charged off at All for One filled with determination as everyone watching was on the edge of their seats. 2. All for One was thrilled at the chance to kill One for All off for good and he decided to take it. All for One powered up his attack and swung at Halo who dodged due to his superior speed in close combat. Unlike All Might who had overall better speed in the long run, Izuku Midoriya had speed in turning on the dime. As such, He was able to dodge the attack quite easily and land a few blows, but they didn't do much damage at all due to Izuku lacking in overall offensive power against such a giant powerhouse that All for One was. Interesting. Give it another year or so and you could pose a threat to my life. It would do me quite well to snuff you out here, All for One said as he turned to attack Izuku. However, the ancient evil made a critical mistake thinking that All Might was completely done for due to losing his buff form. No. Instead, All Might was waiting for his chance to strike and soon he would get it. All for One launched attack after attack trying to kill Halo, who kept dodging like crazy while Halo would land a blow or two every so often, but All for One finally landed the successful blow and knocked Halo down onto the ground where he made his way and stood above him. I must congratulate you on withstanding me for so long, but this ends here, All for One said as he pulled back his punch and Izuku smirked as his mouth guard fell off. Indeed, this ends here, Izuku yelled as he pushed himself off the ground suddenly and kicked All for One's arm off to the side, and as All for One jerked to the side a bit he saw it. He saw All Might, who he had forgotten about in his desire to end One for All, was right in front of him with his arm pulled back with all of his power stored in it. No, All for One yelled out as All Might slugged forward, landing the final blow as he called out his move. United States of Smash, All Might yelled out as he slammed All for One's head into the ground as Izuku had provided a perfect opportunity for All Might to land the final blow. 15. The moment the body of All for One connected with the ground, a large tornado picked up, throwing rubble and parts of building up into the air as the land was cleared. The blow was so powerful that it had created an entire area clear of any rubble at all, with an impact zone in the middle of it. 5. The dust had cleared up and the news cameras from the helicopters got a better view of where All Might was, and they could see the villain on the ground with All Might standing above him. They also saw Halo make his way back to where All Might was since he had gotten a bit blown away. All Might saw Izuku back with him and he grabbed his hand as he buffed up and raised their hands into the air. The entirety of Japan and those on site went crazy as All Might and Halo had won. 3. They did it. All MGIHT and Halo did it. They defeated the villain and are now standing in victory, said the news reporter in the helicopter. Everyone was cheering their names and soon other heroes and police started to flood the area looking for injured people, and the police detained All for One into equipment so he wouldn't escape, but All Might was honestly doubtful the man could try to escape for a while in his injured state. Soon All Might dropped down to his skinny form as he could no longer hold it, as One for All was more or less gone now. All Might looked at Izuku and smiled as he realized they had finally done it. They defeated All for One finally. His master was finally revenged, and so were all of the past holders. 10. It's good that he is gone now, but the league escaped due to UA students. I had to abandon my attempt to capture them since a handful of UA students were here attempting to rescue Bakugo. I don't like the fact that they are out there, or the fact that we don't know how stronger Shigaraki can become in the future now that we have zero ideas where they have gone, Izuku said to the side of All Might. All Might was stunned to learn of the UA students that were present and were quite frankly annoyed with 1A by now with all of the stunts they have pulled. We can deal with the UA students later, but in regards to the league, I don't know how strong they will become, but with my retirement now happening, the world is about to become chaotic in the near future. I am sorry to drop all of this onto you, All Might said as he noticed the news cameras in the distance that were surely waiting to capture Izuku's appearance since his mouth guard got broken, which would reveal most of his face the moment All Might turned his body. 2. It's okay. I've warned my class of the coming future and they have been training harder. I dare say they can take on most second years and a few third years most likely. Anyway, ready for the media because you know we are escaping without answering some questions, and it's about time a face is put to Halo since I can't hide it anymore, Izuku asked, and All Might nodded his head and Izuku followed right behind All Might as they approached the cameras. The media was without a doubt trying to get an image of Izuku, and they would get it as the two of them arrived at the cameras. 2. All Might, Halo, will you please answer some questions for us? Quote. Asked a reporter, and All Might nodded his head as he took a step to the left and revealed Halo, who no longer had his mouth guard on since it was hanging half broken on his suit, nor was he wearing his hair covering so everyone could see his green hair. Izuku smiled his million-watt smile and waved at the cameras. Hello Japan, I am the hero of resilience, Halo, Izuku greeted, and everyone started to shout out questions. Izuku pointed towards a lady that was a bit meeker and quiet and asked her what her question was. Halo, everyone has been wondering what hero school you attend since it seems All Might and you have gone to lengths to hide that information. Asked the reporter, and Izuku nodded his head. Indeed, we did go to lengths to hide that information. We were concerned about villains aiming for my head if they knew about my face, but I've grown much stronger recently that we no longer have worries about most people that would have grudges against All Might that wish to take it out on me. As such, I am no longer concerned with hiding my face anymore. In regards to hero schools, I attend Shiketsu High School where I gained my provisional hero license alongside one of my classmates during my first semester due to my strength and overall abilities. Izuku said, and the reporters were set into a frenzy as they started to ask questions. Third POV. Izuku and All Might were still standing at the destruction site answering questions that ranged from many topics. All Might did announce his retirement though with all the reporters present. As I am sure many are wondering, I am indeed retiring as I can no longer keep performing heroic duties. However, Might Tower will not be stopping operations as I will be handing functional control to a close friend of mine that will keep the building operating. This is to allow my protege Halo here to keep working out of Might Tower for his work studies as he has been under the other pro hero Gran Torino who was a mentor to me during my younger days. Once Halo obtains his full hero license in the future, then he will take over all operations of Might Agency as I trust him to look after Japan in my absence. All Might declared, and everyone was stunned at hearing the declaration. They were losing the symbol of peace, but they knew they were gaining a new symbol as well that was in a growing phase, so everyone didn't lose hope. 2. One reporter did ask why Halo didn't attend UA since All Might taught at the school, and Izuku just looked at All Might to see if they wanted to even answer that question since it was a loaded one without the reporters even knowing. All Might sighed and spoke up. In truth, my protege did attend UA for a brief moment, but circumstance forced our hands, and my protege soon attended Shiketsu High School instead due to an incident at UA where we felt it was better if he didn't attend the school. At this time we will not be discussing the matter any further and will leave it up to the discretion of Principal Nezu if he wishes to reveal the incident or not. All Might said, and that just caused them all to want to know what happened to force All Might's protege out of UA. 10. Soon the questions came to an end as Izuku and All Might were transported together to the hospital to get their wounds checked out since they did have some. Izuku called his mother and informed her which hospital they were being taken to so she could come to see them. Now, while this all happened, there were quite a few interesting reactions that came out of that interview. One belonged to Bakugo Katsuki, who was currently fuming. He was pissed that the useless Deku had saved him once again, but he was furious that somehow the quirkless Deku, or formerly quirkless Deku, had lied to him about his quirk all of these years and somehow came under All Might and obtained his provisional license before him. His classmates were trying to get him to calm down, but he wasn't because he was downright pissed. It got to the point that the police officers with him had to put quirk cancelling cuffs on him since he kept setting his quirk off in his rage. Damn Deku, I will show you your place, Bakugo was thinking as he sat there in his rage. 36. While he was raging, in a certain school called UA, an evil laugh was going off at the facial expression of someone in the room. The laugh belonged to Principal Nezu, and he was laughing at Eraserhead, who looked pale and dumbfounded. So, do you understand where you screwed up? Nezu asked with a dark tone, and Eraserhead nodded a bit. I expelled All Might's protege, which pissed you and All Might off, Eraserhead said, and Nezu sighed. Wrong. Indeed, you expelled him and that pissed us off, but that isn't an issue. Well, it is, but not the one you are in trouble for. It was the fact that either you were a lazy teacher or a quirkist teacher. Both excuses you have are bad. Do you know why you are either of those things? Nezu asked as he pulled a file out of his desk. Eraserhead was stunned and shook his head, not understanding, but Nezu gave him a folder. 8. He looked at it, and it was Izuku's Midoriya folder that he had put to be placed in the archives since he wasn't his student anymore. Nezu told him to open it and read the quirk information, and he did, and he froze. How? What? Eraserhead spoke up, and Nezu nodded his head. Vlad King looked at it and was stunned and started to understand what Nezu was talking about and knew his coworker screwed up. You expelled a student in your quirk apprehension test who didn't have any training with his quirk since it had only awakened the day of the entrance exam. He wanted to wait to train it under Yue's help since it was destructive to his body as seen in the exam and could harm others if he wasn't careful. I'm quite amazed that he went from destroying a limb to a single finger, but that sadly wasn't enough for you, with it only being his second time using his quirk. Nezu said, and Eraserhead said he didn't know, and Nezu said that was the problem right there. You should have known since you had the file the entire time, yet you didn't check it nor asked him why he didn't have control. Instead, you held quirkist beliefs that he was a child with a strong quirk that skated through his life, but that was wrong. Instead, he was the former quirkless kid struggling with a brand new quirk who needed a teacher to help him train, but when he thought he would have a teacher that would connect with him, he got turned away and treated the same way that he did by all of his past teachers who helped abuse him as they allowed Bakugo Katsuki to harm Izuku Midoriya. The reason I was pissed with you about Bakugo is that the kid is more or less a villain with all of the crimes he committed, but we were trying to figure out a way to deal with him, but the league complicated matters since they were targeting the class due to the USJ. So tell me, Eraserhead, still think Bakugo Katsuki is fit to be a hero knowing he is an abuser who has suicided baited Izuku Midoriya, and has left scars across the boy's body for 10 years? Nezu asked with a venomous tone as he was finally letting his anger out about the entire situation. Eraserhead was silent as he didn't know any of this and had said he believed in his student to become a hero, but knowing all of this he couldn't say that was true anymore. 22. Now I think you see the issues and trouble you have caused Ua. Your test at the start of the year needs to be changed since it's biased. I admit I allowed you to operate as you saw fit for quite a long time, but I will need to be stopping that now. We lost the future #1 pro hero to Shiketsu High School. Lost all the money we would have gained with him being alumni, lost him as a skilled student. His mind was amazing as well. Then we got the issues with how you didn't take stricter punishment against Bakugo when he attempted to assault a student and you expelled for less. Then you didn't even mark it in his record either, and a whole bunch of other issues with those in your class you deemed with potential, yet you expelled the person with the most potential of them all. Do you understand where you went wrong and how you have damaged UA's standing with others, because what you have done is more or less an open secret with Shiketsu High School now, since they were informed of everything that happened when you expelled Izuku Midoriya? Nezu said as he just drove the knife further into Aizawa's back, since Nezu was still pissed for losing Izuku. Izuku did some digital lessons with Nezu since they were so well together, but it didn't make up for all of the time that Nezu could have had with Izuku if he was a student of Ua. 22. Eraserhead nodded his head and asked if the principal wanted his resignation, and Nezu was silent but finally said no. Overall, you are still an effective teacher and a hero, but you need to work on your issues and with the bias you have been carrying around against students that have stronger quirks due to your past. You judged Izuku Midoriya unfairly due to your bias and failed to look into why he didn't have control because you assumed he was just a spoiled child with a quirk he never trained. Do you understand? Nezu asked him with a disappointed tone, because he was quite frankly disappointed in his employee who he trusted so much to be able to handle almost anything Nezu needed. Aizawa nodded his head and said he understood, and then Nezu dropped another bomb. Good, because you need to go deal with your students that decided to go cause an issue in the raid. Several of your students caused Halo to abandon his capture of the League of Villains since they appeared during the fight, and he had to ensure they escaped successfully, which allowed the villains to escape, so now we need to worry about the League still being out there due to their actions. Nezu said in his cheerful tone that didn't sound cheerful at all, and Eraserhead groaned as he smacked his head as he was really starting to dislike his students with all of the shit they were pulling. As such, he left to go deal with that situation. 18. While that was going on, All Might and Izuku were sitting in a hospital room with their wounds having been taken care of. Izuku had bandages across his head and over one eye since All for One had landed a blow to his head and made a cut that had been bleeding. Izuku's eye had suffered a bit of injury as well, but it would fully recover by the time the bandages needed to come off. Izuku also had cut across part of his body that his outfit hid, but they all got bandaged up and taken care of. All Might had the worst of the wounds and everything, so he was a bit more covered and had one arm in a cast from doing the United States of Smash attack. They were all sitting in there when Inko Midoriya came into the room and glared at them, which made them gulp. Really? That was too close for comfort, you two, she said as she grabbed their ears. They both apologized and she sighed and hugged them both and thanked them both for coming home alive, which caused them to smile. 8. Soon they got to talking and Izuku brought up a topic that he knew needed to be brought up. So, what about Bakugo since he is going to be super pissed and try something since he now found out about me being Halo who has saved him and is also your protege dad? Izuku said and All Might nodded his head in understanding. I think we can use this event to force him into therapy and anger management maybe. We can also threaten to expel him or remove him from the hero course if he doesn't agree to it. If he tries anything like attacking you then it would be worst for him since you're a provisional hero. All Might said and Izuku nodded his head. Soon they just relaxed because this would be some of the only peace they would be having for a while as the future would be filled with chaos. 3rd Pav. 13. Several days passed and the cleanup of the battle in Kamino Ward was still going on. Izuku had informed his school and class that he was going to stay down at his home for a while longer and likely return closer to the start of the semester since he wanted to spend time with his mother and All Might before he returned to jump into training. They agreed since even Shiketsu High School was dealing with some of the fallout as reporters were outside of their school trying to gain any information on Halo about his time at the school but they were kept out due to the new defenses that the school had built. Nezu had asked All Might, Izuku, and Gran Torino to come to the school for a meeting about some matters which they agreed to. As such, they all rolled out of bed at the Midoriya home and got ready for their day. Izuku though was standing at his doorway looking at All Might who just came out of his mother's room. Let's not talk about this. Izuku asked and All Might nodded his head and they both just walked away to the kitchen and started eating breakfast. Soon Inko Midoriya and enjoyed her breakfast as well and Gran Torino was just laughing at the facial expression Izuku had on earlier due to seeing All Might come out of his Inko's room. 77. Izuku though ignored the man and asked if anyone knew why Nezu wanted to meet. I don't know, maybe handling any matters that are left over from the battle most likely. I don't know anything outside of that he would walk to talk about. All Might said and Gran Torino shrugged as well. As such, they headed towards UA High School without knowing the details of why they were going there. Soon they arrived outside of the school and Izuku was not wearing his hero outfit though he did have his support bracelet on with him in the event he needed to get geared up quickly. They moved past the reporters that were trying to ask them questions and they only responded that they were at the school for a meeting with Principal Nezu about the recent battle and follow-up to the events that happened. As they were walking through the halls of the school Izuku saw a few staff moving about but soon they arrived at Principal Nezu's office. Hello everyone. Thanks for coming, Nezu said as they entered his office. They all greeted the principal and took the tea he offered and sat down. Izuku decided to ask why they were there and Nezu sighed. To talk about many things but one I wanted to inform you that I did have a talk with Eraserhead who has expressed that he wanted to apologize to you Izuku. I will leave it up to you if you want to talk to him or not. Outside of that, we need to decide if we want to pursue the students that caused you to let the league go during the battle since you could charge them with interfering with pro-hero work. Nezu said and Izuku shook his head and said to just have them punished at UA. It was not right to charge them with a crime when Bakugo was able to stay at this school with everything he has done. Nezu nodded his head and then looked at All Might and spoke about asking him to help the homeroom teachers convince the first years to allow their students to move into the dorms that they were building. All Might agreed and then there was also the conversation point about Bakugo. When you go to the Bakugo's house, I will be joining you and Eraserhead as we will be talking about all of his crimes. In all honesty, I just want to arrest him and be done with it but we will go with the original plan of just having his record marked with all of the crimes he's done. But he will be on a tight leash moving forward as well since he can't be allowed to keep doing what he is doing. Nezu said and they all nodded their heads. Soon they moved on to other topics such as the aftermath and devastation of the fight and how the cleanup was going. So far they were still pulling bodies out of the rubble but they were nearly done though and hopefully they would have a final death count from the fight. 10. After a while, Nezu decided to test his luck and asked if Izuku would consider rejoining UA if he was offered a spot and Izuku just shook his head. I have an entire family more or less at Shiketsu High School now that I love spending time with. Also, they don't go breaking the law like every other week as it seems UA 1A class enjoys doing. Izuku said and Nezu nodded his head and said he had to try his luck. Soon though Izuku agreed to meet Eraserhead since he didn't want the entire conversation to be sticking around forever. As such, Nezu called Eraserhead to his office where Eraserhead found Izuku Midoriya, All Might, and Gran Torino in the room waiting for him. 4. Halo. Eraserhead greeted as he bowed his head and started to apologize. I need to offer my apologies for failing you as a teacher and a pro hero. I had always waited to look at my students' profiles to not be biased on what past teachers wrote, but that seems to have backfired on me since I never read your profile, which would have shown me that you had your quirk for only a short period of time before the first day of UA. As such, I ended up damaging your trust in teachers even more and even damaging your trust in heroes when I didn't push Bakugo Katsuki enough when he decided to try and attack you that day. I hope one day you will be able to forgive me and be able to trust me even if it's only as a coworker as heroes. Eraserhead said as he bowed his head. Izuku sat there in silence before he sighed and told Eraserhead to raise his head. I will be honest with you, I won't forgive you as a teacher in all honesty. I thought you were going to be different since you were a pro hero, but I guess I was wrong. I will learn to trust you as a coworker as heroes and see where we go from there, Eraserhead, since I don't hate you. No, you didn't do much against me compared to everyone else in my life, so you're on the bottom of the scale of pain that people have caused me in all honesty. It also drove me to Shiketsu High School, which honestly I think is better than UA, even though they don't have the same amount of facilities or other things, but we definitely have things that bound us together and make us stronger. So I also owe you thanks for kicking me out. So again, I don't exactly forgive you, but I will trust you as a pro hero above everything else. Izuku said as he shrugged his shoulders and drank some of his tea. Eraserhead nodded his head and Nezu dismissed Eraserhead and reminded him that he has a class to attend to. 15. Izuku looked confused since it was still summer break even though it was close to ending. Due to his quirkist actions, I've enrolled him in a class about discrimination to help him be better. I've also made him suffer a pay cut that will be paid to one of All Might's quirkless charities. There's some other things like him not being able to expel anymore without my strict approval, but I don't want to fire him since he is still a decent teacher outside of this event and I think he can fix his errors. Nezu said and Izuku nodded his head. Soon the meeting came to an end and they all decided it was time to go home since All Might would need to accompany the homeroom teachers next week to all of the homes, so he better start enjoying the small break he has before he has to get back to work. 3rd Pav. 12. It was time for the conversations with all of the parents about relocating all of the students to the campus to help decrease the chances of them being targeted while they were en route to the school itself each day. As such, that is how Eraserhead found himself going between each home with All Might helping him. Overall, the homes went pretty damn easily with little to no resistance from the parents at all since UA has been trying their hardest in the views of the parents. However, the problem came when it was time for one Bakugo Katsuki turn as Principal Nezu joined the two staff on the trip to his home because this was going to be a far wider topic of conversation than the Bakugos knew to be expecting. 16. Eraserhead stood outside of the home and knocked on the door with Principal Nezu on his shoulder. All Might was still slightly recovering from his wounds due to the battle but would be healed up soon enough. As they waited for the door open, they could hear shouting inside of the home when the door slammed open to reveal one Bakugo Katsuki who saw his teachers present with his principal. Bakugo, we are here to talk to your parents about the dorms and other matters. Are they here? Eraserhead asked in a monotone voice, not giving his displeasure of being near the kid away. He was still coming to terms with everything that he has read about Bakugo and the fact that he said Bakugo could be a hero even after all of that on live TV when he didn't truly know his student at all. 6. Bakugo grunted and waved them in and soon they were all sitting down on a couch with the Bakugos. Hello, Bakugos. I'm sure you are aware of the notice we sent a few days ago that we would be arriving to talk about the dorms on the UA campus. Eraserhead asked and Mitsuki Bakugo nodded her head and said they were aware and had no issues of their brat going on campus. Oi! I am not a brat, old hag. Bakugo yelled out to only get slapped on the back of the head by his mother. Quiet down and behave for once in your life. Mitsuki Bakugo yelled out. The staff just watched and analyzed the situation as they discovered Bakugo's mother is quite like Bakugo himself, which may have helped fuel his issues, which only made matters worse. The principal decided to speak up next. Indeed, however, now we must talk about if Bakugo Katsuki can even become a hero anymore. Principal Nezu said and the Bakugos froze and looked at him. Katsuki Bakugo looked pissed and was about to hell when his mother spoke up. What the hell do you mean by that? Mitsuki Bakugo asked and Nezu nodded his head. The problem doesn't lay with him having been kidnapped but rather why he was kidnapped, because we did some digging into Bakugo's past and discovered quite a lot of criminal activities that your son has had his hand in. Would you like to start this conversation, Katsuki Bakugo, or would you like me to? Principal Nezu asked, no longer wearing his smile and only had a small frown on. Bakugo's parents were confused by what the hell they meant by criminal activities and asked their son what they meant. 8. I don't know jack shit what they are talking about. I am going to become the #1 hero and be far greater than All Might, even with his shitty useless protege as Dek. Bakugo was yelling but got cut off when All Might yelled for him to silence himself. Silence yourself. You have no right to insult him with the actions you choose to do in your life. My protege Halo will always be better than someone like you, young Bakugo, so don't even dare compare yourself to him because you will always fail in comparison. All Might yelled out as he had buffed up again for a slight moment before going back down and coughing some blood. All Might, I think it might be best for you to leave. You were emotionally compromised since Halo is your son. Quote. Nezu said, and he said this for a reason. All Might and he had talked beforehand to Inko Midoriya about accidentally revealing the son-father relationship without saying if it was biological or not. This way it would help cover up one for all, because no one could really ever find Hisashi Midoriya, and the Bakugos were really the only ones that knew of Hisashi Midoriya and the fact that Izuku was quirkless beforehand. Making All Might appear as Izuku's father for the Bakugos would help cover one for all up in a layer of protection, since Inko Midoriya had been dodging Mitsuki Bakugo's calls for quite some time since she found out about Izuku's past. Compromised. Of course, I would be when I have to listen to the person that abused my son for a decade spout bullshit like he never committed the crimes. But, I will do as you ask and I will be waiting in the car. All Might said and got up and left. Everyone else, including Eraserhead, was in shock at what they heard, since Eraserhead didn't know the entire truth of the situation, but the Bakugos snapped out and asked what they meant by All Might being Izuku Midoriya's father. Ah, yes, All Might is Halo's father and love of Inko Midoriya after all, but we need to move on from that and talk about the crimes that Bakugo here seems to forget. The crimes include physical bullying, verbally bullying, borderline torture, abuse, destruction of property, illegal quirk usage, suicide baiting, and some other minor crimes as well, but this all went on for 10 years. That is why we have concerns that Bakugo can even be a hero in the first place, since he had 10 years to torture Izuku Midoriya aka Halo before his quirk activated later in his life, since his body wasn't ready to handle it. Principal Nezu said as he sipped some of his tea. The Bakugos looked at their son and saw his shocked face, which helped confirm what they heard. 10. Son. Why? Bakugo's father asked, and he gritted his teeth and said, the damn nerd deserved it. He was worthless. He was useless, he was, Bakugo was saying, but got cut off by his father. Enough. The man yelled, which shocked Katsuki Bakugo since he never heard his father yell before. Deserve. No human deserves to be dehumanized. Son, you wanted to be a hero, but heroes don't do what you did. No. That is what the villains do, because right now you sound just like one. Is it our fault? Did we not raise you correctly? Did we not discipline you correctly? Fuck, how did we not see this? Masaru Bakugo said as his face was filled with grief and anger as some tears went down it, while on the other hand, Mitsuki Bakugo was silent before she spoke. 28. That's why Inko doesn't talk to me anymore. I wondered why she stopped taking my phone calls earlier this year. She found out about this and was disgusted with our family, disgusted with the fact that we never knew what our own son was doing. Mitsuki said in a low voice as tears went down her face. Bakugo himself was shocked though to see polar reactions from his parents that they normally have. He was stunned and confused about what was going on with them, but he was also shocked when his father had said he sounded like he was a villain and started to blame himself. 19. Though, I guess it's a good thing the League of Villains didn't know about Bakugo's past actions and only wanted him based on his actions at the sports festival. Principal Nezu said, and everyone looked confused, including Eraserhead, who had asked the question on their minds. The reason I said that is because if they had found out while Bakugo was in their care, then he would have been killed instead of them trying to recruit him. From what we have gathered, a handful of the core members of the League all come from situations that were filled with abuse from people they should have been able to trust, such as family or friends. As such, if they had discovered Bakugo's actions against Halo, then he likely would have been killed off, since they would have seen him as the reason they went down their paths of being villains to begin with. Shigaraki seems to have taken a liking to Halo as well, since we believe he sees a part of himself in Halo which would have resulted in Bakugo's death if he knew of anything he truly had done. Principal Nezu said, and the room was in shock at what they heard. Nezu observed Bakugo as he tensed as he listened to the entire statement. 9. Good, the brat knows how close he came to death now, doesn't he? Nezu thought in his mind before moving the conversation along. Anyway, sadly, due to Eraserhead's comments on live TV during the press conference, I can't just expel Bakugo for everything, since that means I have to fire Eraserhead, since he had tied Bakugo to the school and our ability to correct him. So Bakugo, this will be your only chance of ever becoming a hero, because if you screw up after this chance, then I don't care if Ua takes a hit. I will get rid of you and bring you to justice for your past crimes. Nezu said with some venom in his voice, and the Bakugos nodded their head while Katsuki Bakugo gritted his teeth and nodded his head. He clearly doesn't like this, but oh well if you don't like it. Nezu thought as he started to talk about what would be going on moving forward. 3. Moving forward, Bakugo Katsuki will be on probation for the rest of this year and until we deemed otherwise. He will attend anger management and therapy because his attitude can't continue. It's clear he has issues that need to be addressed, and he can do it via therapy and anger management. Outside of those, he will be required to wear quirk dampening cuffs bracelets. It will allow him to set his quirk off, but not too high degrees as he would like. The reason it isn't fully blocking them is due to his need to get rid of the sweat his body produces for his quirk. You however need to alert a staff member of any time you use your quirk for this, as you are not allowed to use your quirk without their permission. Even if it's at 2 a.m. in the morning, you will need to alert a staff person, which I will give you an app to do so with the staff that will be on night patrol. We are still deciding if we will allow you to take the provisional exam soon or not, and if we do, we may determine that you will be held back a semester in regards to work studies. Do know that these past events will be placed on your hero record as marks, but they won't say the full reason you received them, since the case about the past events will be sealed fully unless you destroy your last chance. There may be some other conditions we will enforce, but those will come with time as we see fit to correct your behavior, since what you are showing is not heroic at all and you are on a path to darkness. Nezu said, and then sipped some tea again as they were silent with all of the conditions that he had laid out to them. Bakugo was more or less in shock at this point and was silent as he couldn't understand why this was all going on. Everything he did was right in the eyes of his teachers back then, and they never stopped him nor corrected him. No, instead they encouraged him to do his actions. Bakugo brought this point up and Nezu nodded his head. Indeed, that is why I've gone after them all and destroyed your former schools. Nearly all of those teachers now sit in prison, but I kept that all on the down low since Halo didn't want to relive his memories of his past. It's also a reason why I just don't throw you out my doors right away, since you got screwed over by the past teachers that taught you this behavior was correct. Though, you didn't get screwed as much as Halo did, since he has to live with the actions you and everyone did to him for the rest of his life, but you got screwed over nonetheless, and it's my job as a teacher to see if you can correct your path. Again, this is your last chance, Katsuki Bakugo. Principal Nezu said with a smile that was clearly not a smile. Soon the conversations came to an end and they all separated after the parents had signed the paperwork agreeing to everything, such as the dorms and the punishments. 19. As they got into the car and drove off, Nezu asked Eraserhead why he was so silent during most of that meeting. Eraserhead looked at him and All Might, who had listened into the entire conversation via a recording device on Nezu. Because I contributed to the actions that Halo went through when he arrived at Ua, so I didn't have the right to look down in judgment on Bakugo at that time. Otherwise, I would be a hypocrite, Eraserhead said, and Nezu nodded his head in agreement. Soon they headed back to the school since they needed to prepare everything and fill Hound Dog in on the entire Bakugo situation so he would be ready for the sessions with the kid and wouldn't be caught off guard when they talked about it, which they all knew would take a lot of time for Bakugo to ever admit he was wrong, most likely. Third Pav. 11. A week had passed since the staff had gone to their students' homes and got their families to agree to move the students into the dorms on campus. However, there was still about a month left before the next semester would start, and the students would only move onto the campus about a week and a half before UA would start up again. Now, while Izuku and Gran Torino were not at Shiketsu High School, they were staying at Midoriya's mother home, where All Might had also more or less moved into since his and Inko's relationship had advanced to that stage now. Now, while we could poke and tease Izuku about his parents getting together, we have more important things to deal with, such as the new quirk. 10. Now, you might wonder, what new quirk are we talking about? Well, simple really. As Izuku went to sleep one night on one of the nights while staying at Inko's home, he found himself inside of the dreamscape of One for All. He was wondering why he was there and looked around to see if he could find the past users, and as he was looking he soon found himself standing on top of a building ledge. It was night time and the city was bright with all of the lights from the buildings, but Izuku could tell there was no one. There were no cars on the roads or people moving around, but then Izuku heard a voice from behind him and he found someone standing on the other side. He walked over and found it was Nana Shimura, the 7th user, as she stood on the roof of the building looking at the city. 26. 7th. Why am I here? Izuku asked her, and she just waved him over to him and had him join her on the edge of the roof as they looked over the city. Soon though she spoke and Izuku's eyes widened at what he learned. You are here because the changes that the first user warned you about are starting to happen. The core of the quirk has grown and is pushing the other quirks out. As such, we users decided which quirk would be pushed out first, since one quirk had to come out and you were already pulling on mine without even knowing about it. Nana Shimura said as she turned and looked at Izuku in the face. Izuku was confused but did remember something about changes that would start happening due to the quirk singularity point. 8. How was I pulling your quirk? Izuku asked so he could know how to do it with the others in the future if he needed them. She looked at him and smiled a bit as she could hear his thoughts. Be careful to not take too much at one time or it might overwhelm you. You pull them without them being forced out due to your desires. You have been using One for All to fly in a sense, which had synced up with my quirk, which allows me to float and in a sense to fly. Though, One for All has supercharged it, so it's really more than just floating if you can figure out how to apply it better than just floating and using One for All to move around. Nana said, and Izuku nodded his head at her statement and asked her for any advice on activating float when he wakes up. She thought about it and then spoke. It was more of a weightless feeling for me, but it might be different for you. Don't overthink it though, but apply your quirk book theories to it since you are good at it. I might suggest trying to activate it on the feeling of stepping on the air itself, or as if you're pulling yourself in a direction via axis of movement if you know what they are. Nana suggested, and Izuku nodded his head and kind of liked the idea of the axis of movement and would likely try it since it might help him learn control of the quirk and use it to fly. Nana then walked over to Izuku and wore a sad smile on her face. Izuku asked her what was wrong and she sighed a bit. Before I pass the quirk on to you, the others wanted me to warn you. We don't think the war with All for One is over, so don't let up on your training. Even though we would love for you to rest up and enjoy your years at Shiketsu High School. We don't think the war is over. We feel like something is off with All for One in a sense due to how they are connected, and something doesn't feel right. It's as if All for One is planning for a comeback that no one is expecting, but for some reason, we feel it's connected to my grandson Tenko as well. Nana said, and Izuku's eyes widened and thanked her for the warning. She then looked at him and asked him to end the fight with her grandson and put a stop to him, but if he could. She asked if he could avoid killing him if it was possible, but not to hold back if others' lives were on the line over Tenko Shimura's. 7. Izuku agreed, and Nana tapped him on the forehead and he felt his body heat up in pain as she explained his DNA is being rewritten by One for All to allow him to access float as well now. You will be going back now. Just remember, we are proud of everything you have done so far. You helped keep Toshi alive and didn't allow him to come to join us, which we are thankful for. He deserves his rest, so thank you, Izuku. Thank you for being the best user we have ever had. Nana shouted as Izuku disappeared out of the One for All dreamscape area and soon found himself awake. 13. Izuku woke up screaming and soon everyone in the home rushed into his room to find One for All activated across his skins and the room in a mess due to the quirk going off. Fuck, it hurts worse outside than inside of the dreamscape. Izuku yelled out as he gripped his clothing as he pushed through the pain and soon One for All came to a stop. Everyone looked at him and asked if he was alright and what happened with One for All again. Izuku asked to catch his breath first and felt around inside of himself like he does for One for All and soon found the second quirk. It felt weightless like Nana described it and he tried turning it on and soon found himself floating off his bed for several meters which caused them all to go into a state of shock. 11. Well, I didn't think I would activate it so easily the first time. Nana's words were right on the feeling of it. Now, to turn it off, he was muttering out when he felt down as he turned it off and hit his bed. He then looked at them all and All Might looked like he was going to have a heart attack as he asked if he was the only one to see that and they all told him that they saw it as well. They all asked him for an explanation and Izuku looked at the clock and said that they should talk over breakfast since they would have gotten up in an hour anyway. They all agreed and soon they found themselves sitting in the kitchen eating when Izuku spoke up. 4. As you can all see, I have the 7th user's quirk float from Nana Shimura. It's a part of the changes that they warned me about from the last time I was inside of One for All. The core is expanding which is forcing the other quirks out and into my body. Nana's quirk was the first they pushed out since I was already calling for it in a way since I used One for All to fly in a sense by my air blasts. As such, they choose to push float out since it would be easier for me to adapt to most likely. Izuku said as he just sat there and ate his food. They were all in shock again at what he said and All Might asked how his master was. We didn't talk much about you but she was happy you didn't end up joining them after our fight with All for One. She did say that they did thank me for being the best user we have ever had which was nice to know that they were glad I had the quirk. Izuku said with a smile and All Might laughed and smiled with him. I am glad that they love you as much as I do my son. Was there anything else that she or the others talked about? All Might asked and Izuku was silent as he put his fork down. It was only there this time as she delivered the messages from herself or them but yes. All Might. They said the war isn't over and that they feel as if All for One is going to try something and it's somehow connected to Shigaraki aka Tenko Shimura. Izuku said and they all tensed at the implications of the past user's message. Inko who was concerned for her son asked how they would know and Izuku explained that in a way the past users can feel All for One since he started the quirk out in a sense and they are not liking what they are feeling from him. 3. Doesn't matter if he escapes or not. Just means that I can't go light in training and need to keep it in high gear. So Gran Torino, before we head back to Shiketsu High School, can you help me start training float whenever we aren't doing something on our short break we have right now? Izuku asked and Gran Torino nodded his head and told Izuku to finish eating and they would head to the woods and start training since there was nothing else planned today. As such, they both quickly finished eating and packed some stuff for the training, and headed off after saying goodbye to Inko and All Might who were left sitting there. He's not going to get to enjoy his years at Shiketsu High School is he? Inko asked and All Might was silent for a while before he looked at her and shook his head. All I can say is that I am sorry for dragging him into what appears to be a non-ending war. I had no intention of him having to take so much on his shoulders so soon. The only thing I can do now in my frail body is supported him the best I can on the back lines. All Might said as he lowered his head to Inko. She just sighed and hugged him and said they would support Izuku together since the path forward was still a dark one. Soon Izuku and Gran Torino both arrived in the forest and got to work on their training. Gran Torino told him to activate the quirk and describe how it felt to him. Izuku did as such and started floating a bit and described it as a weightless feeling but he also included what Nana talked about in the dreamscape. Gran Torino nodded his head and suggested trying to move with the axis of movement in mind. After about 5 minutes, Izuku was finally able to move and when he did he went flying straight into a tree and knocked it down. I see what she meant by it being supercharged. That was far more powerful than what she could do with it as she had to build up speed but you went flying right away. Our problem for you is going to be the opposite of hers as you need to learn how to decrease your speed and control the output while she needed to train to get the speed to go faster. Gran Torino said, and Izuku nodded his head as he rubbed it since he had collided straight into the tree a few moments ago. 16. Soon the entire day passed and Izuku had gained some control over float. In Izuku's honest views, the quirk float was far easier to start getting control of than One for All itself, which he was so thankful for. It is easier to control. Izuku didn't have perfect control as he couldn't turn easily as the 7th user could, but he could use it to fly in the sky and slowly turn. Right now, Izuku just came to a stop and turned in the direction he wanted until he was able to get the turning aspect down, as he needed to focus on 2 axes of movements instead of just one if he wanted to turn. He also has the speed slow enough that he doesn't go colliding into stuff right away if he turns it on, but it still needed a lot of work on it, but for a full day of non-stop training it was very decent. 3rd POV. The remaining weeks of the summer break were coming to a close and it was now 1 week and a half before the next semester of all of the schools would restart. All Might had informed Izuku that he would have an apartment on campus, but he would be spending most of his time at Inko's apartment on the days he didn't have any classes scheduled, which were about half of the time. As such, he would spend half of his time at the school apartment and half of his time at Inko's apartment. It was also time for the students to move on to the campus dorms since they would need to get settled in. Izuku had agreed to help All Might move his stuff from his actual apartment to his one on Ua since he would be selling it since he doesn't stay there anymore anyway. As such, Izuku helped him move in and was there when the students of 1A moved into the dorms, but they didn't know about him being there yet since the staff dorm was a bit further away from the 1A dorms themselves, so they didn't see Izuku, All Might, and Gran Torino since they had arrived far earlier than the students since they wanted to be done with moving All Might as soon as possible, since Izuku and Gran Torino would be making their trip back to Shiketsu High School either that night or the next morning. Soon hours passed and they had finished moving All Might in and were making their way towards the main building when they saw Eraserhead with his class standing outside of 1A's dorms. As they walked up they could hear Eraserhead chew his students out in regards to their attempt to save Bakugo, which resulted in Izuku having to let the League of Villains go free. I know for a fact that all of you except the ones that were asleep knew about the rescue attempt as well. If it weren't for the fact that All Might had to retire, then we would most likely expel all of you that knew or attempted it. Those that knew should have reported it to a UA staff member so we could have prevented them from going, since their little attempt screwed a portion of the operation up and resulted in the League members all escaping from Halo. Moving forward, you need to show that the staff at UA can trust you again, since right now we don't. Eraserhead said as he glared at all of his students. Then they all noticed who was standing behind their teachers and Eraserhead turned and saw Izuku, Gran Torino, and All Might. Izuku and Gran Torino were wearing their hero outfits since they have been training non-stop whenever a moment presented itself, so Izuku has been wearing it whenever he went out for the day and wasn't at home. Halo, I didn't know you would be visiting, Eraserhead asked as a question. Izuku nodded his head a bit before speaking. Yay, I came to help move All Might stuff to his apartment here on campus even though he will be with Mom half of the time anyway, Izuku said as he shrugged, and All Might blushed as Gran Torino just chuckled. The students looked stunned except Bakugo, who looked constipated, but before anyone could say anything a voice called out for them. Ah, Halo, Gran Torino, and All Might. Just the people I was looking for, said the voice, and they all turned to find Principal Nezu, who walked up to them. Izuku greeted Principal Nezu, who asked about his new aspect that he figured out how to do, which confused everyone who wasn't in the loop. 3. I've been getting better at it since discovering it a few weeks ago. It was weird manipulating my quirk's energy like that the first time, and when I actually used it, I ended up crashing into a large tree and tearing it down with a few others. Izuku said as he turned One for All on and displayed the small green arcs for appearance sakes and then started to float up, which shocked everyone. He then blasted off high up into the air and spread around before coming back down. I see you are struggling with the turning, Nezu asked, which Izuku nodded his head at. Yay. I'm trying to fly on the basics of the axes of movement, which is hard due to as I fly. I am manipulating the energy of my quirk to produce the force instead of sending air blasts like I always used to do when I wanted to fly, but this is more pure flying now instead of sudden bursts of movement, Izuku said, and Nezu nodded his head but spoke up. Indeed, but you must not be too hard on yourself when you've only had your quirk for less than a full year now, since you're one of the world's oldest quirk bloomers, though there are a few other cases. I'm just glad you're not breaking your bones as you did before when you used it the first time in the exam. Principal Nezu said, and everyone from 1A was shocked at hearing what they were talking about. Even Bakugo looked stunned since he was under the belief that Izuku had been hiding it for all of the years, but there he was hearing the principal of his school talk about how the nerd had it only for a year. Anyway, I came to talk to you, Halo. I wanted to see if you wanted to join me for a game of chess before you return to Shiketsu High School. It's boring playing virtual chess against you since we can't reach each other's body language and try to psych each other out. Nezu said with a grin instead of a smile, and Izuku chuckled. Sure, I'll join you. All Might, want to join us for some tea and talk a bit more before Gran Torino and I leave after a few games of chess? Izuku asked All Might, who nodded his head. They waved goodbye to the students and Eraserhead and moved along to All Might's office and left them all there in a state of shock. In all honesty, they had planned that encounter with Nezu beforehand for the most part. When Izuku noticed the 1A students when they were walking, he had texted Nezu a brief summary of what needed to be said since it would allow them to clamp down on any rumors of him from his time at UA even though it was short. This would also help deal with some issues with Bakugo, who knew Izuku was quirkless before in the past. As such, Izuku and Nezu manipulated the entire class and Eraserhead into believing he figured out a new way to apply his quirk energy instead of it being an entire new quirk. 12. Soon the four of them entered Nezu's office and they both broke into a burst of laughter. Well, that went easier than I thought and allowed me to lay the groundwork to cover up Float. Izuku said as he sat down in a chair and got the chessboard ready to play. Gran Torino and All Might look a bit lost and they explained why they had that conversation and what purpose it served. Bakugo knew me from childhood and would likely assume with his anger and all that I hid my quirk and was looking down on him or something. This helped lay the groundwork to break that idea out of him and also established in all of their minds that I only had my quirk for less than 1 year and would realistically be discovering new aspects of how to apply my quirk when in truth I am getting a new quirk, which was Float. Depending on the future quirks, we can easily use that excuse to cover them up as I was just finding new ways to apply my quirk energy, but it depends on the quirks in the future. Izuku said, and they widened their eyes in the realization of how smart and craft that plan was since it would help cover one for all true nature up. It was honestly the perfect plan for now to hide the quirk. 18. As they sat there, Izuku talked with Nezu about the warning he received from One for All. Nezu wasn't pleased to hear about the warning but needed to know it. He sighed and wished the war with All for One would just end already. That man is unpredictable. He has had 200 years to plan and learn from his mistakes, and we are seeing the full force of them in action time and time again. We can only start preparing and hunt down the League members and hope we are in time before they grow too powerful. Nezu said, and they all nodded their heads. Soon the few games of chess came to an end and it was time for them to bring their day to an end. Izuku decided he wanted to go back to Shiketsu High School that night since he wanted to rest in his dorms and start training sooner rather than later. He also wanted to warn Inasa and the rest of his class to kick their training into high gear as well since Izuku had a bad feeling for the coming future. 13. As Izuku and Gran Torino headed off towards Shiketsu High School, the students of 1A were all in the dorms settling in. They did end up talking about Halo aka Izuku Midoriya and how much he changed from the first day. Eraserhead, who was still in the room, was just listening into the conversations and decided he would wait and see what was said before he said anything. Hitoshi Shinso asked who Izuku Midoriya was and why everyone seemed to know him since he didn't know Izuku and Halo were the same people. Iida spoke up about it. Halo is Izuku Midoriya. He was actually going to this school before he got expelled due to the test on the first day of class, which Eraserhead kicked him out. Though, he used to break his bones, but it seems we learned why since he only had his quirk for a very short period before the first day, which was amazing considering he passed the entrance exam. Iida said, and Shinso looked surprised at learning of this. Some other things were said, but Eraserhead decided to speak up and grab their attention. I actually shouldn't have expelled Halo on the first day. I didn't read his file nor any of yours on the first day, which meant I never saw when he had gotten his quirk. I had assumed he was a child with a powerful quirk that never trained, but I was wrong and ended up being quirkist towards him. I've been reprimanded by Principal Nezu in regards to the matter, and the first day test is changing for future years, as I will also be reading the students' files before the test as well to ensure no more repeats of my mistake in expelling Halo, since he has proven without a doubt he has massive potential as a hero and that I failed him in the school in my decision on that day. I've already apologized to Halo, but I know he doesn't forgive me really, but he is willing to trust me as a pro hero instead of a teacher since I failed him in that regard. If any of you ever feel as if I am discriminating against you, then please let me know and I will correct myself. Understood, he said, and everyone nodded their heads while some like Bakugo just grunted. Though while that was said, Power Loader had arrived with the quirk dampening bracelets for Bakugo, who took them and slapped them on. 9. Everyone was confused about what they were and Bakugo just turned his head away. Eraserhead wasn't going to publicly talk about the events either, since it would be talking about personal student matters and he was sure Halo wouldn't want his past drug up again and again by others. As such, Eraserhead just kept his mouth shut for now in regards to Bakugo, but he was sure it would get out sooner or later since he was told that Halo didn't hide the events from his classmates at Shiketsu High School, and one day they would get out to more people regardless of what Bakugo wanted. 3rd Pav. 5. Izuku and Gran Torino were on the train heading towards Shiketsu High School as they had already left Ua. Izuku was sitting on the train and could see the few people that were in his car on the train taking pictures of him and Gran Torino. Izuku just waved at them and smiled, and they just kept taking pictures, but soon they were the only ones left in the train car as they went further west towards the school. As such, they both started to talk about future plans. So with you taking over Might Tower, are we taking over as the primary heroes for the League of Villains case with the detective? Izuku asked, since he wanted to be one of the people to track them down, since he wanted this war with them to come to an end before it could fester into a full-blown war instead of the small skirmishes that they've been having. Gran Torino nodded his head at Izuku's question and spoke. Indeed, the detective will inform of if he finds anything that he needs us to dig into on the field, as he will question people and try to get a general idea of where they are at before we go in. Gran Torino said, and Izuku nodded his head. Soon the train ride came to an end and they arrived back at Shiketsu High School. 1. Both of them made their way into the school dorms, and Inasa was surprised to see Izuku back already when everyone else noticed him and jumped onto him. I'm back, Izuku called out from the bottom of the pile as all of his classmates kept him pinned to the ground. They all started to ask him how his summer went outside of the fight to the death, which Izuku chuckled at how they worded it. It was good to a point. Anyway, we got some stuff to talk about, Izuku said as they let him up, and right on cue the principal and homeroom teacher for their class entered the dorm common room. They all sat down and the principal started to speak up as he got them all to look at him. 5. As you all know, with the retirement of All Might, the crime rates will start rising as there is no longer a man to push all of it down like we used to. There is also the problem of the League of Villains being on the loose as well. As such, both 1A and 1B have been recommended for the provisional exams that will take place about the second month of the semester. Principal Sua said as he looked at all of his students, and they all looked pumped up. Then someone spoke and asked if they could have their classes start a week earlier in regards to physical training, and everyone nodded their head in agreement. The staff looked at each other and spoke for a bit, and they came to an agreement that they would set up some all-day physical classes that would focus on making super moves and training their overall abilities for the next week and a half before classes started up. 8. As such, that is how everyone spent the next week or so. Everyone was training the best they could, while Izuku himself was also pushing his body and training to get more control of One for All while including float in his battle tactics. It got to a point where Inasa and he had started to do fights in the air to get better at air combat, even though it was rare for air combat. However, it was now time for the school itself to start back up, and that meant they had about a month and a half before the provisional license exam would start. Izuku was honestly proud of the determination his class has shown with the oncoming threat, and he was hoping they would all pass the provisional license exam so he could get their help on the field during combat, because Izuku doubted the League of Villains would stay hidden forever. 5. During the month and a half before the exam, everyone was pushed as best as they could while Izuku was doing the extreme, and they all knew why. He was the protege of All Might, the one that needs to hold society up, and Izuku is going to play a critical role in everything that will be coming in the future. During these remaining times before the exam, Izuku could be found lifting passenger train cars as he used his quirk and also used float. He wanted to be able to lift things in the air if, for example, a building started to fall. This way, Izuku could catch a falling building if it was within his weight range and stabilize it so other heroes could get civilians out of the building before it crashed into the ground. They were all impressed, and as the final weeks, before the exam had arrived, they asked what percentage of control was he currently at. Izuku looked at them and grinned big time. During the Camino incident, I was at 50% of my quirk, but now I am sitting at 60% of my quirk. So I gained a 10% increase during this month and a half time frame, which is good, and if I keep pushing it then I can reach 100% soon, likely at our next holiday break and before we start our second year. Izuku said, and they all nodded their heads at his extreme workouts. Even Gran Torino was shocked, even though he was there for everything, because he was honestly afraid at some points that Izuku was going to kill himself when he had lifted up 3 passenger train cars, since they had arranged for each car to weigh 100 tons directly for the training purposes. This meant that Izuku had lifted 300 tons, which he struggled to do but had done it nonetheless. 53. After they talked about Izuku's training for a while, he asked them how all of their training was going and he listened to them. For example, his classmate Yasun Amato, who had the Kitsune quirk that gave her 9 tails, was able to finally bring other people into her weird dimension to travel through places, but they discovered a side effect of other people going into it, that they are forced to relive their horrible past memories. As such, the staff didn't allow her to take others into it without permission, and they needed to have a staff person on site when they trained it. Izuku suggested that his entire class undergo training through her dimensional travel so that they could use it in the future, and it would allow the class to steel their will towards their past memories. After some consideration, everyone agreed, but the staff made sure it was only to be done on campus and the training would start after the exam. 15. Another classmate advanced their quirk as well and made a cool super move in Izuku's views. It was actually Tatsugi Getten who had the electric charge quirk that Izuku fought against in the sports festival. Tatsugi had created a dome of electrical charge that prevented others from getting close to him and shocked them. It was more or less a very perfect defense move, and he could also use it to trap others as well, so it was an offensive move as well, since he could shrink the dome space and capture people as he shocks them out cold. 8. Even Inasa had made some new moves during his training. Inasa was able to focus his wind into a sharp attack that went around his hands, as such they acted as a scalpel more or less. As such, his hands became much more dangerous in hand-to-hand combat if he decided to go that route and place wind on his hands and turn them into wind knives more or less. Overall, each person in the class had come up with new moves or improved their quirks overall to a point that the staff felt amazing with their chances of passing the provisional exam. However, Izuku learned of something interesting the week before the exam was scheduled. The staff asked him and Inasa to go to the exam as guides more or less for his class and keep the class under control, since UA's 1A class would be going to the same exam site this year, which meant that Izuku's class would be in the same place as Bakugo Katsuki, which all of the staff knew was going to be a disaster since Izuku's class knew what Bakugo has done to Izuku. They couldn't change the exam site location now since it was too late to swap the class locations. 20. Izuku just sighed and honestly knew his class would do something. He didn't want to admit it, but they all honestly dotted on him like a little brother or something, even though he was the most powerful in the entire class and even the entire school. Though he wasn't going to argue against them dotting on him since he enjoyed it in all honesty, though it seemed he was going to need to put his foot down and act his part of the Shiketsu High School's general. Izuku agreed to go and watch over his class, and that was how he found himself on the bus with his entire class as they headed towards the exam site for his class provisional exam. As they were driving towards the exam site, he turned his head around from the front of the bus and looked at his class. I know you will all likely target UA's 1A class, but don't get overzealous and forget why you are here. You need to pass this exam if you want to even help in the coming war, so put that thought before pettiness against UA. Okay, Izuku said, and they all nodded their head with determination as the bus pulled up to the exam site. 15. They all got off the bus and got into a group and headed off as Izuku and Inasa held back a bit. Both of them were already in their hero outfits since they had their provisional licenses already and were just there to stop them from causing a mess. Then Izuku noticed the next Shiketsu bus arrived. This bus carried several second-year students that were recommended to take the exam. These students included Nagama Samura, Seiji Shishikira, and Kami Utsushimi, who were all guided by a second-year teacher that Izuku didn't interact much with since he had no real need to. They noticed Izuku and greeted him since he was the general of the school. Izuku waved them off but noticed something that was off with the student known as Kami Utsushimi. 9. As the girl looked at him, he could see what he would describe as the feeling of lust for him in her eyes, which was a problem since Utsushimi was only interested in males that she found extremely attractive in her definitions, and Izuku has had an encounter with her before where she told him he was cute but not her type, so her having lust for him was odd. It was also the fact that she was carrying knives as new support gear, which was weird since she never used knives from what he knew beforehand, and she used more hand-to-hand combat instead of weapons. Izuku pulled out his phone that was connected with the school system and looked to see when she requested the knives as support gear, and it was only during the last few weeks of the summer when she came back from her vacation. What changed for her to have a weapon that she has shown no interest in before until now? Izuku thought. Inasa knew Izuku was often asked what was wrong, and Izuku explained his worries, and Inasa nodded his head and confirmed that he's met Kami Utsushimi a handful of times and knew she was only sexually attracted to males that fit her weird rules as well. He didn't know about the knives though, but agreed it seemed weird. 4. Izuku decided to pull up the contact details for Utsushimi's family and called them. "Hello, this is the Utsushimi residence. How may I help you?" asked the voice, and Izuku asked if they were a parent of Kami Utsushimi, and they confirmed and asked if something was wrong. "Not at this time. My name is Halo and I am the Shiketsu High School General, which means I have the authority that rivals the teachers at the school. I've just noticed a few things that changed in your daughter and wanted to see if anything happened during her summer break before she returned to Shiketsu High School. For example, she has now requested knives as support gear when she has shown no desire before now, and in fact, has declined them in the past. I am just looking to see if something happened that we can help her with," Izuku said to the Utsushimi family. Her parents explained that she had brought a new friend home that they never heard about before, and their daughter seemed a bit tense around them for some reason, but their daughter would never say why. All they knew was that it was a blonde girl with yellow-looking eyes, and that the girl claimed to be from Shiketsu High as well and was in the second-year hero course as a new transfer. That statement at the end sent alarm bells off in Izuku's head, since he's seen no paperwork about anyone transferring into the hero course, and part of his duties include introducing and guiding new students regardless of their year around the campus when they transfer into the school or join the hero course even from another department. Nor has the staff talked about any new students at all. What was worst was the description that they gave matched a certain someone. Izuku thanked them and would let them know of anything that the school finds about their daughter's changes, and they thanked him for it. Izuku pulled his phone out and called the principal of Shiketsu High School, who answered quickly and asked why he was calling since the exam should be starting soon. 1. Principal Sua, we have a mole in Shiketsu. Kami Utsushimi has been compromised and likely replaced by Himiko Toga from the League of Villains. I just got confirmation from her parents that someone that matched Toga's appearance was at their home with their daughter, who was tense around said individual. Kami has always shown signs that throw her character slightly off, such as lust towards me when she has already said I didn't fall into her type of men, and she now has knives as support gear when she has rejected them in the past. Toga uses knives, and from the time at the bar raid, I've confirmed that Toga has some sort of lust towards me as well. I am going to move in to apprehend the individual currently suspected as Toga and will take full blame if I am wrong," Izuku said, and the principal was silent for a few seconds before authorizing Izuku to act as he saw fit and granted his entire class permission to capture Toga under Izuku's watch. The detective with the lie detector quirk would be on his way as soon as possible as well. 5. As Izuku and Inasa now moved with some speed to where the class and the second years should be at, they noticed their class talking to 1A from Ua. Really? Not even 10 minutes here and they're already hounding Ua. Izuku thought, but he honestly was amused but didn't have time to enjoy it. They could hear some of what they were talking about, and Izuku rolled his eyes. They were poking at Bakugo's villain tendencies that he has shown in his life, and Bakugo looked ready to explode. Ah, is the explosive brat going to try to harm us like he's done to everyone else in his life? I am surprised Ua let a known abuser stay in their school. Inagai Masakan said, who was the person that has the fog of war quirk and helped Izuku train his mental defenses against mental quirks. Everyone from UA looked shocked and Bakugo gritted his teeth as Eraserhead looked ready to get involved. Enough! Izuku yelled out and his class turned to him quickly and saluted him as required for his position, since they could tell by his tone he was acting in his position. Even the second year and the teacher fell into line and greeted him. The students from UA and Eraserhead looked confused until all of the Shiketsu High School students greeted him and called him General. At that moment, Eraserhead's eyes widened and chalked a bit, which caught his students' attention. He explained the significance of Halo being called General at their school. 12. Being called General means he is the top dog. He has authority that represents their entire school wherever he goes. He rivals the power of the teachers at the school and can even move people in and out of the hero course as he wants. It comes with a range of other things as well, but it also means that he has defeated everyone in their sports festival, which includes a school-wide 1-versus-1 tournament against all of the top people from each year. This means he's beaten the third years at his school and asserted his dominance over the entire school and is the first year to ever hold the position. Eraserhead said, and his students were all shocked. Even Bakugo looked shocked but also angered a bit at the fact that someone he saw as worthless was in a position of far higher power than he was, but Izuku didn't have time to deal with them as he had a more pressing matter to deal with. 3. Izuku looked at his classmates and then spoke out and told them to look at their group text real quickly, as he had just sent them a message with a code word. The code word was Tango, and the message said that the moment he spoke it, then they were to capture Kami Udashimi, as she was actually Himiko Toga from the League of Villains. They all saw it and they nodded their head and waited for him to speak it. Everyone outside of his class was confused about what was going on, and the second-year teacher was about to speak when Izuku yelled out, "Tango!" which sent his entire class after Kami Udashimi. Everyone was shocked as they watched the attack as quirks went off, and within seconds Kami Udashimi, or who they thought was Kami Udashimi, was captured and pinned to the ground. 4. The second years and teacher shouted out and asked what the meaning of them doing that was, but Izuku ignored them and walked up to the fake Kami Udashimi. "Hello, Himiko Toga. Mind telling me where you hid Kami Udashimi?" Izuku asked as he powered his quirk on, which made his eyes glow a bit. That statement from him made everyone flinch back in shock, and the UA students went on guard. Eraserhead turned his quirk on and aimed it at the pinned individual, which caused Toga's quirk to go off and reveal herself. "Well, you weren't meant to be here since you have your provisional license already, you know? Shiggy did say to avoid you at all costs, since you would likely see through any of our plans. You are the player too in this war after all, and my cheap tricks wouldn't work against someone like you," he said. "I can see what he means, since it only took you one interaction with me to see through me," Toga started to say as she giggled and looked at Izuku with some lust. Izuku rolled his eyes and asked her again where his school student was located at. 1. I know she is alive, Toga. Your quirk requires blood to work, and for the length of time you've been back on our campus would require multiple trips, which our logs show you going off once every 2 days, so you're taking enough to last but not kill her. So mind telling me where she's at, since we both know you will escape police custody anyway? You wouldn't want to upset Tamura by kicking off his and my war too soon now, would you?" Izuku asked with a smile as he powered down one for all and attempted a more soothing approach. "Correct you are. Shiggy would be pissed if I triggered the war too soon. Shiggy always did, saw you and him are quite the same, and I can see what he means, as you are both made from the same cloth, but the difference is who found you in the end and the purposes you were crafted to serve. You were crafted to defend the world while he was crafted to destroy it. Though I don't think you will defend it just like everyone thinks you will. Anyway, you can find your student at XXX. She's fine and has been given food to keep her healthy every time I visit her. It was a pleasure to see you again, Izuku, but as you said, we both know I will be a free bird before I ever make it to prison," Toga said, and Izuku chuckled a bit and nodded his head. He then looked at his phone that was connected to another side. Izuku had called Gran Torino before the conversation started so he could go find Kami Udashimi, since based on the records she had to be near Shiketsu High School due to the short amount of time Toga was gone on each trip. Soon the police arrived as the detective came running. "Halo, did you get? Never mind. I see you have Toga captured. Do you know where the student might be at?" the detective asked. Izuku nodded his head. "Gran Torino and the school staff should already be raiding the location that Toga gave me. I'm doubtful she lying to me on something like this since she doesn't want to trigger the war just yet since neither side is prepared. Izuku said, and the detective nodded his head and told the police officers with him to take Toga to the station to be questioned. Izuku rolled his eyes and the detective sighed. I know. I know very well that as long as the warp user is around we won't be able to keep them detained long. We are lucky the coordinates for him are unknown to anyone. Otherwise, they would have already broken him out. The detective said, and Izuku simply nodded his head and then looked at his class and told them to get inside since the test would be starting soon. They all nodded their heads and got moving with the second year and that teacher as well. Izuku and Inasa were about to move in as well but got stopped by the students from UA's 1A. Third POV. Izuku turned his head as he was called out by the students from UA's 1A and looked at them. They all looked at him and Bakugo still looked constipated with his emotions. He really needs to get some damn help if having the facts of his life thrown in his face makes him like that. Izuku thought. He motioned for them to speak since they were silent and he wasn't honestly going to start any of this conversation or whatever they wanted. UA's 1A is honestly disappointing in Izuku's eyes since the class has members that have broken the laws multiple times and have gotten away from actual punishment that most people would get charged with. Soon, Kirshimiya spoke up and asked him if he knew anything about what Izuku's classmates were talking about in regards to Bakugo. Izuku paused a bit at that question and just sighed, though before he could speak, Inasa spoke up instead. I can confirm for you that Bakugo is indeed an abuser that is only still in UA due to UA's current bad image. Anyway, shouldn't you all be getting to the exam since it's about to start, and if you aren't signed in on time you will be declined your chance to take it? Inasa said, and all of them widened their eyes and got moving quickly. Izuku and Inasa chuckled and headed off as well and made their way to their class and reminded them to not get too focused on the UA students and put the focus on passing instead, which they all nodded their heads at. After that, Izuku and Inasa made their way to the observation room where they found the second-year teacher watching as well. There were also teachers from other schools as well that had all arrived. Soon Eraserhead also arrived and sat down with all of the other people that accompanied the students from the hero schools. They all watched as all of the students were moved into the large gathering room and the Hero Commission official came onto the stage to start the exam. Mera looks tired as ever now, doesn't he, Inasa? Izuku joked as he remembered the man from their exam, and Inasa agreed that the man looked as if he needed to sleep. Good evening, students that are here for the provisional licensing exam, said Mera as he stood on the stage and talked. They explained that there were about 1,540 students in attendance for orientation. This exam used to have a 50% passing rate for participants, but due to recent events like Stain's arrest and All Might's retirement, the exam was modified to be much more exclusive in its vetting processes and now less than 10% of students can pass. The exam has a new focus on speed while encouraging teamwork and communication between participants. The new version of the exam hopes to only entitle the best students available in order to fill the gap left behind by All Might, said Mera with an upbeat tone, which was surprising for the sleep-deprived man. All of the staff in the observation deck were shocked when they heard this, but Izuku nor Inasa were shocked. The staff noticed this and asked them if they knew. It was only logical for something like this to happen. The Hero Society is corrupt right now and it's filled with people that only care about fame or money, which has caused a large rise in villains. Take Endeavor for example. Even though he's going to be the #1 hero, he is only getting that due to All Might's retirement, and no one will honestly think of him like that when they think of a true hero. Endeavor is the personification of a corrupt hero in my views, and he won't stay in the #1 position for the long term once people from my class and age graduate. Now, there are those that cause issues at my age, but hopefully, their schools can fix them before they graduate, or they will get targeted by the changes in the society and will end up being dragged down quickly. Izuku said as he spoke, and Eraserhead knew some of those words were pointed at him in UA's 1A class with all of the stuff his class has pulled over the summer and past semester. Everyone nodded their heads and was silent as they watched the exam start. Soon the walls fell down just like it happened in Izuku's exam, and they found themselves in the same setup for the stadium as Izuku and Inasa did. The announcer explained the first round of the exam, which was a knockout system in reality, which was different from Izuku's exam where they had to capture villains with a minimum amount of damage. Everyone was given targets on their body that you had to get the last hit on to consider knocking the people out. You had to knock out at least 3 people to move to the next round, which meant that the numbers of people passing would be limited quickly since only 100 people could move to the next phase. The staff around Izuku was talking about the crushing of Ua, and Eraserhead just smirked a bit, which Ms. Joke asked if he warned his students. Eraserhead said he didn't, and that if they couldn't handle being targeted as they would in reality, then they shouldn't pass. Ms. Joke asked if the Hiketsu students would be aiming for the UA students, and the second-year teacher said they would be, but Izuku rolled his eyes. The second years might going after them, but I told my class to disregard them if they couldn't focus solely on passing. Ua isn't Shiketsu's concern. We have more pressing matters coming, like the upcoming war. Izuku said, and everyone including the second-year teacher was silent until Eraserhead asked a question on everyone's mind. You keep talking about an upcoming war, but we have no idea what you mean. What are you talking about? Eraserhead asked, and Izuku sighed. The fact that none of you realize what is about to happen in the near future is disappointing. Japan's society is about to undergo massive shifts and destruction. With the fall of All Might, all of the villains that hid and bid their time will now come out. Then there is also the League of Villains, which is still lurking, and if you honestly think they don't have the ability to cause destruction, then you are wrong. I give it a max of a year before we will start seeing entire cities being ransacked by villains or fall under their control, as heroics will shift from small battles to large-scale war fronts. Shiketsu High School has been starting to prepare for the upcoming fight since we've been investing in securing the campus and stocking large amounts of supplies in the event of sieges. We've also built bunkers underground as well to hide the students that don't have provisional licenses. Even UA's principal Nezu has been preparing for the war as well. It's kind of why he allowed your entire class to go for the exam, Eraserhead, even though some of them shouldn't even be here. We don't have the luxury of not having bodies to throw in this upcoming war. Though the Commission is trying to prepare for it as well, they are not seeing the fact that it's closer than they realize, so trying to pump the industry with good heroes won't be enough, since it won't make changes quickly enough to stop the large flow of villains and the public lack of support, which will threaten to topple the entire system, which will send the country into chaos. Isn't that right, Madam President? Izuku said as he reclined into his chair. Everyone was confused until they saw the president of the commission walk into the room with a neutral expression on her face. 9. She walked over to where Izuku and Inasa were as they were watching the first stage of the exam go on. What everyone noticed when they looked was that all of Shiketsu High School students have already passed the first stage of the exam, and it's only been 5 minutes. The president of the commission ended up sitting down next to Izuku as one of her guards gave her some tea that they had prepared. They all sat in silence, and the staff from all of the schools were tense, but not Izuku nor Inasa. They just sat there watching the exam progress, and soon the 100 people that passed the first stage were all through, and all of Shiketsu High School students and UA students all passed the first stage. 6. As they waited for the next stage to start, Madam President started to speak. League of Villain member Toga Himiko escaped police custody about 30 minutes ago. She said, and Izuku nodded his head. Expected. Until we capture the warp user, Kurogiri, we can expect them to keep breaking them out. We are just lucky none of the coordinates for the Tartarus prison are known, or we would have a dangerous amount of trouble. I'm hoping the detective can find someone with any clues on Kurogiri's location so we can stop him and remove the League's main transportation mode, which will make it easier to track them down since they can't escape quickly after he's locked up. Izuku said, and she nodded her head at his statement. Both of them knew that neither side liked each other, as Izuku represented everything All Might stood for, while the Commission has done a lot of things that Izuku doesn't agree with. Izuku noticed the tension that all of the other people had in the room, and he sighed. I doubt you came here to just talk about that. What is it that you are seeking, Madam President? Izuku asked, and the others all thought he was bold as hell to talk to the president of the commission like that. She smirked a bit before speaking. It's clear neither of us gets along with each other, she said, and Izuku nodded his head and agreed. Indeed, so I am assuming you want to work some sort of balance out between us. I am what my father All Might represents, which means that you can't guide me like others, nor my friends by extension, due to how close they are to me, which provides them some protection. It's clear that as long as I keep pushing forward at my current pace, then I will achieve the title of #1 sooner rather than later, which means you can't guide the hero society as you would like. As such, we need a balance, since I don't like the things the commission does, but I know you're a necessary entity as well," Izuku said as he replaced some of his words like guide instead of saying control and entity instead of evil, which he was sure she clearly understood his true meanings. 5. Indeed, it would be better for Japan's society if we aren't seen fighting against each other, so I would rather solve any disputes we have behind closed doors if you have any issues with something instead of taking it public if we have a vested interest in it. Agreeable, she asked, and he nodded his head and agreed, since it would be easier to get stuff done if the commission was willing to play ball with him. Izuku decided to give her some friendly advice though. "Some advice, Madam President. I suggest cutting ties with Endeavor and getting on the side of bringing him down for the things he's done, which I am sure you are aware of. If you aren't, then I suggest looking into it. The reason I say this is because I am confident Dabi is *Tuya Todoroki*, which means everything Endeavor has done will come crashing down around him and might take you with him. We are going to have enough issues with the uprising of villains soon, and we don't need the entire commission collapsing the same time the villains rise up," Izuku said as he whispered Dabi's real name, and the president's eyes widened a bit at Izuku's warning, and she thanked him before standing up and starting to walk away. 14. One more suggestion. It would also do good to loosen the leash you have on your bird, for you don't know how much will finally be too much, because you might just drive him to a point of no return, which would be bad for the commission as well, you know. Just suggestions from my viewpoint that you might want to consider for the long run. I would look forward to working with him as well, which could do us both good PR," Izuku said as he shrugged his shoulders, and the Madam President turned and looked at him in the eyes, and Izuku could see that she was kind of shocked that he knew about Hawk's situation, but her expression quickly changed to consideration as she nodded her head and thanked him once again and walked away, fully leaving the room. 6. After a few minutes, everyone breathed a sigh of relief after she left and looked at Izuku as if he was crazy. "Did you just threaten and blackmail the commission?" Eraserhead asked, concerned. "No. We only came to a compromise to tolerate each other's existence, since I tried to destroy them and they could try to destroy me. Neither side wants to deal with the fallout of the upcoming war, so we reached a balancing act that I have no idea how long it will last, but I will go with it as long as the commission is reasonable. I also only gave them actual advice with a few situations they have their hands in, since it a few situations that they should get ready for the fallout of." 4. Izuku was pretty damn sure Dabi was the missing Todoroki from his research. Izuku did a lot of digging into when someone's with Dabi's quirk appeared on the streets, which were around the time of the Great Fire that destroyed a forest, which was the same time Endeavor's oldest son went missing. Then, the way that Dabi has been fixated on Endeavor as well, and the blue fire which Endeavor can produce if he pushes it strong enough, all line up to Dabi being the missing Todoroki, since nobody was ever recovered, which in Izuku's mind means there was a good chance of him being alive after the fire that destroyed the forest all those years ago. 5. Then there was the Hawk situation, where the commission bought him as a child and trained him from a young age. Izuku hated that fact, but there wasn't much he could do without wiping the entire commission out in a damaging case, which with the future villain rising would mean destroying all of Japan likely as well. As such, Izuku could only hope to wait it out for now and get Hawks some more freedom by suggesting the Madam President loosen their grip on him, because he might rebel one day, which would be far more damaging with All Might gone now. Anyway, it was time to watch the rest of the exams, since the second phase was now starting. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.